pipe the bimbo in red. Lordy.
Yeah, she's cute all right, but not half as cute as you, Dino.
Thank you.
You should try a legitimate line of business.
Why you dancing on my head for, my man? We've been thick as molasses pie since
Keep
law
conning
school.
me, Dean. I read your testimony to the Warren Commission.
There you go again, grain of salt.
Tell them the day after the
coin.
assassination, you're called on the phone by this Clay Bertrand and asked to fly to Dallas and be Lee Oswald's lawyer.
Right.
That's pretty important, Dean. You also told the FBI that when you met him, he's 6'2". Then you tell the commission he's 5'8". Now, how the hell does a man shrink like that, Dean?
They put the heat on my man, just like you doing. I gave him anything that popped in my cabeza. Truth is, I never met the dude.
Oh, wonderful. One likes friends that have friends.
Indeed. I don't know what the cat looks like, and furthermore, I don't know where he's at. All I know is sometimes he sends me some cases. So one day he's on the phone talking to me about going to Dallas repping Oswald.
You ever speak to Oswald in Dallas?
Hell no. Like I told that Bertrand cat right off.
Cashew pieces?
This ain't my scene, man. I deal in Munich court. I'm a hack and nigger
And how
town.
the
That
hell's
kid
your
needs a
name
hot
getting a
dog.
Warren Commission, Dean?
Like I told to the Washington boys. Bertrand called that summer and asked me to help the kid upgrade his Marine discharge.
Well, I was led to believe that Mr. Bertram said that he would take care of any...
that's fine.
Hello, to whom am I speaking?
I'm Clay Bertrand. Whatever they owe, I'll guarantee.
There wasn't no conspiracy, Jim. If there were, why the hell didn't Bobby Kennedy prosecute it as Attorney General? He was his brother, for Christ's sake. How the fuck all those people could keep a secret like that, I don't know. He was Oswald. He was a
I think
fruitcake,
we're
you know,
having a
hated this
communication
country.
problem, Dean. I know you know who Clay Bertrand is, all right? Now stop eating that damn crab meat a minute and listen. I'm aware of our friendship. But I want you to know I'm gonna call you in front of the grand jury. You lie to the grand jury, you've been lying to me. I'm gonna charge you with perjury. Right now, I took 9 judges on right here in New Orleans, Dino. I beat them all. So am I communicating with you?
Is this off the record, Daddy-O? Good. In that case, let me sum it up for you real quick. If I answer that question you keep asking, if I give you the name of the big enchilada, you know, then it's Bon Voyage Dino. I mean like permanent. I mean like a bullet in my head, you dig? Your mouse fighting a gorilla. Kennedy's as dead as that crab meat. The government's still breathing. You want to line up with a dead
Read
man?
my lips, Dino. Either you dance into the grand jury with the real identity of Clay Bertrand, or your fat behind's going to the slammer. Now you dig me?
You're as crazy as your mama. Goes to show it's in the genes. You have any idea what you're getting yourself into, Daddy-O? The government's gonna jump all over your head, Jimbo, and go cock-a-doodle-doo. Good day to you, sir.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are back after Marnie from 1964. And this week, we're doing JFK from 1991. It was ironic because we were putting all these movies together kind of in fairly spontaneous order. We weren't really necessarily thinking about some of the order of these. But as we said last week with Marnie, at the very beginning of the production of that movie actually was postponed because the JFK assassination had just happened.
Right.
And we're going to get into this, spend a considerable time talking about this. The JFK assassination, over the past nearly 60 years has been one of the biggest obsessions of American culture in a variety and host of ways. As two students of the 60s ourselves, it's something that occupies a lot of our own time and attention and discussion over the course of our own lives. And again, we, we're a good 30-plus years after these events even happened, and still feel in many ways that our country's captive to those moments in a variety and host of ways, which we'll be talking about. But we're not only going to be talking about the JFK assassination, of course, itself, but also Oliver Stone's 1991 film, which is in of itself kind of a treasure trove, a choose-your-own-adventure in many ways is the way I like to think about it sometimes, that we're going to be diving into. As we said also last week, one of the handful of movies that we were first talking about when we were conceived of this podcast, this was way up there in terms of, we've got to do JFK. We'll be getting to that. So we're going to be, again, celebrating in many ways the film's 30th anniversary, which it came out in late 91. I think it was kind of around the Christmas season.
Day. I think.
In 91. So it's nearly 30, it's been 30 years now.
Yeah.
It's another interesting thing, too, we can talk about this later, how that just totally grabbed a hold of culture. You can go back and watch, the famous Seinfeld episodes of the second spitter and the way that's even shot. It was immediately making an impact in the popular culture.
Yeah.
But before we dive into the movie itself, we want to
got to do that blue plate.
No,
oh wait,
actually, no.
Hang on.
Yeah,
wait.
I'm glad you mentioned
the
that.
The chefs aren't in the kitchen; they're watching Cronkite, I think, so we can't.
Yeah.
So no blue plate special this week.
No blue plate special this week. We'll be back with it next week. We just kind of wanted to clear the deck. Not necessarily only because of the reverence we want to have this pod be, but more because we don't know how much time we're going to have. Because that could take a whole hour in of itself just talking about some other things. All I'll say about it maybe here is just our very recent Limp Bizkit fascination.
I don't think that'll
that
fit
went through.
I don't think that'll really fit with what we're talking about.
That was a tragedy that we did live to see.
Yes,
I a little more so because I was a little conscious during the late 90s,
I was aware
early
that they were a thing, and rolling as a song.
All right, keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is. Yeah, so we'll save that for
chocolate starfish. Yeah, we'll do that later. And by the way, we don't like them. Let's make it clear. Well, maybe we do, but we don't think they're good. Let's just make it clear that no.
But we're just recently been like, Limp Bizkit. Yeah. What about that?
Anyway.
But anyways.
Yeah.
So no blue plate special this week.
So anyway, JFK assassination.
Yeah. Where to begin with this, because this is huge.
Well, I want to first of all say that I don't think there's a whole lot we can really add to this other than our own.
No, we're not trying to. We're not going to come to the end of this podcast and obviously have definitively answered.
I think we should just discuss this in the sense of you all already know what it is, who all the players are,
November 22nd,
what it is
1963.
You should. So we won't do a play-by-play of the events. There's no point really in doing that because it's one of the most documented events in American history. So I think we're good on that.
We wanted to just start this off again. Naturally, we're born 30-plus years. I'm like 31 years after this all occurred. You about 35 years. Mm-hmm. Where did you first remember coming into contact with this phenomenon?
Probably this movie.
Really?
Maybe a little bit before that.
I think for me, it was maybe... I think I remember seeing some History Channel kind of specials-ish about it. I think before I was really aware of this movie. But I even in the late 90s remember seeing, probably actually now that I'm thinking about it, was in Movie Gallery, which was kind of our old VHS stomping grounds.
Down there where there's no, where technology doesn't exist in that kind of hole down there in Hudson where no Wi-Fi or cell service goes. Anyway, that sounds like a really random detail to add to all this, but it's ridiculous anyway.
The Black Lodge area.
Right.
So I remember seeing the poster, and I remember seeing that VHS, that white VHS, of the poster, basically of what it is, and just kind of being like, is that a movie about that president? And I think I kind of barely knew who JFK was.
Is Kevin Costner silhouette JFK?
And that's another thing I want to talk about when we get into the movie about, we still have yet to have our kind of big, real JFK movie, so to speak, if there ever will be one. There probably will. But... And so I think, in school you're taught, there's a handful of presidents who were assassinated. Lincoln and Kennedy are the most talked about in that regard. But, of course, McKinley and Garfield, you can throw them in there too. But, so I think it was just maybe seeing some History Channel kind of stuff. Being vaguely aware of this movie, I probably didn't see this movie until really the mid to late 2000s. Yeah, so it's kind of one of the perfect cable movies, and we can get into that later, is just like how the whole movie's structured. You can just kind of come in and out of it, and it makes just as much sense almost. And I do remember going to my dad and our dad and saying, hey, like, what is this all about? And he would have been, 9 years old? Almost 10 years old, literally a few months away from being 10. And he has very vivid memories, and being a child of that generation of the 50s and of the 60s has very distinct ideas about it. What does this event even mean in a big abstract sense all these years later to you, for the country, or for us historical people who are looking at what this perhaps meant for the country?
What's strange,
I
mean this in a more positive way, 'cause I don't really know how to approach this as such a big question. I mean, the fact that the leader of a nation can be effectively assassinated, the last to have been assassinated,
and hopefully the last.
There's been attempts since then on Ford. Reagan almost died.
There actually been attempts on every single one to minor extents, but Reagan was the most serious,
and Ford's was like squeaky from of all people. But because I think Nixon. There's that whole movie.
The 60s were dead.
Yeah, there's that whole movie of Sean Penn. That Sean Penn movie, the assassination of Richard Nixon or whatever, I don't know. But anyway, that I guess what's the way I look at it now, we look at it in such a far away mindset now, and I don't mean just as us as people who weren't alive. I feel like even people that were alive kind of look at it as, oh yeah, when that happened. And what that ultimately says, I think, and it's something we're still talking about, clearly.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, the tagline of the movie is the story that won't go away.
Yeah.
But I feel like we have kind of moved on from it and have kind of encapsulated the grief and kind of come out, I don't know if better is the word at all, but like we've just come out of that kind of funk of the 60s. Which is in itself a reflection that the powers that be and the establishment, so-called, just took back over and everything just figured itself out, or whatever you want to call it. Not for the better either, necessarily. But that, I don't know, I feel like we've kind of, in a strange way, I know everybody likes to say the pain is still raw, but I feel like actually we've kind of moved on from the JFK assassination. I don't know what your opinion on that is.
I mostly agree with that. I think that, it should be said before this, kind of the biggest national tragedy the country had faced was Pearl Harbor, which was 20 years before that. And we've gotten further away from that. I think we see that less raw, and obviously than it was. I think the thing about JFK that will forever be raw is the fact of something like the Zapruder film's existence. That was the first presidential assassination, of course, that basically played out on TV. Now, the Zapruder film did not immediately play out on TV, but was something that people... I mean, you heard Lincoln was assassinated via the newspapers or via the telegraph telling people, and that was the way it was through Garfield and McKinley. But that was the first one that was like, there was this uniting force of people seeing this all play out on TV. And we had an episode on 9/11, which I would encourage you to go listen to. I feel like the wounds of that are still raw, and that's only 20 years ago. Yeah. But to your point, too, I think, somebody like our dad, who was like 9 years old, almost 10 years old, and I don't know, it's interesting because at that age, you're not quite grasping probably what it is and how raw it is, even though at the same extent, I was about that age when 9/11 took place, similarly. But obviously 9/11 was, nearly 3,000 lives were lost on that single event or day. And JFK's ultimately won. And now you could include the aftermath of Oswald in that if you want to include the casualty count, if you want to call it that.
It was like a soap opera in a strange way.
We're huge fans of the show Mad Men.
Yeah.
And that whole episode, The Grown-Ups, which is... that show had a tall order. It knew we got to hit all these big moments.
Yeah.
Like, what is the JFK? What's that episode going to be? I think it really succeeds in landing the plane, so to speak, and making it about that. But that, it really encapsulates it, where the shock of all that, and then those days of mourning, And then, like, 2 days later, like, Betty Draper's just sitting in front of the TV, just Oswald's being escorted to the car, whatever.
Yeah.
He's getting escorted. All these cameras are there. It's like a media circus event. And then all of a sudden, a man runs up and shoots him, and she screams, "What is going on? Like, who's in charge here?" And I think
that's what my dad our dad always talks more about learning of Oswald's assassination than of the assassination itself.
Well, that literally played out on live TV.
Which I think is even more interesting and points to something, is that it felt like anything could happen at that point. And he talked about they were at school because it would have happened.
It was a Friday, I believe. Or
Saturday. I think it would have been
remember.
at the very end of the day, because that would have been on what, Central Time?
Yeah, it was in Texas, so yeah.
So that would have been like 1:56 or 1:50 going on 2 o'clock when the actual assassination happened. And that they talked about it. I think they all went outside and lowered the flag to half-mast. But he said that, that it was actually even more crazy in a strange way.
It was a Friday.
That he was at home playing outside, and his kind of whole family lived together up in Whitnall.
Yeah.
And that his grandma banged on the window and said Oswald just got shot on TV. She had been watching it. So he didn't even see it on TV. But he whenever he talks about this, I always remember he talks about that more than the actual assassination, which is, like I said, kind of points to the insanity of that event in itself.
And like you said, that feeling of what's going to happen next. And, I think also this event has, depending on who you talk to, and again, it's its own choose your own adventure, the thing is itself, and we'll talk about the whole theories behind this. It's like this whole event and this phenomenon is now, even still, all these years later, such a Rorschach test of how do you want to interpret it? What does it mean? Do you want to look at it in terms of the first president who was of the greatest generation and was a World War II veteran and was kind of seen in these big heroic ways, the guy who prevented nuclear annihilation, he's now dead? Do you want to look at it through that? Do you want to look at it through Oswald's perspective of this failed, miserable, disgusting individual who perhaps got lucky on one single day of his life and forever changed the country and the world? Do you want to look at it in terms of how the media responded, how the average American people consumed this event? Do you want to look at it as was there actually someone else who pulled the trigger? I mean, it's just really, again, a Rorschach test, choose your own adventure of what's your interpretation of it? What does that say about your own, not only political beliefs, but your whole political ideas about this country and how it's been altered by those events. It's almost bigger than life in that way. So, who killed John F. Kennedy? We're going to answer that conclusively by the end of this podcast.
We have the documents that know. It's one of those things I've went back and forth over the years. The older I get, it's going to sound awful, the more I don't care. In a strange way, because the event, like you said, represents more than the sum of its parts, I think, about what not only just let's look at Oswald for a moment first, and then I'll move on. I think that what it says more than anything about, and we know this even more so now in the parlance of our times of mass shootings, the white male rage, particularly young white male rage, and how that manifests itself. I mean, if you look at all of Oswald's life, it's an incredibly pathetic existence of wanting to leave this country to be in the Soviet Union, and then I believe, wasn't it, that he got kicked back out?
Yeah, they didn't want him.
Right, and so
they kind of looked at him as like, we can't do anything with this guy.
And that he had been in the Marines, and that they kind of just were like, we don't want anything to do with you. And so he had to move home. He had gotten married to a Russian woman,
who's still alive.
Marina, and had a terrible fraught marriage. And that he clearly had political intentions.
Yeah, he was not a communist. He was a Marxist-Leninist,
as we will see. And as that guy says, communist, Marxist, Leninist, what is the difference? But anyway, but that he was clearly politically motivated, but at the same time, his whole life screams of just a desperation and
or disappointment
and
in a
just
lot of
a
ways,
disappointed rage towards anything that I feel like in some ways we might overplay his political intentions to a point of that's the only way we could understand that. Then I think now it's easier to understand it as just like he just was pissed off.
Well, that's well said.
And wanted to.
Again, as you said, in the age of mass shooters, that's just the kind of thing over and over again. And how some of them have these political manifestos, and they're always filled with these contradictions, and they're not really exactly well thought out. And you see that over and over again. And Oswald may have been the earliest modern example of it.
And whatever. And that's all assuming that he did it, which I'll get to my official sort of, I guess, answer on that of my opinion, as if anyone cares. Yeah. But also, I think about the first thing I think about, other than Oswald, when I think about this stuff is and it shows it in the movie. The movie has a million things going on, so every image conceivable was there. The image of those wanted posters for Kennedy in Dallas said wanted for treason, and just how hated Kennedy actually was by so much of the country, which is so strange because we're going to kind of go back and forth on, not back and forth as in we're going to disagree because we're going to agree, but we'll kind of go, when we talk about this, we'll kind of keep circling this fact, but that Kennedy was far less progressive than people now paint him to be, and especially how Oliver Stone paints him to be in this movie. Far much more of a cold warrior, was dedicated to...
when he was campaigning against Nixon in 1960, he very vehemently pushed the missile gap, that the Soviets have more missiles than us, and we need to make sure that we're outproducing them in missiles. So he had a very famous line in one of the televised debates, which was a huge deal, that television are playing these debates out. And I think television obviously plays a huge part in this whole event anyways. That Nixon once quipped on the campaign trail, well, they might have more, rockets than us, but we make better color televisions or more than them. And like Kennedy turned that around on him and says, well, I think that rockets are more important. And Nixon's sweating because Nixon's a weirdo,
And he had the flu.
And he just naturally sweated a lot on TV and under the light, which those are light. Those light, you're wearing a full suit anyway. Those lights are on you. That's natural. So yeah, I mean, as you said, when we were recently just watching this, there's a speech that he gave the day of November 22nd, 1963, in Fort Worth, Texas, before he flew to Dallas.
It was like a breakfast.
It was a little breakfast, and you read or you listen to this speech. You can easily find it on YouTube. He is like bragging and talking about Fort Worth, this big defense and contract community. You guys make all these great rockets and all this great technology. And he mentions the Vietnam situation. And as you said, Stone and a great many other people over the years have worked very, very hard to act as though Kennedy would have definitely not led us into the Vietnam War. And there's an extent to which Johnson certainly did very shortly after.
Yeah.
That's an open question. I'm not going to say he definitely would have led us into it. But all we can say is, for one, is speculation. Two, we look at what he was literally saying the day of. That's obviously very important. What is the last version of Kennedy that existed?
Which is something that everyone loves to conveniently leave out of these arguments. Is that? Yeah. I had never seen. I sound stupid when I say this. I didn't even know that video existed. I knew that he had given a speech. But I didn't know you could actually watch it. So that was all new to me. But no, and I mean, I would even go so far as to say, I mean, who knows? I think he would have pretty definitively led us into Vietnam. Because if people want to believe what this movie purports and what people purport, that the military-industrial complex needed to have its war, I don't see it as a conceivable fact that John Fitzgerald Kennedy would have stood in their way. Nothing, and that is not a slight against Kennedy, so much as it's just saying, I do believe this country is overpowered by that notion. And it doesn't matter who, and I'm not saying that, and a lot of people say this stuff to say all political parties are the same, and that's not exactly what I'm saying, but that I do believe there is an undercurrent in this country that consistently, even if he would have been as progressive as they say that he is, and he wasn't, I still think we would have been led into that situation. And also, as you've said, the assassination of the president of South Vietnam.
No Diem Diem was assassinated just weeks before Kennedy himself was. That basically, DM was continually told and advised by the U.S. to do this and that. DM was crazy about, he himself was Catholic, going after the Buddhist population in South Vietnam. And
sort of like a Christo-fascist at that time. And as far as
the generals, American generals themselves were like, you need to lighten up, that this is not sustainable. And he kept doing his own thing, and basically our generals, the CIA, basically behind the scenes were having discussions with the South Vietnamese generals and said, hey, why don't we get rid of this guy? We'll install somebody that we can have more of a handle over. And for all his awfulness in many ways, he wasn't a good guy himself, DM. He was basically, that was a CIA-sponsored assassination that happened literally weeks before Kennedy himself was assassinated in November of 1963. And so, obviously, Kennedy would have known about that and then would have given the rubber stamp to that, because if he would have said no, that would have stopped. Now, I think another thing that makes this all the more complicated is, and there's a lot of contradictions in so much of this stuff, which is what's tough. From the very beginning of Kennedy's administration in 1961, he inherited the Bay of Pigs invasion, which was primarily planned by Richard Nixon and the Eisenhower administration. We're going to have this revolt in Cuba. He was handed that, and he was advised, do it. And he himself was like, okay, let's do it. Of course, it was a failure. All the egg fell on Kennedy's face, and he very famously told his brother, Robert Kennedy, who was Attorney General, I don't remember if he said the CIA or the Pentagon or exactly what he said, but he says, I'm going to smash them into 1,000 pieces. And for the rest of his administration, he and the CIA and kind of that whole military-industrial complex were sometimes at cross purposes. And that is what's kind of contradicting about some of this stuff, is that he never really trusted them. The only person he really trusted in administration was his brother, and to a lesser extent McNamara, but McNamara himself was the head of the Department of Defense.
And that's also part of a larger revision of Eisenhower's nuclear brinkmanship that he had created. The Strategic Air Command had I can't remember that other thing it was called. But he kind of put into place all these new kind of initiatives and safeguards towards, being a Cold Warrior. And that part of that all was a revision of these people who had been with the CIA since the CIA was founded in the 1940s.
Yeah.
And so not only the Bay of Pigs, but also I feel like they were at odds in all these other ways too. And Stone and others like to use that as an excuse to say, well, that's why the CIA had it out for him and had him killed.
And it's also, this is all a big simplification of Kennedy, as you said, that is trying to wipe away a lot of his rough parts. Let me just say that my whole opinions on Kennedy as a whole figure are very mixed. Because I feel like anyone who prevented the destruction of the free world and the world in general with the
Cuban Missile
Crisis deserves, an above average amount of respect inherently just baked into that. The fact that we are here even doing this podcast is because he and Khrushchev were able to come to an impasse. So that alone is wow, that's probably the single greatest accomplishment a president ever has in human history, because
and I think that's
the
why,
world's destruction.
And early on in his presidency, he had such a lower approval rating because of the Bay of Pigs, which he didn't even create.
And then
that
in
situation.
Early to mid '62, the Berlin Wall crisis, as they're starting to build that. Yeah.
But I feel like towards the end of his life, he had a little bit more of the general public's respect because of the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah.
And so in that sense, would he have won a re-election? Probably, but we don't know.
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
he would have been likely running against Goldwater, who was the '64 Republican candidate. And also, and we haven't even touched this at all, and I think this is frankly one of the most important aspects of Kennedy, his whole civil rights record also was something that, he was a step in the right direction, but he continually disappointed King. Now, this is still at a point where the Democratic Party was still transitioning away from being the segregationist party of the South into being what it has become in the years since.
A Democrat Texan was the one who did better than Kennedy.
Right.
So I think that's another thing, is I think actually on a lot of social issues, randomly, it seemed like Johnson was more of a liberal and progressive, at least in his actions, if not in necessarily his own personal beliefs. I don't know. But so, to get it back down to where we were.
Yes.
So, Kennedy was not well liked by big portions of the country.
Well, let me also just tell this story very quickly.
Go ahead.
In Texas in particular, they were hanging all these like wanted for treason signs. John Birch Society was huge down there. A lot of far right groups and organizations. General Walker, who himself was possibly an assassinated attempt that Oswald had against him. That just shows you how insane this moment is. That the same guy is wanting to kill a guy who also hates the other guy that he maybe killed.
And that goes into my idea of he's just pissed off. Like it's almost like it doesn't make any sense.
Well, to them, he just saw the establishment and American hegemony in both of them men.
And so that shows a true far left. Even if you want to continue with the political thing, that shows a true far left dedication that his belief is, well, it's all the same anyway. So let's just take it all down.
So the day before Kennedy was set to be in Dallas, November 21st, 1963. Richard Nixon, this was in Rick Perlstein's book Before the Storm, which is a great book.
About Goldwater,
about the Goldwater campaign. That Nixon was in, and this moment is in Nixon by Oliver Stone. So this story's been known for a while, but was meeting with a lot of rich, big oil Texas Republicans, like kind of stereotypical, kind of very conservative, right-leaning Republicans in Texas.
Was that the day before?
In Dallas, the day before. And he said, and Nixon and Kennedy had a very strange relationship as far as from Nixon's end anyways, that he had a weird grudging respect for him, and himself seemed to be pretty devastated and shocked by what the events of the day were, should be said. Because there's a lot of evil things about Nixon, but if the very least, the bare minimum of respect he felt for him, there, that should be noted. And he said, hey, now our president's coming the next day. Like, you need to be rolling out the red carpet, show him respect. Like, and they all are kind of grumbling and like, whatever, we don't want him here, all this stuff, I believe Nixon was back in his law firm that he was helping manage in New York City at the time, or had just gotten off a plane. I think he was flying back there. Immediately heard the news, and this is very telling. His very first phone call, he could call his wife, he could call Ike, he could call a whole host of people. His very first phone call he makes is to J. Edgar Hoover, of course, still head of the FBI, and asked, did they do it? And the they he was referring to was these far-right elements that he was aware were not only in Texas, but across the country. A lot of the Birchers and a lot of those kind of crazy far-right. So the fact that that was Nixon's impulse should tell us something about what the fervor of the country was, and it's something that often gets forgotten about all these years later, of what the particular mood of the country was then. That was his natural impulse to think, was it them? Also, you can watch a lot of stuff in the mid to late 60s with our homie from way back, William F. Buckley, The Firing Line. You can find a lot of these episodes on YouTube.
Homie is an interesting word to use when discussing him, but okay.
We're interested in him nonetheless.
I just wanted to make that clear.
And again, I'm a nerd enough of this era. I just go back and I got 50 minutes to spare. I'll just watch a random fire line of him talking to Billy Graham. And so, like, there's a lot of random moments from him of how much he despised and hated any conversation that there was a conspiracy. He was always, Oswald was the guy who did it, and anybody who says different is wrong or whatever. And he even had some people on there that disagreed with that, and they went toe-to-toe about it. But in large part, you can tell he feels a big defensiveness because he knows that in all likelihood, some of it is going to go in the far right did it, the Birchers did it, who Buckley himself had a very strange relationship with, that he oftentimes agreed with their political opinions, but the stink that they had, oftentimes he alienated himself from them in the public eye, like, I'm not like them or whatever, even though too often his own opinions were very similar. So that's a lot of stuff there.
So, yes, the whole point I'm making, I guess, is that it's so, and whether or not this movie is true in its statements, which I highly doubt. That the fact that these far right crazy people in like New Orleans, and Dallas, were having anything to do with Lee Harvey Oswald, and that he would have anything to do with them, speaks to, I guess, it's the notion I always come to when I'm discussing this, and don't worry, I'm going to give my official opinion in a minute. I'm going to go beyond this. I'm not just going to leave it here, but this is so corny, so prepare yourselves, and so obvious, and I don't totally believe this in the extremity that it is. But there's, in the great song, Sympathy for the Devil, the Rolling Stones said, shouted out who killed the Kennedys when after all it was you and me, that the political fervor of the country was so extreme at that time.
It would only get more extreme as the decade went on.
Which is strange, and I think that's kind of the first breaking point.
Yeah.
And
let me also just say very briefly,
yes.
I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But I think another thing that this whole event has is that it feels like, the 60s began with that, because then you have a lot of the civil rights movement takes kind of a bigger step. You have the insanity of Vietnam. You have all these other assassinations in 68. And so for many also this event is the, quote, beginning of the 60s and all the insanity, and that moment kicked open some hypothetical metaphysical door that all the other hell that happens in the decade, quote, started there, when in reality you can go back many years to find the seeds of that.
But and that's all true, but what I'm also saying in that is the extremism even before that moment that would led up to that. Right. My favorite scenes in the movie of JFK are the scenes pretty early on. I think it's the Willie O'Keefe flashbacks where he's talking about the Kevin Bacon character, where he's talking about being in the room with Shaw, Ferrie, Oswald, and all those like Cuban expatriates that had been left behind after the revolution, Cuban Revolution, and had participated in the Bay of Pigs. Just the firebrand hatefulness that they discuss Kennedy, and the kind of saying we could do this and that, and those are the most interesting scenes in the movie, because it really, and also that it's probably one of the best scenes in Nixon, where he's talking to him about, you need to, and then there's these shots of their eyes, and they're kind of looking around, and Stone's trying to say they were behind it all, or whatever, whatever he's trying to say. But like,
and it should be said for in Nixon as well. I mean, and Nixon's a whole other movie and a whole other host of things that's about. But I do think there's a weird companionship to this movie. That he never says Nixon had anything to do with it, and the historical record never has pointed in that direction, it should be said either.
Right,
but like those other people in the room,
But so what that all says to me is that we kind of have this like pie in the sky idea about what the 50s and the early 60s were. I don't think they're all that different from today, really, because to show my, I guess, political cards a little bit here, you hear the same people say things about current political figures like Joe Biden, and the right wants to paint them as this totally extreme socialist, communist agenda.
When you talk to anybody on the left, they couldn't be more disappointed in these people.
Yeah, and
same thing with Kennedy back then.
And that's what I'm saying, is that they saw him in the same way of like, he is going to destroy this country. It's like he wasn't all that as different as they thought they were, and still citizens today I don't think realize how conservative Kennedy actually was comparatively. So in that sense, I think it says something about the country then, is that I'm not going to say it as corny as we all killed Kennedy, but the Rolling Stones were onto something when they said that, in the sense that everybody was angry about something, and that all kind of coalesced in that one moment. And I think it's, like I said, it says something that Oswald and these right-wing people were working together to do.
In a weird way, they had one commonality.
Right, that was on total polar extremes, but yet they still got along. So that's my ultimate kind of idea about what, I guess, the assassination means in a certain way. Who actually did it? I've went back and forth for years on this, but I think vaguely, definitely that Oswald was involved, and definitely that he fired shots. Were there more people involved? I think probably. Because I think there's a little bit too much evidence lying around.
I think there's too much smoke
to not have. But I don't think it's clearly not as big of a conspiracy as Stone and others say it is. I think it would be as simple as those other right-wing people did it too. And that's as simple as it would be. I don't think it would involve any form of the government. I think it's on such a smaller extremist level that people overlook, I think, and they want to tie it to all these other things that it's like, well, of course these people are going to agree with these ideas and maybe have leanings towards the CIA, but a lot of these people were either kicked out or were kind of pariahs of that because of the Bay of Pigs, or they just went on their own and did it anyway. That's my opinion of what it possibly is, but I have no clue. Yeah. But I think the facts are inconvertible that, I guess, is that a word? I don't know.
Make it up.
Whatever. Or that Oswald was clearly involved. There's no way that he was a patsy. That's very clear. But anyway, so I don't know. Well, what your opinion
let me also just say where all this goes with the whole. Was it Oswald? Was it all these things? I feel like and this isn't to say we're all in a simulation and this is the Matrix or anything like that, but if you put as many microscopes on one thing in any event in human history, it could be about like a car wreck that happens on the road or whatever. If you put enough microscopes on one thing, you're going to see some very weird, illogical things that don't really make sense, but it's like, how could all this happen?
Yeah.
This person saw this, and this person saw this, and this person heard this on the radio, and this person also was hearing the radio, but they heard something else, the same station. That if you just put it all together, you hold such tight microscopes on any human event, I think weirdly you're going to see
Jack Ruby running down the street looking stupid in JFK.
You're just going to see a lot of contradictions. Yeah. And that's not to say, again, we're all living in a simulation or has got a computer or something like that. Yeah. I'm not saying that. But the human mind is a very fickle thing, whether it is being sincere or insincere in what it says it is seeing. And I feel like this whole event it's been so studied. Every single minute of every single hour of that day, you could find volumes about as far as what happened here, that this inherently, it's not going to stand up to scrutiny after a certain point. You're going to find all these weird, illogical things that are happening. You're like, how can all this fit together? Yeah. And I feel like that is what has made this such a gold mine for conspiratorial thinking to take place. And to put Oswald at the center of this for a moment, because the movie isn't as interested in that, there are two very big conflicting truths. Both of these things are true, but they both cannot be true at the same time. So bear with me on this. For one, the whole idea of, Oswald, like, that he was a below average shooter in the Marine Corps, how could he do this, how could he this guy was a bum, this guy was a degenerate, there's Secret Service all over the city, like, how could he do this? That's not, and then, well, all these other people are there, maybe the CIA had something involved, like, that is all this just simply smokescreen for us. The disregard and failure of Oswald's life is that the one time he was successful is the one time that this guy's such a bum and a loser that we have to create these vast fictions to make us feel comfortable at night that, oh, well, this guy couldn't have done it, so let's make all this other stuff up. That, we can't just say, it's not logical enough for us to say that one below average bum forever took the life of a president and forever changed the country. That can't be what it is. It has to be something else. It has to be some big metafiction of fictions within fictions within fictions, stories within stories within stories, because that's what it would take to kill a president. Or what about this one guy happened to be at the right place at the right time and it was lucky?
Yeah.
But conversely, I think there's a truth to that. How easy for it is to say, yeah, it was Oswald. Yeah. It was Oswald. Like, that it lets us close the book definitively. We don't have to ask some of the tough questions that Stone is asking in this movie about the relationship of the military-industrial complex to what the rest of not only the decade was, but the present day is. It is very convenient that this is the guy to pin it all on. And then 2 days later, he's assassinated. We don't get any other follow-up conversations with this man. Really, the most we have is that kind of one famous little press conference that I think is depicted in the movie, and he had. That's the most, frankly, primary source material we get from him in the moment, and then he disappears. That there is a weird convenience to just us closing the book. Oh, it was him. I don't have to ask these questions. I can go to sleep, whatever. Both of those things are true at the same time. You know what I mean? And so in dealing with this, frankly, and I'm as honest about this here and saying this right here, right now, I've got no clue who did this. The more I look at it, the more confused I get. I will say, similar to you, I think Oswald had to have some involvement. He was not the pure patsy that he acted as though he was, although there were more other things behind him than he even fully understood. Which is why, in many ways, I think he's homie from way back for many reasons. Love him dearly. One of my favorite artists, Don DeLillo's book, Libra, which is a novel, but his own imagination in many ways of Oswald. I think that gets to the heart of so many of these things in such a incisive way that Oswald saw himself as an agent of history, and committing this act saw this as one of the few successful things he ever done in his life. But at the same time, there's these shadow organizations that are operating around Oswald that he has he has some idea that there's something around him, but he's not sure what it is. And as the last moments of his life is when he starts to see that and question it, and it's too late by that point.
And one of the great things about Libra, to me, is the sense that they sort of, in a way, created Oswald, or at least were like, well, we might use him for this, and then they're like, nah, we don't even want anything to do with
just
him.
Say them, just specifically
the CIA,
yes,
yeah. And those other elements that were there, those right-wing people that the CIA was using.
Yeah.
But that he makes the choice. That's what's so compelling about Oswald as a character in that book.
Libra,
and in his life, if that's the case, that no, he made the choice.
Yeah.
He said, no, I do want to do this unknowingly. And they thought, hey, Oswald, what a boob.
Yeah.
Like, and then he's like, no, unknowingly, I'll show you who I really am.
Yeah.
And went out and did that. And that's such a haunting, just
very disturbing
idea. And one of the other things about that book I think all the time about, this is kind of off topic, but it goes into the nature of the CIA and the people that we're dealing with here, is that there's that just such a masterful moment in the book where there's that guy who's in the CIA and is one of the shooters that's there basically behind the fence, and that he basically gets up on the truck bed and points the rifle, and just like with all this just like calmness, there's all these people around, and he just very quickly just like looks and kind of sees, okay, and then basically realizes, wait a minute, somebody else is shooting, and he's from that building over there, and he's like, well, whatever, just aims down his sight, shoot. It would have been what the like second shot was in the Zapruder film. Shoots him, throws the gun on the truck bed, jumps down, flips the truck bed up, gets in the truck, and they leave. And it's just the most
matter of fact,
methodical, but just so laziest thing you've ever read, but how precise it all is. And that, I think, is what is the true horror of that book to me, and what I always go back to is this one guy who nobody will ever know about if all this is real. It doesn't matter if it's real or not at this point. This is just what it is what the book says. That man is the darkness of America in its own way. Is that
the nameless,
shapeless, that it can produce that thing that did that. And so Libra truly is it really is.
For me, that's
my
second
favorite of his books.
It's probably mine as well. And I think that's, for me personally, the greatest work of art that has came out of this tragic thing. I mean, this obviously is kind of has this
cachet
and iconic nature about it naturally, because of what it is. It's being a film and whatnot. I think that naturally gives it kind of a pop cultural footprint that book necessarily could never have quite achieved, in large part because it's literature and it's kind of playing by its own rules. And it should be said that, like, in DeLillo in general, the Kennedy assassination is a recurring motif in many ways. His very first book, Americana, actually deals with a lot about basically about like an TV executive who basically goes across the country and is trying to make this documentary film and is going this way and that way, and kind of his disillusionment with America at that time. And the very last page of the book actually talks about the main character driving through Dealey Plaza. And that, from the very beginning of his career, that has been a motif that he returns back to. Of course, in Underworld later on, the Zapruder film kind of plays a role in that.
Yeah.
Libra is, of course, the biggest, by far, exploration of that for him. I wanted to just briefly read something George Will, the conservative commentator, had said about Libra. And then DeLillo's response to him in that. George Will proclaimed the study of Lee Harvey Oswald and Libra as, quote, sandbox existentialism and, quote, an act of literary vandalism and bad citizenship. DeLillo's response to him: I don't take it seriously, but being called a bad citizen is a compliment to a novelist, at least to my mind. That's exactly what we ought to do. We ought to be bad citizens. We ought to, in the sense that we're writing against what power represents and often what government represents and what the corporation dictates and what consumer consciousness has come to mean. In that sense, if we're bad citizens, we're doing our job. The best thing here, though, my favorite insult I've ever heard everywhere, anywhere. In the same interview, DeLillo rejected Will's claim that DeLillo blames America for Lee Harvey Oswald, countering that he instead blames America for George Will. So, there you go. Yeah. It should be said, my thoughts on George Will, he's actually an above-average conservative thinker on the right, but nonetheless, that is a funny kind of exchange. Yeah. But again, I think to an extent, and this might sound like a criticism of Libra, but I think it actually is one reason why it works. It kind of has its cake and eats it too. It gets to say, Oswald, and it takes some, I think, measured leaps of logic in terms of Oswald is the main character of this book, a real person. All of it informed, of course, in fact, but of course he is a DeLilloian character in that book. And almost is too perfect. You almost feel as though DeLillo would have created this man because it's in conversation with everything else he's done anyways. Right. But
it also says that the CIA
but also this other thing was and so it kind of gets to do both things.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the ultimate statement on that event from an artistic perspective is the horror of this man thinking he was totally doing on his own when in actuality there were all these other instruments and he was a puppet within his own heroic tale.
Yeah, and that their
very
own motives were a little different than something that Stone would say. Theirs were more about these CIA people who had been involved in the Bay of Pigs, and they felt disillusioned and left out in the cold by that, and they still wanted to do it, so they felt that the only way to get American support back into invading Cuba was to have a failed assassination against Kennedy that they could blame on the Cubans that would then basically escalate.
And it even talks about how within the CIA that the people who were invested in Southeast Asia and Vietnam are slowly getting more and more traction in the agency, and that they feel like this is a way for us to counteract that, to take attention off of Vietnam to more on Cuba. And the whole notion that they did not want to kill the president, they actually wanted to have a failed one. But then that kind of goes off the, once Frank Mackey gets involved, which was also very mysteriously the name of Tom Cruise's character in
Frank
Magnolia.
T.J. Mackey,
but that whole character in the book is also very haunting. That he kind of comes in and out and disappears, and has his own interpretation of what he's been ordered, and then
he's actually wanting to carry it out. I think, and so that
and
those are the people that
he just disappears from the book and the narrative quite literally. So again, I think that book is, to me, the ultimate statement on those events, even though it is a fiction, it is an imagination. But in many ways gets to the heart of why it's so compelling and why it continues to dominate our national consciousness.
Just to laugh about it for a moment. What was that? At the end, it was like one of the CIA people was down on the ground, just standing there, I think, watching the whole thing happen.
Yeah.
Was it Mackey? I think it was him, wasn't it? Where he says, he says there's an ambulance flying down the road. He says it's the dumbest thing he'd seen in 20 years.
Was it an ambulance or a fire truck?
Or a fire or something. It's the dumbest thing he'd seen in 20 years. I just think that's such a funny DeLillo
touch
on
streets.
that. Yeah, it's just like
Rain
hilarious.
Streets. That's a recurring motif.
Another funny thing in that book is I don't remember exactly what it was, but you could go look it up. But towards the beginning, it's talking about the Bay of Pigs in general, and it's talking about the way that they basically operated in that, and they would say stuff like, the boy is in the yellow house. The eagle is like, they would just say all these random stupid code words over radio to confuse the Cubans or whatever, and it's just like funny the way some of the stuff was just the most ridiculous stuff you've ever heard.
A whole little thing in that book too that I think is under talked about, not only in general but like even in the narrative, is these Cuban
the look of
exiles.
Where's the coffee?
Well, we can talk about Jack Ruby's depiction in the book in a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
sorry.
But because I think that's in and of itself fascinating.
Yeah.
But are these Cuban exiles that had been promised, oh, we're gonna get you your country back, yeah, and that they're just kind of themselves these exiles in America, and the book doesn't focus on them for very long, but even in reading Nixonland, also Pearlstein's kind of sequel to that, some of those same Cuban exiles ended up being in the whole apparatus of the intelligence community. Some of them ended up being involved as plumbers in Nixon's various operations. Of course, the biggest of which was Watergate. So there is there's a really great narrative that is waiting to be told about this disillusionment of these people waiting to go home, waiting to get their country back, and being swept up into this whole other thing. And then
because
the end
Magic
result
City
is
failed to tell it, as we know.
Magic City scholar Levi Huffman.
Yeah.
That
was before the Bay of Pigs when that was, but anyway.
But there's a little Cuban group that was still being used by the CIA, by the FBI, by various organizations.
They kind of fell into the right because they hated communism so much.
Yeah, and they were kind of a people without a country, and they didn't really know where to go and what to do, and a lot of them, again, got swept up into the plumbers operations by Nixon himself later on. So... And so there are some little character moments in the book I remember of that stuff. Again, talking about characters, Jack Ruby. I think he randomly kind of suddenly wins the book in terms of being like...
Talking about how dirty his car is and like...
And talking about he loves to like, buy food for the police. And
he's just like, such a stooge. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, that he loves to take care of the boys or whatever, and like go to the Dallas Police Department and like buy all this food for him, and they probably laugh about him behind his back. I don't know.
Jack Ruby.
Yeah,
here he is again. Which Jack, also, one of the most memorable things we talk about all the time is Jack Ruby in this movie, played of course by Master Brian Doyle Murray.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of a better person to play him, and I kind of wish he would have been even in more of the movie because he's so good at that.
By the way, real quickly, I wanted to just say there's that moment in that song. Oh gosh, the name of it just left me. Is that Bob Dylan song that he "Murder Most Foul" that came out on that newest album that was about the Kennedy assassination? And there's saying, people always say Jack, talking about Jack Nicholson. That reminds me of that. That reminded me of this. That there's a part in it where it says, something that strip club owner named Jack.
Yeah, talking about Jack Ruby.
Talking about Jack Ruby. Yeah, but that's an interesting song. But he's a hilarious character in that. I had forgotten that. Yeah, he bought all the food for the
and talks about what it means for him to stand and pledge allegiance to the flag or something like that.
That's what's so funny about Jack Ruby is that we forget what a just totally lame individual.
Well, again, another lame person kills lame person.
Yeah. So,
and that's another thing that's just fascinating about all this is just the collision of characters. As Stone's movie, I think, does a good job of displaying that. Just all the weird, contradicting elements at play with this, the absurdity of American life in many ways. Why does this matter, or does this still matter? JFK's assassination. I guess what we said earlier, I guess. But.
Well, I think it clearly does. It sounds weird to say. It does in a historical context. People are going to make that. People are going to think that I'm making that sound like it doesn't matter at all now. That's not exactly what I'm saying, but I'm just saying that I feel like we have moved on from that in certain ways. What matters about it now is what you said, is that everyone looks for a conspiracy everywhere. Mm-hmm. The kids that we teach today, and I'm not trying to be like these kids today because everybody's like this, but especially them, they will believe anything except what you tell them.
Yeah.
Anything on the internet, anything they saw in a movie or a TV show, YouTube, anything, TikTok. They will say, this is evidence that I believe because I saw it here.
And a lot of it's just confirmation bias. It's just what they want to believe
single other thing, every single piece of evidence would say, this is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And I'm getting kind of fired up about this because I hear some of the stupidest stuff that you've ever heard. And I'm like, I cannot believe that you actually think that. And that anything that you tell them as a teacher, someone who's been to college, and I'm not trying to beat my own drum here, but like people who actually are informed, that you're not going to believe that. And that doesn't make me inherently suspicious of conspiracy theories of the JFK assassination, because as we've said, who the hell knows? Yeah. There's so much going on there that I have no clue. But other than that, most things I don't find many conspiracies in, because I think that people want to look for those things to explain the unexplainable, when it's just like, even as a spiritual person, you have to believe that there are mysteries of the universe that are unexplained.
Right.
And that therefore everything that doesn't have to make sense, everything doesn't have to be logical necessarily. And even the basic logic of Oswald killing Kennedy, I mean, some people say it's too perfect, but it's like, well, maybe it's too perfect because it is.
Yeah.
It is what happened, you know?
Right.
They say Occam's razor, you know, the
simplest
explanation is probably the right one. I mean, you know, and that's not always true, but so in that sense,
well,
I
again,
think that
the whole idea of, you know, the famous picture of him holding the rifle and holding his, like, was it communist tracts
papers
or whatever, that can be used for both sides. Because it's like, oh, look how clear and obvious this is. He was proud of who he was. He was proud of owning this gun. See, that's evidence. Then the other side can say, no, see, it's too perfect. It's too perfect. They want this to come out because this just easily explains it all.
But you look at pictures of, like, Bonnie and Clyde posing with guns. I mean, that's such a stupid, infantile thing that people do. It's real. I mean, people do that, you know. I mean, so people want to... I mean, you saw the pictures of... his name just left me. The Charleston shooter, Dylan Roof.
Yeah.
I mean, he had all those pictures of all his, like, patches and Confederate flags and stuff. I mean, people still do that stuff. So that doesn't wash to me personally, because I can totally believe that that's the case. And some people say, well, why did he go buy one, or why did he order one when he could walk in and buy one anywhere? Because he's an idiot. He's stupid. Yeah. I mean, you know, I know it sounds like there's an answer for everything here, but it's like, that's probably because there is, you know. So... And I'm not even definitively saying it was him either. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
But there's no real reason to believe he wasn't involved. There's no evidence to me that points to that he was innocent ever, anywhere. Yeah. And I don't think that this movie provides any of that. It tries to, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
So,
and in general, I mean, you've already kind of led us down this track. Modern conspiracy theories. Now, I want to just say, conspiracy theories have been around since human beings have been around. So that in and of itself isn't new. I mean,
there were conspiracy theories that Mary Todd Lincoln had Lincoln killed.
Yeah.
The dumbest thing I've ever heard. But anyway.
I mean, in of itself, like Julius Caesar was himself the victim of a conspiracy.
Yeah.
In many ways, this country was founded on a conspiracy of rich people. I'm not even saying this is necessarily a bad thing, but it's just rich people in this colonies saying, hey, we don't want to pay taxes. We want our own political hegemony. Let's get them out, and British, that is, and we'll... I mean, so...
Yeah.
Conspiracy theories have been with us since forever.
Yeah.
I will say, though, and I should also say, leading up to the Civil War, there was all these conspiracy theories that John Brown was himself an agent of the North, was a federal plant, basically, to try to enact this, you know... was the inciting incident of what would later be the Civil War. In some ways, he wanted to be that himself. So I mean, he himself was looking to do that. I don't think James Buchanan was signing off on that one. So you know, that's been around for forever.
I'm just thinking about
I will say though, and this is my own. I've not read this anywhere. This is my own personal political, not even political, but just historical ideas about this. I really can't help but think, in many ways, the engines behind modern-day conspiracy theories are the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that in the wake of the Holocaust in 1945, when the horrors of that are displayed to the world in America, and we're asking all these questions, how could this happen? This was horrific. And this was not loud at the time, but it was something you could ask now. If people were asking in little ways like, wait a minute, did FDR know? Did our government know this was going on? The fact that, and again, this starts in Germany, of course, that a government could so systemically destroy its own people with the efficiency and the rigor that Nazi Germany did, very subtly, I think, planted seeds, not only in America, but across the rest of the world of, what else is the state capable of? Something so the Holocaust could happen. What else could happen? Over the course of the
people also saw the Holocaust and said it's too big, it couldn't.
Well,
happen.
you could look at it that way too, and that in of itself is a conspiracy theory.
Right, so yeah.
Either way, again, it's a Rorschach test for what do you want to look at or believe? Let me just say very clearly, we're not saying
that is the stupidest conspiracy that you could ever come up with.
The one thing the Nazis were really good at was record keeping and documenting
insane.
their insanity.
And
so,
just shame on people who even would consider that.
Well, anybody who does that is an anti-Semite and has usually anti-Semitic aims. Saying that, and so again, I think it is that to an extent. But I think it's a little more the whole idea of what can the state do. Yes. Now, over the course of the 50s, that's when some of the 47, I think, was when Roswell really happened. And so there were some ideas of, very slowly is the government hiding extraterrestrial life from us. All this dovetails into the revelation in 61 that the Bay of Pigs, we had to admit outright that the Bay of Pigs was a government, a CIA, U.S.-backed failure.
Yeah.
That in of itself
something they had done in the 50s in South America and the Middle East, and I mean that was something that was kind of an open secret,
an assassination
that was successful, and that this was. I mean, like I said, that was egg on the face of America, of everybody.
Yeah,
America.
and like that was the first acknowledgement we'd ever had that our government was lying to us.
Yeah,
officially. You could even technically go back also to the Francis Gary Powers getting shot down in the Soviet Union, but. The Bay of Pigs failure, that was this blatant acknowledgement that the government lied to us, saying, we didn't have anything to do with it. Well, actually, we did. JFK conspiracy theories existed from the moment it happened, but did not in earnest really start to go somewhere until more time had started to pass. I can't remember the guy. There's this guy, he wore glasses, he was on Buckley some and in the media, a little bit. Jim Garrison himself in the 60s was, as we'll talk about, trying to bandy this stuff about. But there's one guy in particular, he wrote some books, I can't remember his name. But so that happened. And most people for a long time bought into Oswald as the lone gunman. But I think really I'm going to skip ahead a little bit and then we'll go backwards. Watergate.
Yeah.
Watergate was this big moment of how or why can we ever trust the government again? Our own government, the president of the United States was intentionally sabotaging the other political party, was trying to blatantly, let me just say, Nixon did not order officially the break-in of the Watergate.
But he hired people who he knew would do such a thing.
Their natural conclusions were to do such a thing.
Right. Yeah.
So that in of itself is awful enough on his end. But he did try to cover it up and lie about it after the fact.
Well, because he knew it was wrong.
So we have that, and obviously he resigns in 74. Yeah. But to go backwards ever so briefly now, in the mid-'60s, the credibility gap between what was going on in Vietnam, the
Pentagon Papers.
The Pentagon Papers come out in 70.
I was going to say it was early 70s. Yeah.
71, I believe. That hey, wait a minute, our government is lying to us. They knew in the mid-'60s that this was going to be a failure. Nixon himself privately, when he wasn't in government at the time, in 65, as early as that, was telling people, this is going to be a joke, and went on to perpetuate the war.
I believe they also lied about casualty numbers.
And they would lie about that, lie about civilian casualties against the Vietnamese. And so all these lies about Vietnam.
Gulf of Tonkin incident, too. There's
that was in 64. Yeah. And to a lesser extent, I mean, people were asking questions about, was Robert Kennedy really killed as a result of conspiracy? Martin Luther King Jr., there's more juice in that tank, so to speak, in terms of if the FBI or groups were involved in that.
His son later talked to James Earl Ray, and he was convinced that James Earl Ray did not kill King.
Yeah. So I think it was Watergate instinctively made everybody look backwards for a moment and go, what have they been lying to us about this last 10 years? And then the Kennedy assassination in the mid to late 70s was becoming more and more of a thing. You can see in Annie Hall, a random Woody Allen movie, of course, in 77, of where he can't sleep. What's he thinking about? And he gets up and he starts talking about, how could Oswald have done this, that? That's like, for my money, one of the biggest, most blatant mainstream things that is starting to put that out in the ether as more of an accepted idea that Oswald was not a lone gunman. Yeah. In many ways, that's why Carter won in 76, because he said Washington sucks. I'm an alternative. I'm an outsider.
Washington,
Reagan later did that.
Washington sucks. It is garbage. Anyway, yeah.
And then Reagan did a version of the same playbook, but then he was turning it against Carter. And Reagan's whole thing was, government is evil, but let me be the head of the government. There's some contradictions in that, but whatever.
Government is evil, but let me make it big.
Yeah. Let me make it big for
me.
National security apparatus and whatnot. So ever since then, we have just become more, and Watergate was really the big moment of that is now normalized thinking. If you take what a politician or what the government says for its word, then you're a fool, you're an idiot. And ever since then, that has been so much so that is now the easy way of thinking, is that everyone's always trying to pull one over on you. And let me also say...
And that Richard Helms' eyes are black and he's a weirdo.
As in Nixon.
As Sam Watson,
A deleted scene, by the way. Not in the original cut.
No. But how could you watch the movie without that?
I don't know. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. And let me say... We should always be skeptical and,
of course,
a little bit cynical about what we're being told versus what the reality is. But when that is our natural mode all the time, I think we're missing out on a lot of the way power works sometimes, is that the most cynical thing is not always necessarily how it's working. But I think, again, this is a political issue. Conservatives feel this way. Liberals feel this way. Moderates. This is not just a purely left-right thing. This is across the board. We are now just instinctively distrust everything.
Yeah.
And in many ways, the Kennedy assassination, while not exactly the inciting incident, played a crucial role into the normalization of conspiratorial thinking.
Yeah.
Where now, I feel like it's weirder to say Oswald acted alone.
Yeah.
That is the less mainstream opinion now.
And I think if it's anything, it's that.
Or at least he had some role in some extent.
If it's anything.
Because there's some people say he wasn't even there. There's some theories rely on that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Gonna shoot that son of a bitch Kennedy in the movie where it's like they're seeing Oswald everywhere.
Which is that guy that's in every 90s movie somewhere. He's in Pulp Fiction.
He's in Natural Born Killers. Yeah. But anyway,
anything else to say in general about the JFK assassination before we go into
other than just wrap it up there, that I think that not to say that it doesn't matter, but it matters in ways that are not in the immediacy. Which sounds like an obvious thing to say, but I feel like we've moved on from that. But yet we still, I think the specter we live with is this distrust and this horror of ourselves that we still live with. But it's not as potent as it used to be, I don't think.
Yeah.
Frankly, we just live in a different world now.
Yeah.
But,
Very true. Very true.
But in the same way, like I said, I don't want to reopen this and spend 30 more minutes on it. But in the same way, like I said, that are we really all that different from back then of the type of extremism that was?
Now social media just makes it worse.
So I don't think it was all that different, and we kind of are the same in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Is there any answer? No.
And we didn't really touch on this at all in the 9/11 podcast, and I don't want to spend too much time on this here. Yeah. But of course, I feel like I've seen over the course of my own life, 20 years, 9/11 conspiracy theories are now a little bit more normalized than they were in the moment too. Yeah. So that's even something that obviously, that's. Why would the people who committed them take so much credit and glee in it if they hadn't done it? I don't know.
Yeah,
very strange.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
So let me just say, we're not. In general, would you? And we'll end on this note before we talk about the movie, or intro the movie more formally. Are there, quote, conspiracy theories you believe or are more fine with believing? Or in general, are you someone you would just say, I'm not a conspiracy theorist?
No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't really believe in anything in particular. If there's anything, it's this one.
It's a very big, broad idea to say across the board, because there's one here or there, there's maybe some smoke or there. But, there are people who naturally, they want to run to those
One that
ideas.
I have lived with and been particularly aggrieved by, because I remember where I was. I remember where I was when Sandy Hook happened.
Yeah.
And I remember specifically it happened early in the morning. It was 8 or 9 in the morning, but I didn't hear about it until my 4th period class. Randomly was in Lou Harlow was the class I was in. It was like for
the Older
New Testament.
Yeah.
class, and of course we weren't supposed to be on our phones, but one of the students, he was a senior, I was a freshman, he saw it on the news on his phone or whatever.
Yeah.
And I remember the number was like 20-some dead or something.
Yeah.
And I remember just sitting there. We were all just sitting there, and Harlow just kind of just shook his head and was just like, prayers be with them, or whatever. And and we were just all really affected in that moment. And for people and then just to see the imagery of it over the next few days, it's just because there's been so many mass shootings,
That's normalized
even
now.
before then. But that's the last one, I think, that really affected the nation.
And nothing happened as a result of it.
And nothing could get done legislatively. If you want to see that as a political implication, it is.
Yeah.
But that those conspiracy theorists, I think, operate on a level of malice and hatred for humanity that supersedes others.
Yeah.
The fact that people would take that and want to use to their own whatever. Some people would say that about the legislative means, which I don't agree with personally, but I think that is actually getting something done to prevent something.
Yeah.
This is just to say, well, the government did it so that they could do that. Anyone who believes
what
that,
a resounding failure that was.
Anybody,
if that was the case.
anybody who believes that is a truly evil human being. And I hope that you are hearing this and are offended by that, and that you change your life. So, anyway.
Yeah. Let me also just say, for the record, I'm not somebody who generally buys into conspiracy theories. And as you were saying earlier, I get very frustrated with the kids. The conspiracy theories are one thing because I've got to hear, I saw this on YouTube and blah, 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 and I've got to sit there and act like I care,
Yeah.
But another thing that also bothers me, and it's a version of this, is what-if-isms. What if the Nazis did this instead of that? Or what if the South had AK-47s? Would they have won the Civil War or whatever? I've been asked that before. And all I can say is, well, that didn't happen. How can I know what could have been or what, compared to what was? And also, and I know you agree with this, we said this before between ourselves, what happened, what we know happened, is far more interesting and debatable and can talk about that than what maybe happened, because then we're in in galaxy far, far away, and it's just like, I don't know what
and it's particularly aggravating to talk about these things with people like this because as an adult who understands logic and reasoning, that there are things that are true, sources that are true, and ones that are untrue.
Yeah.
Or not to be trusted as much. And it's hard for me to explain, and I don't even know how to explain it, of like, this is and this isn't. But I'm like, I just know that this is true.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that this thing happened. But then they want to look at it and say, but how does mine not and yours is? And I'm like, well, I can't really explain that to you. But then they want to act like they're smarter than you are.
Yeah,
and that's what makes me really mad is when people do that. Is because I'm like,
well,
because
oftentimes
I can't.
People who are far more objective in their subjectivity, if that makes sense, and like their definitiveness in the theory, seemingly, quote, in the eyes of the world, win the argument over the person who knows a lot of things but is unsure about things at the same time. In terms of like, well, I know this is what happened, but I have more questions than I have answers. The world wants people, well, this is what happened, as opposed to asking questions, and that's just the
and that's kind of
to transition back
to transition back into the movie. That's ultimately what the contradiction of JFK 1991, released December 25th, in theaters now. No, the contradiction of that movie is it's saying this is definitively what happened. But then Stone also gets to say, but I'm just asking the questions. And it's like, well, which is it? Because you're saying this happened, but then you want to say, study the past. Like, the past is prologue. It's like, okay, but what the hell are you saying?
Yeah.
Because you're not making any sense.
Yeah.
And that's why I love this movie. So, JFK, 1991 American epic political thriller film that examines the events leading to the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963 and alleged cover-up through the eyes of former New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison. Garrison filed charges against New Orleans businessman Clay Shaw for his alleged participation in a conspiracy to assassinate Kennedy, for which Lee Harvey Oswald was found responsible by the Warren Commission. Just very basically, we'll say real quickly here, the film was directed by Oliver Stone, adapted by Stone and Zachary Sklar from the books On the Trail of the Assassins by Jim Garrison and Crossfire, the plot that killed Kennedy by Jim Mars. Mm-hmm. Stone described this account as a counter-myth to the Warren Commission's fictional myth. All right.
There you go.
I want to jump down to the... We're going to be here for a while.
Yeah.
So, cast. Good Lord. All right. Kevin Costner, Jim Garrison.
You know, there was a moment in time where Kevin Costner was almost like the default leading man in Hollywood.
Yeah.
You know, there was a time I would have been more negative on Kevin Costner overall. As I've gotten older, I'm more like, he's all right, he's fine.
Yeah.
He just represents kind of bland leading man in Hollywood to me.
I mean, the swing vote era. That's what was really going on. You know?
I know now he's obviously that show Yellowstone is like one
he's
of
kind
the
of had a
biggest
second
shows
life
on TV now.
Yeah.
But I mean, this was a moment
in the 80s and the 90s. I mean, he was a big deal.
I mean, and there are some movies of him I quite like him in, like Bull Durham. I really loved that movie, and I think he's really good.
Other baseball movie he was in, not Field of Dreams.
Well,
I guess it was.
Though.
Well, no, I know, but I guess
one.
it was Bull Durham, but I haven't seen either of those. So
yeah.
But and then of course Swing Vote. But yeah.
Now we also grew up watching The Untouchables a lot.
Yes. Well, we'll be getting to that one these days.
Yeah. But what do we think of him?
Yeah, I mean, he's all right. I mean,
do you think Stone thought he had to cast the Kevin Costner
yes,
type
I think
to
so.
communicate
Because
a lot of
because
this?
clearly the real Jim Garrison, as we've read over the past few days, was a total nut job.
Yeah.
Who came up with a lot of conjecture and nonsense and used methods to obtain information that were, let's just say, inhumane is
unethical.
And unethical are words that I would think about. And then, I think it's easier to take
He's also
someone
in for the
like,
love of the game and other baseball movies.
I think that's what I was thinking of specifically. Yeah. Okay. That I think it's easier to have somebody like Costner as
just
that.
Be kind of bland, likable enough Hollywood actor, Hollywood star to lead this movie.
And to have he can perfectly play those like moments of arguing with C.C. Spacek of like, this is important. If you don't think this is important, then our family ain't important.
Was it in Canby's review that he compared him to a Frank Capra character, I think? Yeah.
And also he can deliver the moment of the family comes in he sees them. I mean, it's very a Kevin Costner movie in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And so, I mean, I think he's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
also, this was also something that I think was brought up in some of the reviews, that Costner himself was loosely, I don't know if he was Kennedy's age, but like that Jim Garrison, as portrayed by Costner, is a Kennedy-esque, quote, naive figure. And again, we know the real Kennedy wasn't nearly as naive as we've been saying also. But like that, he's this naive guy. He was raised on the New Deal. He believed government could fix problems, not create problems. And his whole ideas of that are shattered by these events. It's kind of that stereotypical thing.
Kevin Bacon is Willie O'Keefe. Strange that he's the second build.
Yeah, I don't know what the justifications for some of these billings are.
But we'll go through it anyway.
One of the most memorable scenes.
Fascism is coming back. I mean, you know what's so funny about that scene is that he's like, people need to know why. People need to know why he was killed, and he's like, no, I'm glad about it.
Yeah, right.
I'll put me on stand. I'll tell you whatever I want.
Yeah.
That character though was supposedly created out of
3 characters,
a couple characters that also not only was their testimony suspect, but also that they were a little more reticent to agree to some of the ideas that Stone's putting forth. I mean, what a performance! I mean, he's barely in the movie.
I mean, I will say, this was a risky role for Kevin Bacon to play because he himself was he wasn't Kevin Costner level, but he was, a leading man in Hollywood around this time. And also now I feel like is known more in supporting roles in movies than leading movies at the same time now. But that, this was kind of a risky role for him to play as kind of a queer character. And Should be said also, as we've read, there was a lot of criticism when this came out. Also, Silence of the Lambs had came out in 91 about these queer depictions of sadism or masochism or insanity of, see, this is... Yes. And Glad came out, I think, even against this movie. And that Stone was actually something that was in the Oliver Stone Experience book, the interview book Matt Zoller Seitz wrote, which is good, that entry for this, is that he actually was planning on doing a Harvey Milk biopic, and that the Glads complaining about this movie probably torpedoed his chances to do Harvey Milk, and later on Gus Van Sant and Sean Penn would do their version. But anyways.
But yeah, Kevin Bacon in this, he walks with a kind of swagger that's very strange.
Yeah.
And it's weird because he's not exactly like a flamboyant homosexual or anything, but what I look at it as the character itself is portrayed almost as just being weird anyway, and that all these people themselves are weird. But I do think there is a homophobia to the movie that Stone is playing into.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Anyway, the character's hilarious, so whatever. Are you ready?
Yep.
Tommy Lee Jones is Clay Shaw or
Clay Bertrand.
Clay Bertrand. So he's the guy that gets put up on the stand.
He's the biggest fish.
Yes,
so to speak,
he's basically a New Orleans real estate guy,
right?
Who was maybe, I think it's basically admitted that he was a CIA agent at one point, or a CIA asset.
Yeah,
and ultimately, he's blamed for the whole thing of saying you
again the biggest fish
because all these other people, Ferrie, Oswald, Bannister,
O'Keefe,
well, and even O'Keefe was kind of just was around these people. He didn't necessarily participate,
right.
But that Oswald, Guy Bannister, David Ferrie, all them people are dead. So therefore, the only person you can really put all this on is
Should be said that some of these
Bertrand.
characters were also minor characters in Libra.
Yes.
Guy Bannister was probably the biggest kind of
and
character.
Ferrie, and Shaw, sort of. But so he was really the biggest one, and it was kind of out of a desperation since all these other people were dead to go after him. I mean, Tommy Lee Jones
in the 90s
is my favorite decade of any actor.
Yeah.
And especially in these Oliver Stone movies. Tommy Lee Jones, clearly a very politically motivated actor. Was in Heaven and Earth. What a performance in Heaven and Earth, by the way. There's some question marks about that.
Yeah, that movie. Well, that movie in general has some question marks, but he went for it all for that. Yeah.
And of course, him in Natural Born Killers is like a whole other level.
Those are just Stone movies. I mean, of course, Batman Forever, most memorable for us as far as his Two-Face in that. Obviously, The Fugitive, that movie was a monster hit, and he won an Oscar for that even as well.
And even, I guess, a few years before this, he had been in, we haven't seen this, but Space Cowboys.
Well, later, you mean?
Oh, would that have been after? I thought that was in the late
90s.
That was in the late 90s?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that was that late.
Yeah, it was later.
Man of the House in the 2000s, No, I mean, we love Tommy Lee Jones. We'll be laughing about him the whole time, so, Anyway, Laurie Metcalf as Susie Cox.
Now, Laurie Metcalf...
So go ahead and...
Okay, so this is what's strange about this. Love Laurie Metcalf, Lady Bird, one of the great performances
on Roseanne.
Roseanne.
Although all the people on the Connors are total sellouts, screw them all, by the way.
Yeah, John Goodman.
After what happened with Roseanne,
I feel less
Barnes
bad about her, even though, but John Goodman, there's some things.
Well, but I'm even saying that whole cast
is
suspect for continuing on after the things that happen with Roseanne, but anyway.
Very strangely, though, so Laurie Metcalf was part of the Steppenwolf Theater Company out of Chicago, which was John Malkovich, Gary Sinise were the biggest ones, and some other actors. So Malkovich in the late 80s was wanting to make a Libra movie.
Yeah.
Based on not only the book, but he had been doing an earlier stage version of Libra, where John Malkovich played Lee Harvey Oswald, which I think that could be interesting to have seen back in the day. But Laurie Metcalf, on stage, played, I think, Oswald's mother and or wife, one of those. But then also David Ferrie on stage.
Yes.
Lord knows what that would have been like to have seen that. I mean, that was... And another thing I want to mention about Libra here, too, last thing maybe talk about in the movie, is that apparently Malkovich was really wanting to make a movie version, and that Stone apparently he and producers at Warner Brothers nixed that so their version could come out.
Yes.
I still would like to think one day, maybe as a miniseries or even as a movie, that Libra could exist as an adapted thing.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance that could happen one
because
day.
we're only just now going to be getting our second official
DeLillo
adaptation with White Noise after
which I'm very, very excited about. Hopefully that'll be good. But so one day that could work as something.
But so her in this movie is just part of the investigation
role,
team, just not
She's
in it a whole
part
lot.
Of his legal team.
Yeah.
But.
Gary Oldman as Lee Harvey Oswald. I think he wins the movie.
I mean, as far as pure performance, Again, the problem is that Stone isn't super interested in Oswald as a figure. Even in the idea that maybe Oswald didn't do it, that could even be interesting to explore from Oswald's perspective. Oldman, I mean, at this time he was considered one of the best actors working. I mean, after his 80s,
Nancy, and True Romance a few years after.
Yeah, so I mean, he was. It's weird because I mean he's still highly regarded, but in the 80s and 90s he was considered one of the like Mickey Rourke was in this category too, one of the best actors. And again, he's not in a lot of this movie, but is immediately memorable as Oswald, and what we know of Oswald.
One of the great lines: "What is happening to this family?" No, I think he wins the movie, which is strange because of how little he's in it.
And again, it makes you
I'm not a communist. I'm a Marxist. Leninist.
And you kind of wish like another movie was also made at this time that could have been some version or exploration of Oswald, even if it would have been Libra or something, something else. Just more of him as Oswald because he's so on the money.
Michael Rooker as Bill Broussard. A totally exasperated role. His whole character eventually basically has all these connections to, I think it's vaguely the FBI. There's that scene in the movie where that guy comes and talks to him in the rain.
Yeah.
And he's like, need to listen real hard. That guy. We'll laugh about it in the movie, but and that he basically it becomes obvious that he is way too influenced by people in the government, and he needs to be cut out. He's gone or whatever.
Right.
But Michael Rooker's usually good in about anything.
I feel like he's more known in recent years as
in a
being
few too
more,
many James Gunn movies. But
that and just like he's in a little bit more genre-y stuff in recent years, and that's not necessarily even a knock, but just you see him in the early 90s when he was in some more stuff. I really think of him in the early 90s like this and Cliffhanger, that Stallone action movie.
He was in that Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. I think that was him in that, wasn't it?
Yeah. And in all those movies, he's, other than, Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, I guess that's more of an extreme performance. But
8 Men Out, he was also in, I forgot.
But he was just kind of more traditional, straightforward.
Days of Thunder also.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Just traditional, more straightforward actor. I feel like as he's gotten older, he's played more into his weirdness as a performer.
Right.
But always good to see
him.
You know what?
You know a role he would have been born to play in the 90s, I think, would be in his Warren Oates in a movie.
Yeah, he kind of looks
like the way he looks in Days of Thunder, like that kind of Dale Earnhardt
figure. His hair kind of looks like it, yeah.
J.O. Sanders, look at that picture, as Lou Avon. I don't think he's in a whole lot of stuff. Looks like he's kind of like a theater actor, but he's like one of the kind of main friends of Garrison in the movie.
He's just kind of white guy in suit asking tough questions.
I think he was also the guy that was kind of like Ferrie's contact or whatever. He kind of was always talking to him. Other movies he was in: Day After Tomorrow, Green Lantern. Let's see, Glory, Mr. Destiny, Angels in the Outfield, Daylight, Tumbleweeds, Music of the Heart.
So this is by far
Half Nelson. You've seen that?
That's a good movie. I don't really remember
Revolutionary Road.
Yeah, that's all right.
It says he was in True Detective. I don't remember him in that, but I guess he was. Michael Rooker was also in True Detective season 3.
Yeah.
Sissy Spacek is Liz Garrison. What do you think about her place in this movie?
Well, in general, I like Sissy Spacek as an actress. Let me just say that. I mean, it's the epitome of a thankless performance, even more so than Laurie Metcalf role, because even Laurie Metcalf's character has something to do.
Yeah.
Sissy Spacek's character is literally just you're just not doing enough to be the father here, and you need to be more involved.
It's Easter Sunday.
Very bland, thankless performance. No, not a bland performance from her, but
Yes.
just like that whole character's
Well, that yes,
conception
the
in this
character is bland.
is bad.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I mean, yeah, and like even to jump back to Laurie Metcalf real quickly, even she gets to have that whole moment where she's like, he was killed in his car with a machete. You remember that scene? And then it shows like those guys, like those Cubans cutting that guy up in a machete in like a convertible or whatever.
By the way, you remember
oh
that?
yeah, so, when you mean by the book,
Yeah.
what do you mean? Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I mean, I love Sissy Spacek about anything, but yeah, her in this is kind of a miss overall.
You can
for
tell
the
it's just
movie.
like we need to make Jim Garrison be as appealing as possible, and apparently he was a little more of a womanizer as
Yeah.
a man. And it's like, him and his wife, like, and his kids, and that's what
they got divorced.
That's really
too,
what it's all about.
eventually,
Is
yeah.
that he just loves his country and his family so much, and it's just so like it
He
feels
wants
very
to sit
tacked
on
on.
his front porch and
Yeah.
in the
Our
rocking
front porch
chair,
sitting where I come from.
Yeah.
It's cornbread and chicken.
Anyway, so yeah, but we'll talk more about that as the movie
Don't
goes
talk about
on.
people maybe win the movie.
Joe Pesci is David Ferrie.
I mean, the most memorable performance for me in the movie.
Yeah,
I mean,
which
sure,
part?
like Lee
I mean,
Harvey-
which part? I mean,
Well, Lee Harvey Oswald, Gary Oldman, that's like the
yes,
best one.
Yeah,
But
no,
in terms of
Pesci.
just sheer
It's
force of
it's
will,
Pesci's movie. I mean, clearly, I mean, you got to think about Joe Pesci in 1990, in 1991. I mean, being in Goodfellas, winning an Oscar for Goodfellas,
then in Home Alone,
and then being in Home Alone, and then being in this. I mean, and
the breadth
like
of
it's
the
just
variety.
crazy. I mean, him in this movie, I've never seen anybody play more anxious in a movie.
He plays a version, in a weird way, of his Lethal Weapon character, as far as the anxiousness. But it's like this.
No, put poison in his beard. What he's talking about? Yeah, like what he's talking about?
Castro.
yeah,
But just
right.
but this is a deeply flawed evil character.
Yeah.
And his character in Lethal Weapon is like a sidekick joke.
All he wanted was to be a Catholic priest, pray in a monastery, serve God. Had this one terrible effing weakness, and they defrocked me. I mean, wow. I mean that whole scene. We're just gonna have to like really take our time with that scene.
Yeah.
One of the greatest scenes in any movie ever. I
I feel like that's
the
the movie in some ways at its height in terms of
Yeah.
the paranoia that it's like playing with is the insanity of it all, and like you want to kind of believe this guy, but you're also like this guy's a nut at the same time, and like, am I going to be able to take that in? I mean,
and you know, one of my other favorite moments of him in the movie is when they find him dead.
Yeah,
and then it shows the Cubans chasing after him.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like, "Oh, help!" Or whatever. Like, he's like running down the hallway, and like it's in like black and white, and then it shows him like forcing the pills down his throat. It's just like so insane.
Yeah,
his whole aura in the movie is just crazy. And then like I love that first scene of him in the movie. It's like the Saturday. No, it's like I think it's like the day after. It's like the Monday.
Yeah.
The day after Oswald's death. And they bring him in, and they're talking about that he drove to Dallas for a few days or something, and he said, "Oh, I was going hunting," and it's like, "Oh, he didn't have any guns in the car," and he's like, "Oh, but he said we bagged a couple," and he's like, and Costner in his Costner way is like, said there wasn't any guns in the car, David, or whatever.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He's like, "No, I remember now." And he's like, "Yeah," we forgot our shotguns or whatever. And then it cuts to Michael Rooker just sitting there looking at him.
Well, they caught this guy in a lie.
Yeah, and it's like, and then it shows the shots of like indistinct farms in Texas and like the weeds, and it's just like it's such a Oliver Stone scene, and him like fumbling over the cigarettes, and he's just so perfect in this movie. I can't. And interestingly too, how ridiculous he looks in the movie. And then, like, David Ferrie makes this, like, weird cameo appearance in The Irishman, the Scorsese movie.
Which Joe Pesci's and plays
right,
another
and
role.
then it's like, but then you look at him and you're like, well, that's friggin' David Ferrie. You know, it's just like immediately, it's hilarious. But is there a picture of David Ferrie on here? I don't think so.
There's probably some that exists
Let me
elsewhere.
look it up. He's a strange looking guy. Yeah, look.
The eyebrows are always
that's what so
sticks out.
Just like insane.
That third one or that one there. Wow.
He looks a lot like him, I have to say. Here's like a different picture of him. I think he was he in the military at some point too. I know he had these like He was a pilot, yeah. And yeah, that I think
the first line of that paragraph.
1944, Ferrie left St. Charles because of emotional instability. Yeah, but that he really
Civil
wanted to be a
Air
pilot
Patrol.
too. Yeah.
15-year-old. Well, in July 27th, 1955, 15-year-old Lee Harvey Oswald joined his.
So yeah,
squadron.
They kind of knew each other. He'd been in the military. Liberal and civil rights issues, rabidly anti-communist, accused previous U.S. presidential administration of sellouts to communism. Supported Castro.
Initially supported him.
And then didn't. Yeah, but that he was connected to Guy Bannister, former, basically special agent in charge of Chicago FBI. So yeah, he was connected to all them people anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, I mean, can't say enough of Joe Pesci's performance in this movie. We'll be laughing about it the whole time. Beata Pozniak, I think that's how you say her name, is Marina Oswald Porter. Obviously, she's not in the movie a whole lot, but she has to undergo a lot of crap from Oldman.
Yeah, right.
And she, once again, has... That's the shame about this movie, and kind of the story of all this anyways, the thanklessness that a lot of these women in this story get.
Even Jackie Kennedy is not even
no
remarked upon.
And also in Libra, that's kind of a big part of that, is Oswald's mother and Marina also, yeah. Jack Lemmon as Jack Martin. He has one of my favorite roles in the movie.
He's not in it very much.
He's in the very beginning because he dies, I think, in between because the movie kind of time jumps.
Yeah,
a couple years to Mathau on the plane and they're talking and they're like the cherry blossoms and whatever. Yeah. And
I always kind of forget Mathau's actually in this movie.
Yeah.
I always remember Jack Lemmon in it more than Mathau.
But that Lemmon is like a friend of Guy Bannister's who just kind of hangs out with him, kind of just this unassuming guy. The Jack Martin, it says he was like a, hang on, let me see what it says about him, because it talks about Trial of Clay Shaw. I'm looking here. I don't know if it says.
So he's a little more of a footnote as far as this real man.
It says that, he was just like a friend of his, and that he had supposedly been pistol whipped by Bannister the day of because he had kind of came back with him to the office of theirs that day, and that Bannister was drunk and real paranoid about, we locked my file, you the only one here today, or whatever. And that he had kind of hung around that office and seen the Ferrie Shaw contingency coming in and out, moving all these guns around and stuff, and that he thought that he basically was kind of the key to maybe this conspiracy that they're wanting to invade Cuba again with some mafia, or as Sutherland says, the mafia elements, at play, so that he kind of was just this bystander person that saw a lot of these things that happen, and but that, what do you mean you're going to write a book? But anyway, so yeah, Lemmon is in the beginning. I love that. It's probably one of my favorite moments in the movie where it's one of my favorite scenes in the movie is him explaining all this stuff and they're at the dog racing track or whatever. There's that awesome close-up shot of when Costner asks, did he pistol whip you that day or whatever? And it's like that close-up shot on his eyes just kind of looking, and there's people and then there's these people, it looks like that are watching him, and there's just this great sense of paranoia through his character that I feel like is actually the best overall paranoia through one character in the movie, other, of course, than Pesci.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Mathau as Senator Russell B. Long, actual senator.
Yeah.
He's a personal friend of Garrison's who kind of restarts and kind of reignites his interest in the JFK assassination and kind of saying, there's something that was going on there, I don't really know, and he's only in one scene when they're on the plane. Mathau, of course, great and everything.
Yeah, love Mathau. And we didn't really say much about Jack Lemmon either, but I mean...
Oh, of course, I'm sorry,
one of the all-time greats.
Interesting, they're right next to each other there. I didn't even think about, being an odd couple. They're both.
But I mean, they kind of both have these smaller, little bit, again, thankless performances that I think are meant to just further solidify this cast as far as this is a who's who of all these people involved, and we'll even give them these bit parts kind of in this too. So.
Yeah. So Donald Sutherland is Mr. X. I think overall the bulk of the movie really rests on those scenes.
Well, those are the most didactic scenes in the movie in terms of like, this is really what it's all about, and I'm going to tell you, Stone is communicating to this character. Right.
And I
this
think,
is what the thesis of all of it is.
And I think that he's right in a basic sense about everything he says in the movie is correct. He's just using all this kind of smoke and mirrors, lies, and maybe fabrications and questions to say this big thing.
Yeah.
And that Sutherland acts as the deep throat of the movie, kind of the Mark Felt of the movie. The actual Mr. X was supposedly based on Leroy Fletcher Prouty, who was the chief of special operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Kennedy, and that he had been kind of sent to Australia around the time of the assassination,
and I think there's some
or
things
New Zealand.
What they were reporting the news before it would have really happened, or something like that,
or some crap. That's clearly couldn't be true. They wouldn't be that stupid to do that, It's like, please. Anyway, but I mean,
so again, his character is the most, and it's some of the scenes we quote from and remember the most, but they're the scenes where Stone is really trying to hang his argument on in terms of communicating all that. You know, and those ideas. What do we think of Donald Sutherland in general? I mean, Donald Sutherland, always one of the most reliable faces of cinema of the last 50-odd years,
I mean, he's great in every single thing. I've never seen him be anything less than amazing in anything.
Even in the Hunger Games movies recently that I don't think much of, I don't think are awful either necessarily, but that kind of introduced him to a kind of probably whole new, younger audience.
Real quickly, before we move on to our next person, I did, of course, have to...
As we played last week, that is him sped up, our sped up version.
Because when you hear the actual scene, now I hear it as, he would have arrived days ahead of time, studied the route, checked all the windows, but in
actuality, it already is fast.
Right. But when you hear it like that, it's a whole crazy thing.
Yeah. And I mean, even in that Stone book, the Sights book, he actually even specifically mentioned Sutherland is that he said that we were lucky that he had the speed of delivery he had to get out all that information in a timely manner, So
he's amazing. So
Ed Asner.
Hi. I'm Ed Asner. As that
Granny Goodness
himself. He just passed away recently.
Well, we mentioned that on the pod.
Earlier this year. He was great. Of course, remembered more on Mary Tyler Moore, I guess, than anything. He died August 29th. So
we talked about that a while back on the pod.
I mean, he's just amazing.
Yeah, I always think of him a lot as far as the voice of Carl, the main character.
And he's barely in this too, but every moment, it's not my fault. You're the only one here today. And that scene between him...
Write a book?
What do you mean you're going to write a book? Something about that moment reminds me of, like, Bela Lugosi or something. It's like weird. There's also that great scene, It's the Day Of, where it's talking about it, when they're at a bar, talking about the assassination. And the things that he says to Lemon are so awful. It's just like, it truly shows, this this really is, like, and so that, he's a great avatar of a character for a lot of those kind of ideas that are present in the movie. Kind of an avatar in a lot of strange ways for Hoover, in certain ways, too.
Yeah, stand in some ways,
Brian Doyle Murray is Jack Ruby.
Again, we keep going through and saying, this one won the movie, this one won. I mean, he is, though, really, I think, in my top two or three performances.
Is. I mean...
He portrays... He looks like Ruby, for one thing. And he just portrays that sense of, like, self-righteousness and desperation at the same time. And there's a scene from that we quote all the time,
I'm going to find it here.
The real Jim Garrison cameos in the movie
as
a guy...
Earl Warren.
Questioning him.
Right. It'll take me a second to find the video, but I mean, one of my favorite moments in the movie is when he's like, there's that moment, where that woman is talking about what she saw or whatever, and it's like him like, she said, and I saw this man running down the street or whatever, and it's like him running really fast like down the street. It's like the goofiest image of all time of him like running in a suit and a hat. And then there's that moment where it's like the first moment he's actually in the movie, I think technically, is like him at Oswald's hearing or whatever. And it's like he says something and the camera flashes to him real quick and you're like, and subconsciously you're like, that's like Brian Doyle Murray. What is he doing there? And but I'm not sure if I can find this right now, but I've got the video somewhere of him talking to Garrison. Well, not Garrison. Oh, here it is.
And I cannot tell the truth
real
here
Garrison.
in Dallas.
Hopefully this is loud enough.
There are people here who do not want me to tell the truth, who don't want me to have a retrial.
Mr. Ruby, I don't see why you don't just tell us now.
My life is in danger. If you request that I go back to Washington with you, that is, if you want to hear further testimony from me, can you do that?
Robert
Can you take me
Richardson
with
Latin, by the
Yeah.
way.
Oh, I haven't even.
We're going to talk a lot about in the
There
movie.
would be no safe place for you. We're not law enforcement officers. Mr. Ruby, there's a great deal at stake in this matter.
See, if I am eliminated, there won't be any way of knowing any bit of
Love
the truth pertaining to my
this
situation.
moment here where he kind of looks over
Yeah.
and then he's like,
And
yeah.
consequently, a whole new form of government is going to take over this country. Yeah. And I know that I won't live to see you some other time. Because I want to tell
Got
the
willing
truth.
his body out.
And then, I want to leave this world.
I think he died of cancer.
Yeah, he died in
eventually
prison.
later. And there's
he
conspiracy
never,
theories
and he
about
never
that.
said anything.
Yeah.
That's what's weird is that he never said anything.
Yeah.
I randomly used that video off topic real quickly when Chernobyl was a big deal, that TV
Remember
show.
That? Well, that just shows you right there
Yeah.
how things just disappear from the public conversation after 2 minutes. Like,
But I remember I tweeted that. I was like, me pledging to not see Chernobyl or whatever, just because everybody's like, oh, you gotta see Chernobyl. And I was like, I didn't have anything against the show.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to put something on the record about that. I watched that show. I remember it was on like a Monday night. It was like 9 o'clock. I was at college. Didn't have anything going on. I was just flipping around TV. The first episode came on, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I've kind of heard about this show."
Yeah.
But it was before people freaked out about it.
Yeah.
So I watched moments of that show before a lot of other people ever did. I just want to put that on the record. And I was like, "Oh yeah, this looks kind of interesting. Maybe I'll get around to that one of these days."
Never
And
have.
people flip their daggum lid. Oh my god, this is the best thing ever. Nobody talks about it now.
Not to say the show's not good.
But anyway, and it looked good. I mean, but I tweeted. I remember I tweeted that I was like, me not seeing Chernobyl. I was like, pertaining to my situation.
So you can already tell that Levi, but both of us send these back and forth, have 2 sound clips from this movie that we regularly play
on repeat. On repeat.
So it's clearly something that this movie lives in our consciousness in a very real way.
Anyway. Any more you want to say about Brian Doyle Murray, Jack Ruby? Anyway, John Candy is Dean Andrews Jr. I think maybe he won the movie. I mean,
Good
what do
day to you, son.
I mean, you stop eating that crab meat. I mean, well, that's Garrison saying that in that moment. But is this off the record, Daddy-O? Let me sum it up for you real quick. If I answer that question, you keep asking. If I give you the big enchilada, you know. Bon voyage, Dino. I'm talking permanent. I'm talking a bullet to my head, you dig?
Yeah.
I mean, we literally quote this all the time.
Your Twitter picture for a while
was him on there's like another scene where he's on TV, like,
and it's just who he is.
Right, and it's like Dean Andrews, district attorney, or I
mean, you can tell he's having a ball and playing this
But
part.
so basically he plays this like lawyer, former district attorney guy who's connected to kind of protecting the Clay Shaw contingency or whatever. And he knows if I answer that question, you keep asking. But there's this whole scene where he's like eating, and he's like, quit eating that crab meat. Like, and he's like eating and going on, and he's like, he like freaks out.
Yeah.
And he's like, you as crazy as your mama, or whatever, like. And then he's like, you keep prodding it, they're gonna get on you like cock-a-doodle-doo. good day to you, sir. And then a little earlier in that scene, he was like saying, I never met the... He's like, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he says some kind of like, I never met the daddy-o or whatever, but he doesn't say that exactly, but it's like, I never met the man or whatever, but, and then it like cuts. That's another thing about the movie. We can talk about the style later, and a lot of people say this. Then it cuts to like him actually, he actually did meet with Shaw, and he's like, no, you want some cashew peas or whatever, and like, and then it's like, Shaw, like Tommy Lee Jones in the foreground, the back of his head, like going, like wagging his finger, like, no, like, I don't want any ketchup. But he's, I never met the John or whatever. But yeah, barely in the movie, of course, but what a presence. Also interesting that this was kind of like a kind of drama outing for John Candy. It was like,
he was obviously was a comedy star.
Yeah, and like it's like, and it's like the funniest thing ever.
Right.
But that he was like, I think genuinely really worried about the performance, and like really was like, I'm like really putting on, not to like make fun of that, but it's like, no, John, you did perfect, baby. It's hilarious. You know, it's just like, no, this is exactly what an Oliver Stone movie needed. You know, it's this performance. Like, when it has a million of them in the movie, but
yeah, obviously, again, he was a huge comedy star, and like you said, this is a little bit of a departure.
Also,
but
just
even
after
it's also
Home Alone,
hilarious,
also, which is funny to think. I mean, it all goes back to Home Sweet Home Alone, coming out tomorrow for when we're recording this.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you on that, by the way.
Whenever but we also want to tell a brief story about
which is connected to this randomly,
John Candy and John Kennedy Jr.
Yeah.
That apparently in the 90s when John Candy had passed away, that our father, I believe it was, or dad, told our mom, John Candy passed away, did you hear? Mm-hmm. And she thought he said John Kennedy. Kennedy kind of sounds similar, I guess. And that she was, oh no, and almost was going to cry and get emotional. But then eventually realized it was John Candy, he said. And she almost started laughing. Oh, okay, whatever, big deal, basically.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and randomly, funny enough, Matt Zoller Seitz tweeted something at one point that was a similar situation to this, and I retweeted it and said, and I told that story, and he liked it. So there's a lot of connections here that he wrote the book
and those
So
the search goes on.
No, that's one of the funniest stories ever to me, is that it's like, he ain't nobody or whatever. And then, of course, John Kennedy Jr. would later die in that plane crash. But that, that's just funny to me. Is that it's like, John Candy. And we've always kind of argued about that with her, of like, he's worth a whole lot more than John Kennedy Jr. You know,
sorry, no disrespect.
I'm not.
John Kennedy Jr. But if we're going to say who was objectively,
and that's not anything against him. I'm just saying, but John Candy was like
more valuable,
a generational figure. I mean, you know, and not that John Kennedy Jr. wasn't also in certain ways, but a lot of random. That's what makes it even weirder. About it's just everything connects to this. I mean, it's strange, but he's great. Sally Kirkland is Rose Cherami. I think she's that like friend. I believe. I don't quote me on this. I don't remember. I think she was like a friend of Marina in the movie, because there's those scenes with her. Let me look and see if she's in a whole lot else. That name sounds familiar to me. Anna. Bruce Almighty. Yeah, she's been in a lot of stuff, but I don't think she ever been in like a real big thing. Ed TV.
Yeah, it was McConaughey and Woody Harrelson.
Yeah. Anyway, Wayne Knight is Numa Bertel.
90s homie from way
Numa
back.
Bertel.
Patel?
Ravidam Patel. Paul Bartel in a Ramones t-shirt.
Is this our first time we've returned to Wayne Knight since our first episode of Jurassic Park?
Homie.
Yeah, from way back, Again, the 90s was his golden era. Obviously, this, Seinfeld.
And what's funny about this, obviously, and I think part of the joke is that him being in Seinfeld, he plays the same stand-in role as the Connolly figure in that episode of Seinfeld when there's the second spitter thing, and he actually did participate. He was a participant.
Yeah,
nice game, pretty boy, or whatever. That is ironic. That it's fun, and I think they played on that obviously with it, but it's kind of a funny thing. Yeah, I mean he's not in the whole movie a lot, but one of his great lines is "There's a lot of smoke there, gotta be some fire" or whatever. Yeah, but anyway. Pruitt Taylor Vince is Leo Bowers, or or Lee Bowers, rather. I'm sorry. Yeah, he was like a witness to the assassination, and he had died, I think. And it was like, oh, he got killed or whatever. I think he's that guy that was like the guy. I'm looking here. Yeah, he was the guy that was like, you remember, that was like up in the rail yard, I think. And yeah, that he later was like killed or something happened to him. And anyway, Pruitt Taylor Vince, that sounds familiar to me. Let me look here. He's in a lot of random stuff. Jacob's Ladder, Mississippi Burning, Nobody's Fool, Shy People, Beautiful Girls, Legend of 1900. What? Okay, Identify, Constantine. Anyway, Gotti, Bird Box. Tony Plana is Carlos. I'll say that name right. Bringrear. I think he's one of the Cuban guys. He's one of the exiles. Yeah.
Okay. I've seen that guy before.
Yeah. He's been in a lot of stuff. He's Ugly Betty, Grim Fandango, who's the main voice in that.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. I mean, they have an interesting place in the movie. But again,
kind of an afterthought still.
Yeah, at the same time,
the Cubans.
Vincent D'Onofrio is Bill Newman. He's not in the movie really at all. He's just like one of the people who witnessed the assassination.
Yeah.
I just got to say about Vincent D'Onofrio. I mean, great, about everything. Him and Men in Black. I've been watching Men in Black slowly with my kids at school during lunch.
Yeah.
I mean, that is one of the greatest performances in any movie.
Yeah,
I've ever
especially
seen.
to be a villain in a movie like that, I think that can be sometimes an afterthought.
Yeah.
That's a great example of a really good actor stepping into a role like that and really being creative in terms of...
And the whole idea of like an alien is literally inside a human
Well, it's like
skin.
a big alien cockroach,
right.
too.
And they're like having to... And it's like, oh, I got to use this human skin to do what I want to do. And he's constantly... just so fidgety and like everything.
And I mean, they did a good job on the makeup too, because even his
he
face
doesn't even
in that
look
movie,
like himself.
It looks like there's something behind it or something. You know what I mean? It just feels like.
And his first moment in the movie is basically as himself, as that farmer. And he's like,
what he normally looks like.
Yeah, and he's like, only thing that can pull some weight around here is my GD truck, and like that. And then he get your big butt back in the house. Yeah, but yeah,
I don't really remember him in this, but yeah,
he's like barely in. Oh, you'll see him in the moment. You'll go, oh yeah, that was him. He's like very early on, I think, in the movie, or at different points where he's like one of the people that witnessed the assassination. He's like crying in front of the news cameras. He's like this dad to some of these kids that were there or whatever.
So we've got through a lot of the biggest ones. So let's maybe go through some of these other ones.
Dale Dye, he's in a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah,
he's like always plays a military guy. As General Y, he's in some of the Mr. X flashback stuff.
Yeah,
Lolita Dadovich is Beverly Oliver.
She one of the witnesses, maybe?
The babushka lady. Yeah, she's like somebody that was there the day of.
Yeah.
Ellen McElduff is Jean Hill. She was an eyewitness known as the Lady in Red. She wore a red raincoat.
Isn't it wild that so many of these people that were just merely witnesses have their own Wikipedia pages and they're all like so iconic in their own way?
John Larroquette is Jerry Johnson. Basically, he's sort
of
Carson because that was that time Garrison went on Carson.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's like wearing this ridiculous thing. I mean,
love John Larroquette.
We love him in everything. Hero. I feel like we've talked about him on here before, haven't we? Maybe not. But we love him.
Most people would have known him from Night Court. He was very famously on that.
And then the John Larroquette show also.
But he's also in Richie Rich as the villain, which I always loved him in that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll talk about him in the movie a little bit as it's going along. Willem Altmans as George de Mohrenschildt. He was that guy. He was like a German guy that lived in Dallas that was like a friend of the Oswalds. He's a lot in, actually a really big character in 11/22/63, the Stephen King novel.
Mm-hmm. That's actually the first I think we mentioned that. But
which is amazing.
It's a great
great book. Definitely
one of
recommend
King's
that.
more recently best.
We talked about that on our book podcast.
We did.
Thomas Millian, he's another one of the Cuban guys. Leopoldo. Mm-hmm. Gary Grubbs is Al Oser. He's one of the other guys. He's a very distinctive looking guy. He's one of the guys that's he's like that real tall guy that's one of the investigators of Garrison. let's see if he was on Will and Grace. That's probably one of the things he's most known for Love and Honor, that TV show. Ron Rifkin is Mr. Goldberg / Speisel. I feel like I've seen him in something. Alias, Brothers and Sisters.
Is he some spook in the movie or something?
I think so. He might be that guy that's you listen real hard. I think he's that guy. Maybe. Yeah. Peter Maloney is Colonel Fink. I've heard of him in something. Revenge of the Stepford Wives, Capone, Gotham, on a lot of The Nick. He's been in a lot of stuff. John Finnegan is Judge Haggerty. I think he's just the judge in the movie. Be careful, counselor kind of guy, I'm sure. Wayne Tippett as FBI Agent Frank. Interesting that somebody named Tippett is in this.
FBI Agent Frank.
Let me actually see if he's... I guarantee you he's related to the Tippetts. He's born in Lubbock, Texas.
Yeah.
Could be. Or maybe that's just a Texas name or
Crazy
something.
Coincidence, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything here about that.
Doesn't say anything, about it. Maybe not. Maybe down the line.
Joe
somewhere.
Anderson is Julia Ann Mercer. Let's see.
Maybe
she was, I think, one of the. She might have been one of the people that was part of the Ruby nightclub people or something.
Yeah,
I don't remember. Bob Gunton as news anchor. Frank Whaley as imposter Oswald. That's that guy that's in Pulp Fiction, The Doors. Born on the 4th of July, all kinds of stuff. And, of course, Jim Garrison is Earl Warren.
Which, that's very ironic. Yeah. And I'll be honest, probably disrespectful to Earl Warren's memory, the man who presided over this whole commission that said that Oswald was the shooter, to have the guy who was trying to debunk all that
any
play
thoughts
him.
on Earl Warren in general? I mean...
Well, Earl Warren is one of the more iconic... Supreme Court justices. He was actually appointed under Eisenhower, I believe, but is known for taking the court in a little bit more of a liberal direction.
Obviously, the biggest Brown v. Board.
That was the biggest decision.
Yeah, and a lot of... I mean, a pretty, relatively, liberal Supreme Court justice. And
was seen as... One of the reasons he was selected for that is he was one of the more kind of... People of the left and right respected him.
Which makes you think even more about why would unless they were like, oh, it always a cover up. It's like, well, maybe they just didn't find anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Whatever.
One of the more suspicious people, I cannot remember his name. It's easily look upable for me.
Yeah.
Look upable though, is one guy that was on the Warren Commission, was one of the CIA guys that Kennedy sparred with. While he was I think the founding member, one of the founding guys of the CIA.
Oh, you're talking about Allen Dulles?
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of Dulles. I think that him and Kennedy had a lot of back and forth and a lot of disagreements over some things.
Allen Dulles.
Yeah. And so that is something that people look at a little more like, could he have been,
Richard Russell,
agent of the conspiracy and covering that up, or part of that, or whatever. But
Gerald Ford was also on that. I didn't know that. Did you ever know that?
No.
That Gerald Ford was on the Warren
Commission? I feel like
Commission?
that's not talked about at all. I've never heard that before.
Kidding me? I feel like that's like a really big deal. But
wow.
Okay.
I had no clue about that.
No, I didn't know that either. Okay. Well. All right. Of course, the movie was made for $40 million. It made $205.4 million. It's
almost unfathomable, and we'll talk about this in this last part, that a movie like that can make that money now.
Another big thing we forgot, Martin Sheen narrates the opening credits.
Yeah.
And we've talked about one of my favorite, not even one of, my favorite opening credits of all time. Although I have some things I want to poke some holes in about that I want to talk about later.
Well, as we've already talked about, its whole rosy take on Kennedy is a little flawed.
It's a little bit too positive of Kennedy and the whole Camelot.
Yeah.
What have you.
Oh, Camelot.
Next week.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. John Williams, of course, also scored. Very interesting score. You know what's interesting about it is it's such a weird score because it is a John Williams score, but it is very different from him also. It's very, the basic theme is, very like, oh, America, but then it has these weird, like, real percussive and loud. It's a very schizo score. It really fits the movie.
Right, I was gonna say,
I think it is both really impressive and incredibly laughable The score itself takes itself seriously.
That's
I wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. Robert Richardson, my hero.
I mean,
course.
this is this movie is exceptionally well shot, and Robert Richardson's one of our great living cinematographers in general. He's most famously worked several times with Scorsese. Did Casino. So we've talked about him already a little bit.
Worked with Stone a lot.
Yeah. Tarantino, he's worked with a lot in recent years. So he's
Scorsese,
worked with a lot of. I said
that.
Also
worked with De Niro, Barry Levinson, Redford, Ben Affleck.
But I mean,
Andy Serkis for
but
Brief.
Him and Roger Deakins are kind of seen as the two old wise masters of cinematography as far as now.
Yeah. Also, Venom, Let There Be Carnage.
Well, there you go. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
No, I totally love the way that this movie looks. It's
black and white. It's color. It's a little bit of everything.
And I think obviously they really, and they were taking this in a new. We can talk about this when we get back to the style. They were taking this movie in a new direction that they really capitalized upon to extreme effect in Natural Born Killers. I think is a totally revolutionary movie.
Who was the editors of this movie? We should call them out.
Joe. Hang on, I want to get this right. Joe Hutching and Pietro Scalia. This is the most well-edited movie ever made. I think somebody famous for saying that randomly is Kevin Smith.
Yeah. I mean, he's not wrong.
No, he's not.
This movie's insane. I mean, say what you will about the political ideas or implications of this movie. I mean, the sheer force of will of the way it moves and edits.
And a lot of his movies operate on that level, but this in particular.
I know.
Really does,
I was reading a little bit of the Oliver Stone Experience book, and that Seitz himself said that it's like a lot of things that are radical in editing that were created by such minds as Sergei Eisenstein or Jean-Luc Godard are finding their most mainstream set of eyes, the evolution of those techniques with a movie like this, and so. It's strange because it's incredibly experimental, but it feels like it's taking an influence by some of those things, but it's its own bold, fresh kind of new technique that it's also doing to adopt such a style. And Stone said himself, even in the interview, is as much of like, well, we weren't even being intentional. It was just like, well, this fits for this and this for that. And them putting together the puzzle of this movie had to have been an insanity in of itself of what
that had to have been famously, not to jump back to this again, but Natural Born Killers, I know the post-production of that was an insanity, supposedly, that the movie was done for a while and it took like almost a year, I think, or something to get it edited. No, I mean the sheer coverage that he has to get is just crazy. But yeah, particularly, it's interesting now you say that I think a lot about those scenes where they're like in the South and Oswald's walking around doing this, and it's this very harsh black and white guerrilla style filmmaking that reminds me a lot of Godard. In certain ways, yeah. So it's interesting. I've never thought about it that way until you said that, but yeah. Oliver Stone.
So you're a huge fan of Oliver Stone. I like him for the most part myself. This was actually, in the midst of his kind of golden period. I mean, in the early 90s, he was, he had been making movies in the 80s as well. I mean, two of the most iconic movies of the 80s is Platoon and Wall Street. Those are huge 80s movies.
But, neither of which I particularly like.
Agreed on that. But the early 90s was him and his apex culturally. I mean, there was this. There was his Doors movie.
I loved the Doors.
There was... what else?
Born on 4th of July.
Born on 4th of July was late 80s.
89. Yeah. Well, then you had Heaven and Earth, which was totally forgotten about.
Natural Born Killers, obviously. That movie was
one of the most
widely controversial.
If this was controversial, that was on a whole other level, of course.
I will say that movie, for its controversies, it is like, it's kind of in its own sandbox a little bit, so to speak. A movie like this is taking on the mantle of being about the subject matter that it is. And so both can be wildly controversial in wildly different ways.
Yes.
As the 90s and the 2000s have worn on, and the 2010s, he's kind of waned as a filmmaker, not only as far as his influence, but even just his own artistic contribution, I would say.
Yeah.
But as someone who is a big fan of him, what about Stone's filmmaking as exemplified by this movie to you is in a class all of its own?
Well, quickly to also remember that he kind of came about as a screenwriter.
Yeah, Scarface
also
was
Midnight Express,
movies, yeah.
Conan the Barbarian, Scarface, Year of the Dragon, 8 Million Ways to Die. We didn't mention Talk Radio.
That's actually one of my more favorites
movie
from him
Yeah.
because that movie does engage him in a lot of his stylistic impulses and political ideas here or there, but it's also Eric Bogosian's performance in that is so extraordinary, and an adaptation of his own play, even Bogosian's, that I think a lot of that movie. And that's one of my more recent favorites from him. Rocket's Red Glare, villain performance in that. I mean, you know.
I think, but to get back to your question, part of me wants to say I don't know why I love Oliver Stone, but I know exactly why I love Oliver Stone. One of the most bombastic, interesting, contradictory, fascinating voices in American cinema that we've ever had.
Maximalist to the extreme, yeah.
To kind of go off on a tangent for a little bit about this movie, JFK, when I first saw it on AMC, used to play all the time. I remember specifically it was like a big deal when they played it. I guess they got the rights to it to play it. Played it out the you-know-what all the time. We had it recorded on VHS, like, on cable. That was when you used to actually record things,
Yeah.
And I remember specifically it was a big deal. It was like, another Kevin Costner movie, Silverado, is also playing. It's like the most forgotten movie ever, but...
Yeah.
But anyway, I remember seeing this movie. I had no clue what it was about. I was just like, this makes no sense, But it is just like crack cocaine to me. I mean, his movies in general are, but specifically this movie changed the way. I mean, that was around the time we had really started to get into movies, seeing movies like No Country for Old Men, seeing Hitchcock movies. But this movie was just like an atom bomb in my mind of like, you can make you can do this with movies. And like you said, an early version of seeing what Eisenstein and Godard had done to cinema in this popular way that's about these big things. And this movie, in a lot of ways, and this is actually a sad fact, genuinely, shaped the way I think about the JFK assassination. But at the same time, I can step out of it now and say, no, this is a lot of speculation and outright lies and fabrications, but at the same time, the excitement, at least in a strange word to use, but the, I guess, fascination I have with the JFK assassination all was born out of this movie.
Right.
And my interest in it.
And when
so
it came
in
out,
that way, I think it was effective in making me interested. And so in that way, before I cede to you whatever you were going to say, in that way, I think it is an effective and an important movie that made me interested and want to ask these questions and say, oh, wow, this,
Yeah.
Anyway.
And again, I think, in 91 when this would have came out 30 years ago, I think there was enough time, the quote, ink had dried enough where, and again, the conspiratorial thinking had been bubbling enough where this was a natural step. Is all right, we're going to do a big JFK conspiracy assassination movie. As far as Stone, for me, again, this movie was a huge deal, and it's not as much for you, as much as it was for you, but in terms of just the sheer style of it, and that's what I most think about, and
that's why I love it. Yeah,
and the idea that you could have like a director was operating with this level of budget and deciding not to like have spaceships explode, or not to have superheroes jump off of rooftops, but to instead take a budget like this and like take this cold, hard look at the America was a very wildly and fascinating idea to me. That wow, you can make a movie that's this big, but actually be about politics and history as opposed to again fantasy or science fiction or whatever was a big deal. And again, we didn't really mention it much when we were recently going through some of these other ones. But another more recent revelation to me personally was Nixon. His movie he made about Richard Nixon. Anthony Hopkins played Nixon in that. Come out a few years after this. And while that movie is about some different things, it's also, to me, serves as a companion piece. And part of my disappointment slightly with this movie, or what it is that, again, it's called JFK, but it's very much Jim Garrison's story trying to make sense of the JFK assassination. And we've still yet to have, as I said earlier, our big JFK movies or series of movies or whatever. But Nixon is going deep into the subconscious of Richard Nixon. And in many ways, again, as a companion piece, and I'm not sure to the extent to which this was, and it's kind of a combination of probably all these things, but with Nixon, about him looking at and being suspicious of institutions from within those institutions. And I wonder if Stone was doing that to the extent to which he's trying to make that about Nixon's paranoia, which was legendary and without comparison in many ways, of that Nixon, while himself a person of the establishment, always saw himself as someone outside the establishment and always saw himself as someone who's being attacked by the establishment. And very famously, the most probably iconic moment of Nixon, the film, is where he walks in front of JFK's presidential portrait, which is very iconic in its own right. And again, this is not something that Nixon ever really said, but this is what is great about drama, is that it can take these historical characters and tell this truth that is between the lines, or is true in its own way, where he says, people look at you and see who they want to be. People look at me and see who they are. And one of the most effective moments of all of Nixon is, I can't remember exactly where it was in the movie. I'm thinking it's later in the movie, because that movie's it's pure Stone, so it's got that style that in many ways he was starting to craft here and with The Doors, but takes to another level as he kept making movies. Where, and again, something's very fascinating to me about Nixon is that it's almost like the White House has haunted house, and that he's trapped in this haunted house with these ghosts, be them literal or figurative, or there's Lincoln's portrait, and there's Kennedy's portrait, and it's during some moment of insanity of editing, which again could be at any point. I think it's towards the end, and there's a moment where, in the midst of showing all the craziness going on, there is some real home video footage of Kennedy with his children, kind of playing with them, and it's in slow motion. Pointing to look at this tragedy that had been all these years. And again, I feel like that Nixon acts as a bit of a companion piece to this movie, because one is, ostensibly about a president's assassination, but the president himself is an abstraction. Whereas opposed to in Nixon, it's about where the main character is the president conversed with that, but that in that the rest of the country is an abstraction, that he's hiding in the White House, this haunted place that he himself feels like a ghost in of him. And so I just think that that's such a fascinating take on Nixon. I don't think that's, quote, the canonical definitive take on Nixon, but Stone's own expressionistic take on Nixon. And again, I think that that's in and of itself a powerful work. That I think is, I'll be honest, for me personally, I like a lot. I don't know if I like as much as this, but I think it's nearly as great a film as this, even though it might even be better. It's not as iconic and immediately memorable in the same way that this movie is.
And I mean, Anthony Hopkins in that movie.
And again, I don't know how to judge that performance, because first of all, let me say, I think Anthony Hopkins.
Let's just have a little dose here.
Roger has said the same damn thing, and so did the Rosenbergs. Look what happened to them.
But that movie is a whole portrait of Nixon's insanity and paranoia. And so I don't see it as much as him trying to do exactly a Nixon impression, because if so, I don't think he quite gets there. But in terms of taking Nixon and doing this slightly other thing with it, I think he succeeds with that. But again, what are some aspects, though, of Stone you find him not be as highly regarded? Or
he clearly... Politically, he's all over the place. I mean,
in recent years, he's become more comfortable with Julian Assange and Putin and outright Russian propaganda. So that should be said. Because in loathing it's weird. I don't know if I'd say he loathes America, but in taking issue with certain aspects about America, many of which are valid in their own ways, that inherently puts him in league with people who are looking to do harm to America, like Julian Assange, like Putin, like Russia.
I think that his biggest problem for me is that he has never lived up to his style totally in his narratives and his thematic
I think that's
weight.
spot on.
I think that and for somebody who I totally love, I've always kind of expected more of him.
Yeah.
Though. And I think that
he's not had that one movie where it all absolutely clicks.
Not even Nixon.
Which is, let me just say, is rare for any director
yeah.
to make one of those movies.
Yeah.
But of someone of that artistic, prodigious nature that you would think he would get there.
I think that he gets too bogged down in the what ifs and the smut of it all.
Yeah.
I guess is
sensationalist.
the sensationalism of it all. I mean, I dearly love a movie like Natural Born Killers. I think that movie is dangerous. I mean, it truly is a dangerous film. But and he always had really interesting interviews with Charlie Rose, R.I.P. to Charlie Rose, and his whole canceledness.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying R.I.P. as in, we shouldn't have lost him. No, screw him, whatever.
It was ironic.
But that he had a really great interview with Oliver Stone about Natural Born Killers, where Stone talked about that he thought the whole point of the movie and letting off Mickey and Mallory Knox was that they were in love, and that they did ultimately want to escape, eventually realize what we were doing is bad, and we want to escape this, and we're going to get off, and we're never going to do that again.
Yeah.
And that, Rose kind of pushed him on that and said, but like, I don't think that's just. I mean, these people they are mass murderers, And he said, but I think that, and Stone said, but I think that love is the only thing that can save the world, and that is their redemption. And it's like, I don't know if I totally agree with his impulse to do that, but in its basic sense of what he is saying about that, I'm like, okay, well, I agree with that. But I think that's what gets to the heart of him as an artist, is that I agree with his kind of like how I feel about Michael Moore too. Similarly, is that I agree with their basic ideas about what they say
and what role art has in society, and what society
and like that they're saying, okay, that he's saying in that sense, love can save the world, or in the sense of JFK, that the military-industrial complex is evil and that it's fueled by greed, and so okay. But the way you get, and the same thing with Michael Moore about now what he said, some definitive things that he said and stuff like Fahrenheit 9/11, I am objectively against, like definitively. But some conclusions that he came to about Halliburton, about what the Bush administration wanted out of Iraq, a lot of those things I agree with on its very basic sense, but the methods to get there and the lies and the fabrications that they come up with along the way are ultimately, I think, what neuter their works to becoming something more transcendent. But the style is all there.
Yeah.
And that is also what's dangerous about their works, is that it lures you in.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is truly propaganda filmmaking, this movie, in a lot of ways. And it works.
Yeah, I mean I agree with all that. I think to paraphrase towards the ending of The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, a very famous line that people bring up all the time in John Ford's career, is when, this is about the American West, but I think it can be applied to Stone's filmmaking and other things too, is, when the legend becomes print the legend. But if there's so many people, this is going to be the definitive take on it, and I'm going to get lost in the details, but hey, something was there.
Yeah.
It's all a lie. Like, and now, is that exactly Stone's fault for people like taking these short-sighted conclusions? I'm not so sure, but the fact that he regularly engages in the cynicism of the audience, I think, is a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
And the fact that, as you said, that he's just, one could say, I think one of his harsher critics, and I don't absolutely agree with this, but I think there's some meat on the bone with this, could say something like, he's just taken, like kind of what you said earlier, he's taken these very real things and peddling it into smut, into sensationalism, into just the biggest, most bombastic version to make a buck.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a little bit of a harsh rating, but I do think there is an aspect of that in terms of, I wouldn't say he doesn't care, but just that he's taking it and, I'm going to do my own little thing with it, so what do you think? His own little artistic flourish. And that's what's tough is, if he said that I'm making more of an artistic statement on this than I am trying to make a factual statement, I think that would separate it a little bit.
Yeah.
But his insistence on this is reality, this is what it is, muddles the waters there into being, oh, so you are saying this is the reality, this is literally what happened. That's a bit of a foolish proposition.
Yeah, we've kind of jumped down to these we were going to talk about. We'll go ahead and kind of say that's what we've been talking about what is the movie actually saying, do you think?
Well, I think it's pretty, in some ways, it's clear and unclear.
Yeah.
What's clear is that John F. Kennedy was the victim of a conspiracy. Oswald did not act alone or really act at all. And that all of this was about the military-industrial complex getting us to the Vietnam War, which Stone himself fought in.
Did you know that?
I heard about it one time. All of it. And one time, I think I mentioned this in the last podcast. Somebody once quipped, I wish I knew who it was, that he only made this movie so he is like a detective story for him to figure out who sent him to Vietnam to fight.
Yeah.
And most of the final moments of the movie are really about like, because the movie ended in a dedication to all those who died in the Vietnam War, right? And and that seems like, somebody makes a kind of a flawed but interesting argument, and then they jump to this is what it's about, and you're like, wait, it's a little bit of a... Now, that there is the footsteps to lead us to that. I'm not saying there isn't, but to end on that note feels a little... much, a little rich for me.
And once again, this is all in the assumption that Kennedy wouldn't have sent us to Vietnam.
And again, as we said, that's flawed at best.
Which I do, and I will be out there and say, I think he would have. And that's just me. But
I'm a
like
little
you said, that's
more,
like,
and I don't know. But the fact that I don't know is not what this movie purports, or what most people say is, no, he wouldn't have done it. And again, that is yet another myth or mistruth we tell ourselves, and for all of the abstraction he's trying to engage in terms of don't believe this, don't believe that, he himself is buying into some myths with that idea, and other people are that, oh, that's clearly what would have happened. It's like you're telling yourself your own little fables and expecting that's exactly what it would have been, because as we've been talking about, that reality is far more inconclusive than you would be believed to be.
Some of his last words on this earth.
As you said, that Fort Worth speech you can go easily find.
And as far as but then the movie's also saying you were saying it was all a big conspiracy involved, but then the movie's also saying, but I'm just asking the questions,
right?
And it's like I said earlier, it's like, which is it?
Yeah,
because you're clearly saying one thing, but then saying, but I'm just saying you should study the past.
And I was reading the chapter. And again, this Seitz book, and half of it was him just regurgitating and going through the details all over again. And I think Seitz was kind of interested in that, but was also trying to push him into talking about the literal cinema, the style, making of the movie, and again, his insistence on those things leads us to believe, no, you are taking this as seriously as we maybe believed you were.
Right.
If you're insisting upon this, then, and he even made a documentary this year that played at Cannes in honor of the 30th anniversary of this movie, where it's yet another documentary. He goes through all the facts and how they're flawed in the Warren Commission yet again. Yeah. So 30 years later, he's still insisting on the reality of that. One figure we've not talked nearly enough about, and we didn't have this on this, but we should just mention it, is Lyndon Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Both as a figure of history and as a figure in this movie. He's almost, one of the most iconic images of that day was him beside of Jacqueline Kennedy on the Air Force One swearing the oath of office as he takes the presidency, and his rationale behind that. Some people thought that was callous, that he was doing that in her presence that quickly after. His rationale, which I think was the correct one actually, was the world needs to see me as president as quickly as possible to show that America has a continuity of leadership, and so I don't think he was wrong to do that.
And
it
one
can be
thing,
seen as slightly disrespectful.
And one thing I think that is definitive about Lyndon Johnson is that he was an effective leader of the nation.
Yeah,
like he was a forceful presence. Now whether his presidency was great or whatever,
he did partially trade on Kennedy's death to try to get civil rights legislation passed, because he saw that as, you could say this cynically, but it's for civil rights, so I don't think you can be too cynical about this, is that, all right, the country's going to do whatever the Congress is going to do whatever I want it to do. This is the time to push through the Civil Rights Act of 64, and voting rights was in 65. But he traded in, hey, I'm going to be the dad of the nation. I'm going to bring us back together. And he won in a landslide in '64 in large part because he was trading in on partially that sympathy that he felt.
No, he was, but I was.
And I mean, his presidency in general is certainly muddled, to say the very least. Yeah. Again, as we said, he did way more on civil rights than Kennedy did. But he also definitively turned the switch on Vietnam and increasingly doubled down on that as a priority for the nation during his presidency.
And what I meant more, I guess, was his presence was one that was felt. So in that sense, he was an effective leader for the nation in that moment that he said, no, we need people to know that there is somebody here. And, and people, disrespected him a lot in the country, but I feel like on a worldwide basis, he was a scene.
And I feel like the movie, as far as his movie's depiction of him, is almost like he's the ultimate boogeyman because he's not even really see his face. He's in these scenes and it's clearly.
I'll give you your D War,
and you can tell it's clearly him, but it's like a ghost or a monster, and you don't even really see his face. And I feel like that in of itself is kind of cartoonish. Now, obviously, Stone is already engaging in some comic book logic. I think one of the reviews brought that up. I can't remember which one it was. The Time one, maybe.
Yeah, talk about it being like a comic book.
And he's
which
already
that Time
engaging.
review is actually positive towards the movie.
It was.
But,
but engaging in, if not comic book, like not cartoonish, but like expressionistic, like logic. But that almost is a step too far to me, is like making him the ultimate boogeyman of the whole thing. The reality is that Johnson was not all that powerful in the Kennedy administration, and he felt like he was frozen out.
And that's but that's why he wanted to do it, because he wanted to be president or whatever.
And that Johnson was an agent of Washington. He had been around since the 30s, I think, maybe. I mean, had been in D.C. And so I think Kennedy really leaned on him to push through legislative agendas in Congress because he was it's an expert of the Senate and the House of Representatives. So the idea, I guess, is that, Johnson himself, which most conspiracy theories actually even do not hinge on Johnson's presence in this. This movie, though, decides that we are going to explicitly connect Johnson to the Kennedy assassination. So that's yet another leap, I think, that he takes. And again, Johnson's presidency was flawed, to say the very least, but that is something I'm like, I don't necessarily believe or buy that.
And then as far as the style over the substance part of it, we've kind of been talking about, but the movie, that goes into it, is the movie, and it said this in one of the reviews, I can't remember which one it was, that the movie traffics in this, no, that's not what happened, and then it cuts literally to a dramatized moment of, no, that actually is what happened. And it's playing with your mind a little bit. It's these kind of subtle, like, no, but actually they're lying.
Yeah.
Here, and it shows it to you, and it makes you believe it because it's showing it to you. So in that sense, it really is a piece of propaganda. As a movie.
Somebody compared it to Leni Riefenstahl. One of the reviews we read.
Yeah, and even that Frank Capra.
Candy or
I think it was,
because we read Ebert's review, and that was all very positive.
Yeah, I think it was Canby. Because he was pretty negative on the movie.
Yeah.
And also they compared it to the Frank Capra movie he made that was like Lies or whatever in World War II. It's saying like on the level of those movies.
Yeah.
But so that's, I guess, my question is, the style of the movie is so intoxicating. It's why I love it. Is it?
It's also part of the problem.
Is it inherently evil though? Maybe that's a strong word to use.
Evil is a strong word, but I mean, if it is leading us as not only audiences but as a country more down the rabbit hole of buying into this stuff, perhaps evil is the word. I don't know. Again, I mean, the whole proposition, even of making an entertainment out of this, is that evil in of itself? Yeah. I mean, I don't definitely know yes or no on that, but I mean, that should be asked.
But at the same time, that's a lot of popular history. Is that to get the information to the people, you gotta do the thing. You gotta tabloid it up a little bit.
Yeah, right.
And I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's what a lot of popular history is based on. And public history,
and I mean,
based on you gotta get it there.
That's what this movie is. I mean, it's a sensationalist view of a lot of this stuff with a slick Hollywood budget.
Yeah. So jumping back to another thing we're going to talk about, part of that, a lot of these movies are being made in the 90s.
Yeah.
So
we mentioned last week Malcolm X
Yeah.
from Spike Lee. That was 92, I believe, that came out.
Yeah.
I think it was right after this. The fact that, again, as we said last week, Warner Brothers greenlit both of these movies to be made. I think Malcolm X is an even tougher proposition because of that figure is inherently far more controversial than even this
and
is.
it's actually about the figure. It's not about a conspiracy.
But not only that, but it is making very direct. I mean, it opens with footage of the Rodney King beating, which happened literally the year before. And one day we might do that movie. Because I deeply love that, and I think that's superior to this.
Oh no, it's better. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the 90s. I mean, that was an interesting moment. I mean, I think we now think that politics and social issues are far more in the public consciousness than it was 30 years ago or whatever. I mean, you look back at the 90s.
But they're not making movies about it anymore.
Well, for one thing, the 90s in and of itself was crazy time.
Right.
And we've talked about this, I think, in the past, that it was, I think with the 9/11 one, a little
the
bit.
most violent,
that, like, suddenly,
one of the most violent decades in world history.
That we now look at rosily, and this speaks to what's going on with some of this stuff, too, because of what followed with September 11th and the War on Terror in the 2000s. But that the 90s in and of itself was a very explosive decade. I mean, a movie like... Do the Right Thing, that was in the late 80s, was not only about the moment, but was presaging the moments to come in some ways, Yeah,
that is. I've never really thought about that. It's very obvious that happened before Rodney King, and that literally...
And again, I was talking about this with a student the other day, because they hadn't even heard of the Rodney King beating, and they were like, oh, what was that about? And they were genuinely interested, and I was telling them. And I was like, what the big deal about Rodney King was not that the police were beating a black man, it was that there was video that existed, because black people have been saying that this stuff had been happening for forever, and you can even go back to the 60s and see a lot of those civil rights
movements. And everything that happened.
It's not that it never happened before, but the fact that it was so clearly caught on video was, for a lot of white Americans, a little bit of a wake-up call to go, oh, they're right when they say this. This stuff does happen. And black people were like, yeah, we've been telling you for forever. White privilege has been making sure you do not know about this stuff. And that was a little bit of... And then OJ, later on, as I was also telling the student, and they were in real time saying, wow, so he was trading in on what happened with Rodney King as a controversy. And they were like, that's evil. And they were thinking this in real time. And I was like, yeah, it is.
By the way, if you're somebody out there who doesn't believe that O.J. Simpson is a murderer, then you're a fool.
I feel like there's people out there that maybe still think that, but I feel like that's one of those things.
No, I feel like most people know that.
Even though, even in the 90s, this is in context of when this came out, was itself subject to conspiracy theories, to I think this, you think that, whataboutism. That in and of itself, again, the 90s, as we've talked about in the past and we're talking about now, we've now looked back on was this really, quote, rosy time in the way that we look at the 60s, early 60s as this, quote, rosy time. But what was festering underneath all of that was a certain dark American id that, well, as time went on, we started to recognize it. But, well, it was there back in the day, and we just weren't really recognizing it. And
literally on Succession this last week, there was that funny moment where Cousin Greg was like, 60s, great time, not for everybody, or whatever. But and it's just strange. And ultimately, what we're saying, I guess, is that they don't really make movies like this anymore.
No, and to the extent that they do, they're not certainly making the cultural footprint or imprint.
Like something like Spotlight, which is a sort of a big deal for like a week. And then
also, and this is historical. It's not necessarily contemporary, but Trial of Chicago 7 on Netflix. Was kind of talked about for 2-3 weeks, and then nobody talks about it. And the movie itself was okay to pretty good, actually, in some aspects. The movie's flawed in and of itself. But in terms of just being a big, great work of political cinema, so to speak, we talk about it for a little bit, and then we move on.
And you know what's weird? Follow me here on this, because this is kind of crazy. Did JFK in itself maybe create the idea among the intelligentsia, among the opposite of that, among the average Joe, that when a big political movie might come out, they would shrug and say, "Oh yeah, that's just the government. They just do that stuff all the time."
I think it does play a role in terms of I think you're onto something there in terms of it played a slippery slope role into further solidifying this thing. Because I'm not the type of person who necessarily holds cinema in the highest regard of, well, when Hollywood gets a hold of it, that means it's definitely in the public consciousness. But at this particular moment in time, that was a little bit of what was at work. And the fact that this was there and did move the needle, and that it actually prompted the U.S. government to release certain classified documents earlier than before, proved that this movie had an impact in of itself, you know,
right.
In a serious
and
way.
A lot of them are still sealed, I think, for a long time. But and they'll probably push the date back again. You know, they've done it for years, but there were some that did come out
as a result of this.
After this.
The public
so
pressure.
So I guess that's another question we have here is the impact of its legacy. I guess we kind of answered the question. Is maybe I don't know if that's a definitive answer of if this caused a complacency and an apathy towards such things.
Well, again, I do think one thing I think I can say about this legacy is that, you know, it came at the early 90s where the internet was starting to become more and more ubiquitous. Certainly by the end of the 90s, the internet was more of a thing. The whole idea of message boards, chat boards of, oh, I think this, I think that. Used to be conspiracy theorists were the weirdo. Who was in the comic book shop or in the record store and like, oh, this person thinks this is crazy. A movie like this does inherently, when it has that Warner Brothers seal of approval at the very beginning, implicitly as a culture, endorse the notion of, you know what, conspiratorial thinking is now the norm and not the exception.
Right.
You know, I do think that this movie plays a role in that. Now, something like Malcolm X, as far as another work of political cinema, that movie's not really about conspiratorial thinking.
No, because
that is making these connections between the modern day and the past. Well, but that's not necessarily conspiracy.
But what's interesting though about that is a lot of people would term it as conspiracy.
I guess
people that don't want to see the light and the truth. But the basicness of what it's saying is that we live in a prejudiced nation that has been time and again built upon racist attitudes and methods of subjugation, and that's literally all the movie's saying, which is the truth. And so it's like,
but that's conspiratorial thinking for
so
some.
in that sense, the other people would see it as that way. Now, whether how you want to approach Malcolm X the man, that's a whole other question that could be debated. But that's all that movie's ultimately saying. No matter what. You know. And some people would see that, and that is a cleaner connection between the man of Malcolm X and that idea than the assassination of John F. Kennedy and the whole government is out to make money on war. Like that's a little bit of a and I'm not saying that's necessarily invalid either, because I don't know, but that's a less clean conclusion to make than that is. But
well, there we go. I think we said all we can say about it for now. There's a lot of stuff.
Now we got a 3-hour movie.
If you're going to listen to all this and then all that, well, God bless. But again, we knew that's one of the biggest reasons we didn't want to do a Blue Plate special or any other big discussions about anything else, because this in of itself is a very weighty, big topic. Not only the event itself, but this movie's relation to it. So again, we got as I said, a 3-hour movie ahead of us. We're going to take a brief break. I wouldn't want
it to be any other 3-hour movie, though.
We're going to take a brief break. You're going to hear the trailer for JFK, and then we're going to dive right into the movie.
Who you scared of, Dave?
Me? I'm afraid of everybody.
Ow! Get off!
Everybody. Agency, mob, the Cubans.
You just talk to us on the record. We'll protect you. I guarantee it.
It was a day that changed our lives.
I saw a flash of light in the bushes, and that last shot.
An act that shocked a nation.
The smoke came from behind the hedge.
A moment when time stood still.
It seemed like people weren't even breathing, like you were looking at a picture.
For one man, it became an obsession with truth.
You're the DA in New Orleans. Don't you think the Kennedy assassination's a little bit out of your domain?
A commitment to justice.
Nobody's gonna tell me that kid did the shooting job he did from that damn bookstore.
A sacrifice of everything he had.
I think you care more about John Kennedy than your own family.
For everything he believed.
Nothing is going to keep me from going ahead with my investigation of John Kennedy's murder.
They tried to stop him from asking who.
If I give you the name of the big enchilada, you know.
Do I have to spell it out for you, Mr. Garrison?
Then it's Bon Voyage Dino.
They tried to keep him from asking why.
That's a real question, isn't it?
Why?
The government's gonna jump all over your head, Jimbo.
Why was Kennedy killed?
By the same people that killed us, Pop.
Nobody's gonna kill us.
Who benefited?
You have any idea what you're getting yourself into, Daddy-O?
Who has the power to cover it up?
Warner Brothers presents Kevin Costner
Now we're through the looking glass here, people.
in an Oliver Stone film.
White is black, and black is white.
People got to know.
I'm a dead man! I say let justice be done though the heavens fall.
And here we are. We're back 2 days later. Again for us.
Will Oswald be killed on this day?
We'll see.
2 days.
So this is rated R, I'm presuming.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
for exactly?
I don't think there is any specific rating. Let me actually check to be sure, but I would assume it's just that. I think that was
general
a little,
insanity.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit before they, gave reasons for rating movies. That
This
I
is
don't
very
really
clearly
think that.
gonna be a R.
I don't really think that. Oh, definitely, but I don't really think that came into being until probably the mid '90s.
Okay.
From what I don't know that for sure, but what I've noticed.
Okay.
What do you think of the trailer, by the way? While I'm getting there.
I think it's good. I mean, it gives you an idea of what it is. I mean, it shows some of our boy David Ferrie, some of his best.
I'm a dead man. Yeah. By the way, it is rated R for language. I would add some other stuff on there too, but
I guess that's the obvious, most immediate thing. But I mean,
we've talked before
about
we've talked before about the idea of like there's just certain movies that are just rated R.
There Will Be Blood, I think, comes to mind as a movie that doesn't have really much explicit things in it, but it's just not.
Yeah, and this clearly is rated R for very specific reasons, but like pretty much all his movies.
He needs to do the David Lynch thing and actually try to make like a G-rated movie and see what that would be. What's the Sam Peckinpah movie with
Junior Bonner?
Junior Bonner, which is apparently
I've never seen that, but
him. Was Steve
Steve
McQueen?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so we're watching the director's cut of this. The Blu-ray.
Who cares about Steve McQueen? Moving on. This is the director's cut, so I'm not
as you
sure.
were saying, that's almost now the canonical version.
Yeah, and
of
I
the
think
film.
that's usually the case with most of Oliver Stone's films. I have never seen. Well, I guess I technically have seen the theatrical version of this. Would have been on the TV.
I was going to ask if that's the TV version.
Probably
Usually is what they show.
What
is it? Mostly just scenes.
Yeah, it's just like extra scenes. It's like I think there's the scene with John Larroquette wasn't in the theatrical version.
Same thing with Nixon. Like that's got like a decent amount longer, I think.
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes, I think. Yeah. This isn't very much. I think it's probably somewhere
10,
around
15.
10. Yeah. Let me actually look about that real quick before we... it's almost like should have done all this research. But hang on. I don't think it's a whole lot longer, though.
So I guess, Oliver Stone is similar to Ridley Scott, where basically there's a presumption going in that whatever the theatrical cut is, like, well, there's on home video, there's always going to be a director's cut.
Well, okay, it says the original running time is 188 minutes. This one's 206, so that's what, basically...
Nearly 20 minutes.
Yeah. That's a little longer than I was thinking, but that's still not that much. That's like 2.5 hours, or 3.5, I should say.
So we're watching this off the Warner Brothers Blu-ray, the director's cut, hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Has the newer Warner Brothers logo here, which isn't even the newest, obviously, at this point. But
we kind of talked about this, but one of the defining features of the movie is the John Williams score. I think a lot about, because it's both so... It's weird because, by the way...
Sin by silence when we should protest makes cowards out of men. Ella Wheeler Wilcox.
That, it is very, like, kind of bland, like, military. But for John Williams, it's a little bit different. But then it has all these weird expressionistic stuff, too,
So the first words we hear are Dwight Eisenhower very famously gave his farewell address where he warned of the military-industrial complex, which I like to tell my students when I talk about this. This is like the outgoing CEO of McDonald's saying, you know what, Big Macs are bad for you.
Yeah.
And be like, wait, are you saying that? Are you allowed to say that? Like,
Martin Sheen appearance.
Dwight Eisenhower, the last good Republican
just
president.
Just already amazing. All this the footage that he's using, you know. Yeah, you're right about that, though. That statement you just made.
And I'm not even saying that just glibly. I think Eisenhower was actually a pretty good president overall. I mean, he kind of shrugged at the beginnings of the civil rights movement, but frankly, so did Kennedy for a lot of ways too.
Yeah.
Though he paid lip service that he was going to do more. So now again, this is always touted that the election was very, very close. Was nationwide was within 100,000 votes, which is very close. The Electoral College victory was more favorably in Kennedy's favor, but. Love how much we're jumping around here.
Yeah.
Jimmy Hoffa, brief appearance.
I am a jelly donut.
So, I told you this before. I know that one time I randomly opened up Against the Day, Thomas Pynchon's book.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what page it was. There was randomly an Eichmann Einberliner reference or joke, and that's clearly decades before all that. But
that moment, I think about that.
What am I going to do with that?
I have no clue what I'm doing. Yeah. This shot of like you can tell it's from like a Jeep. I've got all this burned into my brain at this point. It's just
I love and Sissy Spacek at the same time. Fidel Castro's on screen.
That's always been one of the most terrifying images I've ever seen. Is that it's like that famous footage of that house exploding, like Thank God. We always say, "Oh, if only we could have lived back then." I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah,
man, it's like all this. I mean, and we've got weapons that are even more destructive than that, but the threat of that is so, not even realistic at this point.
Yeah, now we're worried about climate change, which is a subtler. You can't really grasp a hold of it around
Let's
your
hear
arms.
what he says.
He said that a lot in his speeches. Towards the end, he'd say, in the final analysis, he said that a lot. Like, we'll pick that up at Harvard or what. But again, that's what's tough about this opening to me. I think it's so well done, but it is really cherry-picking a lot of things about Kennedy because it's making a patent. It needs Kennedy to be this particular agent of change to make what follows more meaningful in the eyes of Stone.
Meanwhile, it's like, what is any of this?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody was watching this like, where are we going with this? Like,
I don't know. And the movie never comes back to it either. It's just like, oh, this thing happened. It's like,
Oh, that guy standing there just kind of smoking a cigarette, fairly nonchalant, like whatever.
He's like that guy later in the movie when he's like
some of this footage you can't hear is from that Fort Worth speech we were referring to earlier.
Later in the movie, we'll talk about what happens. My mind's getting lost in all this. That later that guy's like, you saw nothing. Do you understand? Like that guy's like, you heard 3 shots or whatever he said. I don't remember. Who even knows? Not me.
You can see a Confederate flag kind of in the background there in the crowd.
Well, that's just accepted, It
was a different time back then,
I guess it's a different time now too.
Yeah. You see that one sign just said howdy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the reasons Kennedy actually came to Texas were a vaguely disguised campaign event because they were already looking at 64 as a state that they definitely needed to win, and wasn't for because this for a long time Texas had been a Democratic state, it's going to be in the process of becoming more and more Republican, and there's only been a handful of times it's actually went Democrat in the years since.
Yeah. Throw in the wanted for treason posters there.
I think last time it went Democratic was Jimmy Carter, I think, actually. 76.
So strange they're putting in real footage, his footage.
Yeah, editing all this had to be a nightmare. I mean, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, because
again, Nixon does a lot of the same stuff in terms of this real footage mixed with home, like official canonized footage, home footage, and then shot for the movie stuff.
Yeah. And you know, this is a far more effective version of such a thing, but just editing, I mean, we talked about editing something like Natural Born Killers. That would just be like, which that movie's not all that effective in its editing in a weird way. It is, but it's not, you know what I mean? Because it's so incoherent, it's just like, which is part of the point, and that's what works about it. But as effectively communicating anything, this is more about, we need to effectively communicate these ideas, like, you know.
Of all places we're going to go, New Orleans.
Dramatic music plays softly. That's kind of the whole movie, you know.
I'm just now anticipating all the things it's going to say in the future.
Oh no! It was like Christopher Walken and
Country Bears.
Oh no!
Imagine walking in the Costner role in this. The whole movie.
Him talking to Sissy Spacek, like, yeah.
We always kind of laugh about this scene here. It's like some things people say here.
Yeah, he's dirty.
Because that's another little myth we oftentimes tell ourselves. It's almost sepia, monochromatic.
That guy looks like That guy looks like Bogart. Did you see him?
Yeah. That everybody was in mourning and in shock.
Yeah.
Now most of the nation was, but certainly had people openly applauding and happy about it too. You can only imagine what it would be today. I mean,
the guy's gonna make his thoughts known.
That was obviously the first most people ever heard or saw the news. It was Cronkite's announcement.
Then, wow, just like, shut the F up, somebody. Yeah. Then we jump over to the boys, like. There's
D'Onofrio.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like it's happened 3 times before.
Yeah.
But,
Meanwhile. Like he cares about that.
Yeah, he really cares, yeah.
That guy. Oh, I see.
That's what happens when you let black people vote? What? How does that make sense? How's that track?
Jews and Catholics.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Boy.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think he needed any more, so.
Yeah, so he's like happy, but then he's randomly resentful and bitter, and it's just
Yeah.
like, what's your vibe, bro? Like,
But yeah, I've never heard anybody be so upfront in their awful beliefs as that. You know, it's just like, oh, okay, that's the type of person you are, yeah. There's a moment later where it, that. Oh! It's weird because it's like he's saying it in the moment. I don't know what I'm charged with, but I didn't do it.
Yeah.
What?
So again, I get Bannister. He was a private detective or investigator.
Yeah,
right?
well, and he had been in the FBI.
Yeah.
He had been the station chief in Chicago.
Yeah, right.
He reminds me a lot of a Hoover, you know, basically. Like,
yeah, I mean, a stand-in.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting, you know, Jack Lemmon's not in this movie much, but I think his character is standing in for a Kevin Costner of another era in a certain way of, like, kind of American decency, and that he's coming into contact with this dark side or corner of American life. Look through your files.
Wow.
We quote that all the time.
What do you mean you're going to write a book?
The slow-mo on that.
Well, it's weird. It's not even exactly slow-mo. It's like that, whatever that technique that Wong Kar-wai used in Chungking Express.
Yeah.
It's like that. It is a little slower, but it's just, I don't even know what that's called.
So that's another thing, you know, this is to talk about the real history for a bit. Oswald, you know, what little bit he was incarcerated, not incarcerated, but in custody, denied having killed the president, and it depends on if you think he had something to do with it or not, but if he did have something to do with it, what do you think his justification for denying it was? Just the pure, like, the enormity of it all just got to him, and he was just, like, in a state of denial and didn't want to take credit for it, even though he may have did it? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. What, Brian Doyle Murray appearance?
Ruby in the wings.
Fair play for Cuba committee. Anti-Castro Cuban exiles. A lot of stuff there.
So I guess that's where this all really started for Garrison, was oh, he was here for a while. We need to look
Yeah.
into if he had any legal run-ins so we can be prepared to answer questions or whatever.
Yeah. Numa.
Yeah.
Oswald's associates, boss, so one name keeps popping up, David Ferrie. Oswald was seen with him several times last summer. Oh, David? Thanks, Kerr.
Yeah, indeed.
All the law book. I always love
Yeah.
when you see in law offices, not only in movies but in real life. It's just like
all those books that are never used.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now they might have actually used them.
Yeah. Well, 2 strikes on that one.
Yeah. Nope.
And as I said, she's still alive, I know.
Oh yeah, he always has these weird sources.
Yeah.
Michael Rooker character. Extreme sort of stuff. I think this is some weird stuff,
Yeah,
Chief.
I love how that guy is
I
the
don't
most-
know what. I just don't know what we're gonna do about this.
Just the most other of all these.
Yeah.
guys.
This, the way they shoot all this, and the way this gets shot. Michael Rooker's reaction shots here they show.
It's a gift.
He shot him on TV.
And I think particularly in these early moments, the way all this movie shot and edited really works for capturing the mania of the moment
Yeah.
in terms of how it felt to have lived through all that. I can imagine.
This is crazy.
This is crazy.
This is crazy. This is just
somber instrumental
This
music.
is just some crazy stuff going on. It's funny we'll be seeing this whole moment in another movie.
Yeah.
Soon.
It is interesting too to me that what a non-factor Bobby Kennedy is in this movie in any context in terms of
Yeah.
being somebody to be dwelled upon or thought about or featured.
They talk about him being killed later,
Yeah.
but
which he would stay on as Attorney General for a little bit into Johnson's continuing of Kennedy's term, but he would soon
interesting.
exit because they didn't get along.
The editing that they had there was of like the men in the room is like already planting in your mind they're talking about things that shouldn't be talked
Right.
about or whatever. Here he is.
Here's the homie.
He really does look like him, I have to say.
Yeah. Oh, not suspicious at all how he's acting
Yeah.
when he hears that. Huh, oh, ain't that something, huh?
How could I? Everything smells
As you
like
know,
cigarettes.
as you know, Kenny was assassinated. Did you hear about this?
Total lies.
So if we're playing L.A. Noir on this one,
Yeah.
we're like live.
Doubt, yeah. Never seen him before in my life.
Oh. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
the Columbo trick.
Yeah.
We should have got Columbo on this whole deal.
so appealing about Houston?
I hadn't been to ice skating in many years, and I was with a couple of young friends.
Ice skating.
Dave, may I ask why the urge to go ice skating in Texas happened to strike you during one of the most violent thunderstorms in recent memory?
Spur of the moment thing. Storm wasn't that bad.
I see. Where did you drive?
We went to Houston. And Saturday night, drove to Galveston, stayed over there.
Literally, like, what is any of that, you know?
Him, Costner having a pipe is very like Atticus Finch.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, good, good moral lawyer vibe.
He doesn't
which I'm
smoke
sure
cigarettes.
he really did, though.
Yeah.
By the way, Garrison, that is. But
Come to think of it, they're right. We got out there where the geese were. There were thousands of them all over the place. But you couldn't approach them.
so now we're talking about geese, and we were talking about ice skating earlier. Like,
You also told us you had no weapons in the car, Dave. Isn't it a bit difficult to hunt for geese without a shotgun?
Yes, I remember now.
Yeah, we didn't have them, yeah.
yeah.
We got out near the geese, and only then did we realize we had forgotten our shotguns. Stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's interesting those shots of like the barn and the weeds. It's like trying to like intimate a lot of weird stuff goes on out here.
Yeah.
It's like okay, like yeah.
Dave, I find your story simply not believable.
Which part?
Come. Off you go. Some more somber instrumental music plays on TV. And Jack Jr.
Gentlemen, this afternoon the FBI released David W. Ferrie of New Orleans. After extensive
The guy on the right.
background check, the Bureau found no evidence that Mr. Ferrie knew Lee Harvey Oswald.
It's like Brad Bird's stern uncle, you know?
Special agent in charge would like to make clear that Mr. Ferrie was brought in for questioning by the district attorney of Orleans Parish, not by the federal. I thought we were on the same side. The help businesses
Something's afoot. This Wayne Knight look here.
Yeah.
Need to bring back suspenders, don't you think? Something about suspenders has always been inherently hilarious to me. It's just like, not wear a belt. Wear this like much harder to
it's
do
stupid.
thing. Just to keep the pants up. You know what I mean? This is weird.
It's funny it said this, and I've never noticed that.
Yeah, I've never picked that up.
It's interesting though. It moves on.
All right, 3 years later, whatever. You can already tell everything's brighter.
Yeah.
Not quite as monochromatic.
Love child.
If there's any deleted scenes,
literally like
that had any Mathau Lemon scenes together, you know.
Yeah.
I sometimes think.
Yeah. Yes, this would be, I guess, obviously 1966 or 7.
Yeah, 6 probably. Or 7.
Probably 7 because it was at the end of the year.
Summer of Love.
Thank you, honey. Plus, I think it was 68 when they did the trial. It would have had to have been because they had all the other assassinations of 68.
Yeah. I'm going to assume this movie takes obviously some leaps with some things, but that this Senator Long actually did have some reservations about whether this was true or not. And it's interesting that a few years pass and there's already senators that are like, I don't know about all that. But
well, they would have known a little more about it probably than the average people. That's a very definitive statement, though.
Yeah.
You know, like
again, I think one of the sick, darkly comic tragedies in some ways of all this is if Oswald was successful.
Yeah,
that he's such a loser that nobody would ever believe it, and that's the ultimate comedy of his life, if there is one. Like, love that he's like 3 years later. By the way, you know, Oswald was like, "What are you talking about? What you talking about?"
That we were talking earlier off air about that. That's actually Oliver Stone's son. I just found out this morning because I was looking. I was kind of thinking. I was like, I've always thought that kid looked like Oliver Stone, and I was just like, I bet it is, and looked, and it was.
Yeah.
Because he plays the young Jim Morrison in The Doors in that like one flashback, and then I think he's in Natural Born Killers at some point too, maybe. Why would you be talking about all this in front of your children? Anyway? Probably because he's a crazy person.
Yeah. Yeah, in some ways, I think, you know, Zodiac from, you know, David Fincher some years later is about a similar idea about a man's obsession is taking over his life and in some way destroying his family. That's, of course, about the Zodiac Killer.
We have a condensed version of the Warren Report somewhere that was our grandma's.
Yeah.
I have to find it. It's like not the whole thing, because the whole thing was pretty long.
Yeah. I remember reading some quotes one time from Don DeLillo talking about reading the whole Warren Report, and it's like this. I can't remember what he said about it, but talking about it's a very fascinating document to just read all of.
I'll probably do that one.
It's a multi-volume thing.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
Ooh rah rah.
He's all right. Let me get back and do this.
His affairs, the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah, like
apparently in real life, some of the things we were reading was talking about that he was a big womanizer, and so he probably had affairs outside of marriage. I don't really remember the movie. Does the movie hint at that at all?
Never.
No, okay.
No.
So because he's a great moral man.
No, because it doesn't fit into the thesis. Yeah.
And that's one of the inherent problems of conspiratorial thinking. Is that it's all about you? Like do your research, but if you go down any conspiracy theory, it's all about, I buy this information and totally disregard this information. It's very selective. I mean, this guy's hair. Your boy Robert Richardson's lighting here. The three tramps.
Ask the question. All right, let's go back to that Simmons back.
Yes, sir. Traffic had been cut off into the area since about 10, but there were 3 cars that came in during this time, from around noon till the time of the shooting. The cars circled the parking lot and left like they was checking the area.
This reminds me of that section in The Killing, the Stanley Kubrick movie of all that. About them like coming in and out of that like parking lot all the time.
It was a white Chevrolet 4-door Impala. Buddy, when
Imagine the specificity you have to get. We talk about the editing, but even going into these scenes of like, all right, we're going to shoot this in black and white.
Yeah.
This is in color. And it gets even crazier in certain scenes where it goes back and forth between them. I remember some scenes in Nixon that did a lot of that.
And that's the thing with Natural Born Killers is it does that with too, no sense. It has no sense to it. It just does it because it wants to. Like,
yeah, that just adds to the chaos of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole movie's fascinating because it was, originally a Tarantino screenplay that he claims Stone changed so much of that he doesn't really want to take credit for it. And that got really attached to Tarantino's celebrity early on in his career, like with True Romance. Like, he wrote those movies too, but I think he's more proud of True Romance and that connection.
But now that man is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Natural Born Killers is better than True Romance, but...
Yeah. It's always weird to see back in the day where men wear those like full-fledged pajamas to bed,
Lieutenant Colonel testifies that Lee Oswald was given a Russian language exam as part of his
That's just your husband waking up and saying all that, and you're like, what? For pajamas.
And then this colonel, he makes it sound like nothing. He says Oswald did badly on his test. He got only 2 more Russian words right than wrong. That's like me saying touchdown here is not very intelligent because I beat him 3 games out of 5 the last time we played chess.
What?
Ooh, he's been sleeping.
That's like one of the
now he's awake.
One of the
I'm wide awake.
One of the lines of the movie.
He's woke.
I'm wide awake.
Is he the first woke man in American history?
I don't know. Maybe John Brown.
Yeah. No, we need to see Oliver Stone's take on John Brown. That'd be something.
Or like Samuel Adams or something. I don't know. Like,
Sammy Adams.
Not because of the beer.
Dear old Sam.
Sure, Walt Disney. Walt Disney, the anti-Semite. The Nazi.
The slow-mo leave.
The Nazi. The Mafia.
Mafia. Sean Penn's I'm a Nazi. Like.
What?
Is that we're committed to making sure the Caribbean is anti-communist.
Like, if you have to be committed to saying this area must not go communist, it's like, it's probably because they don't like the way things are.
Let me just throw something out there. This is probably obvious to you, I'm sure, but I'm going to just say it.
Yeah.
The reactions against communism have always been far more severe than what communism actually is.
Yeah.
Because you know what a reaction to communism was? Fascism. Well, what that did.
I mean, fascism is coming back, as we're going to see.
But again, the whole threat of communism.
Did you hear that the Huffman brothers just said that communism wasn't all that bad? Like, no, I didn't necessarily say that, but yeah, it's all BS anyway. Me grading a paper, giving it back to a student.
But all I'm saying is, communism, for all its evils, the reactions against it have always been way worse.
Yeah.
That's what fascism.
Yeah, because even at its worst, communism, it's like it never even got to its worst in certain ways because
You hypocrite.
Because
well, Stalin was never a pure communist anyway.
Yeah, well,
so.
because fascism always was like, no, we're like always, and that was always what was more of the problem.
Yeah. I really always.
By the way, neither are good. Let's just get it out there.
Like what it's like to act. Yeah, I agree. That's my ultimate statement on all that.
Yeah.
But that what it's like.
Wait.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And that's also kind of another funny thing about communism is that, well, there's all these sects of it.
Yeah, because then there's Maoism, and that's its
all
own
gets
thing,
like,
and-
no, it's all the same,
Right.
and just boiled down to that is evil or whatever, you know.
Whereas fascism's pretty much all more or less
And
the
ultimately,
same.
my single biggest problem with communism, among many things, is its anti-religious.
Yeah, no, that's the
aspects.
biggest problem is that it's belief that religion is a opiate for the masses to make them work in slavery. Essentially, I don't believe, and I mean,
There
I'm
are-
not
there
saying
are
that
certain
that is-
aspects of that that are
and I'm not
true,
saying
but-
that is untruthful, but I don't think all of religion is
Right.
intended, and at its base level, religion that is not the intent. You
Yeah.
should take that more as a problem with the state itself, like not the ideas of religion.
Right, I agree.
But whatever. What do they know?
Anyways, what I was
Yeah.
I agree with all that.
Yeah.
But that like Robert Richardson lighting, where it's that very intense kind of light on the actor, what that has to feel like to be in that space to act in, if that's like
Yeah.
a distracting thing to
Yeah.
imagine, it's kind of could be like take you out of it. But also, professional actors are used to lights and weird angles and not being in a quote natural environment, anyways. So
yeah.
You can't remember last night, like
probably because he's an alcoholic.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably drunk himself to sleep.
This scene.
I do kind of like too that this is a few years later, and a lot of the people that were involved are in their slob era. You know,
Yeah.
just like I'm just kind of at the track, like. And what's Bacon's character's name again?
Oh, Willie O'Keefe.
When he's in jail,
Yeah.
like Bannister's dead.
Oh, this is so like.
You see
formal.
Rooker standing there,
Yeah, and he
like-
just kind of looked at him like.
Take a look.
Let's just see it. That shot. And then people watching him like. No, it's interesting. The link that Stone's making between the horses and this is like it's all a carnal animal.
It's the American
impulse.
berserk.
Yeah. It's interesting that him thinking about it made him so mad he wanted to talk about all of
Yeah.
it. You know.
Well, that's the whole truth of interrogation, even in a light way like
Yeah.
this. If you just question and wear down somebody long enough, they'll just be, well, you know what, fine, here, or whatever. That happened with Ferrie earlier, and it's going to happen
Yeah.
with him again later.
You know, it's almost like all the torture that happened in the 2000s. Never mind.
Yeah.
Not going to go into all that.
It's known that a lot of suspects at Guantanamo were intentionally lying about stuff just so it could end for them.
Yeah. That's what I just have a hard trouble believing with. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. That's what I have a hard trouble believing with all that is that those people would have been tortured to the level they were and that no information came. It's just like, and they weren't lying. Like, you know, I mean,
There
or
was
they
some
were
small
lying.
scale stuff that
just
came
to-
out of
right,
that,
or they
but-
were lying just so it would stop. Like, you know.
That's one of the more curious, unexpected aspects of the recent film, The Card Counter, is that it actually is kind of about a lot of that
my
stuff.
favorite scene in the movie overall. This is literally some of the greatest imagery ever filmed. Some of this here, fully automatic, like a machine gun. Yeah, like that.
How just unorganized it all looks.
It's almost like that's why it failed the first time.
Yeah,
Nazi types, mercenaries. All this.
Mm-hmm.
Operation Mongoose.
As we said earlier, it's so curious that someone far from the left and far from the right, as we said, would have the similar goals. It goes down to, again, to Kennedy wasn't nearly the threat that either side really thought that he was.
So that was all like some big cover of like, oh, we'll make him look bad.
Your boy.
You see that look he gave? He was like, look, and then he was like, oh, I'll just walk out all normal.
I thought this is just prep for him to be Two-Face, crazy hair.
Yeah, really, yeah.
Mannerisms, like.
You seen the real pictures of what he looks like?
I was getting ready to look. I think I have, but I can't remember.
He doesn't have hair like that. Well, later on he did, I guess. Yeah, but
kind of.
Yeah, well, that's the one I was thinking of. Is that that's like probably from the 40s?
That does look like Tommy Jones. Actually.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I don't know.
You know all that other stuff. You don't know that. I gotta go. I go to my bookie. It'd be a chance to mention an other early '90s Lemon performance in Shortcuts.
Yeah,
which he's literally so like a scene in, and just totally steals the show.
It's like the next year, I guess. That was '92, right?
Yeah.
You are so naive. Oh my God!
There we go.
Lordy. It's funny how the subtitles are having to like.
We've been friends since law school.
Yeah. Where do we even start with this scene?
I don't know. I mean, again, you're like there's all these people that come in and steal the movie, and he just comes in and he doesn't steal. He ransacks the movie.
Yeah.
I mean. Obviously, too.
Tell him whatever popped in my cabeza.
Candy was a Canadian.
Yeah.
And he's like here playing this southern, like rock on tour type.
Cashew peas. I said, hell no, then said no. Cashew peas? Yeah. And that,
one finger away.
Yeah. He needs a hot dog, like.
How sweaty he looks, too.
Yeah. I was led to believe that
it's hot here in the summer in North Carolina, but I've been to Mississippi and Alabama in the summer before. It's just a whole other level of heat.
Yeah.
Down in New Orleans, I can only imagine you're just sweating all the time, and you see these guys wearing suits. And
he was a brother, for Christ's sake. I just said the F word openly in a restaurant.
This is a different time.
He was a fruitcake.
That's the maddest he got when he was told to stop eating the crab meat.
This look he gives him here, he's like moving in on him, like he's going to do something to him, like. Is this off the record, Daddy?
Off the records, all it says. Like, Daddy-O, did you manage
this is the shot of Stone's career, honestly.
Yeah. That lips. No, I don't know. You got to tell me. This so like I really wonder if this real guy talked this way. Like he's talking really like 50s, 60s era slang. It's just for a man that age is weird. Yeah. Like dishware clammers.
Go to shorts in the jeans. Man, I hope that someday I'll work long enough as a teacher to get to the point where the farm, Angola, where I get to the point where I have a student who is the son or daughter of a female student that I had years ago, that I can stand up and say, "You as crazy as your mama." Go to shorts and the jeans, and
or daddy,
but it has to line up. Like, anyway, I hope that I hope that happens. You know,
I've talked to some of my colleagues at work, and some that have been working nearly 20 years, and they said that started to happen for them. Like, it should be a strange phenomenon, I would imagine. It's like some of their first years of kids now have kids.
Yeah.
Let's go, Willie.
Yeah, let's go, Willie. Getting jiggy with it, Willie.
Come on, Willie. Let's go get jiggy with it. No.
Looks like this would suck.
Yeah. Gosling. As you said, this is a very strange, atypical Kevin Bacon performance.
Yeah. What he's in jail for? I don't think it ever said.
Probably indecency, obscenity, something like that. He's probably publicly reading some beat poetry and then I don't even mind. Gosh dang it, you know.
Oh, he did say that's what he's in there, was basically being a male prostitute,
in the realm.
How different he looked even then.
Yeah. I can only imagine what that place smelled like.
Yeah, because...
I had cancer for years.
Yeah.
A year later.
I don't know. I don't think he's that smart, but...
Leon.
It's funny seeing this on TV.
Yeah.
It was all just like blanked out, and for years I was just like, what happened?
The hidden text.
Yeah. Bertrand. Clay Bertrand. Like, he just carries that stuff around on his person, like...
You can tell he's just, I'm just looking for a good time, and here you are going off about all this.
Remember on TV it was, all our weapons! Like... This scene is just so insane.
Yeah.
They're literally intimating like he needs to die so Johnson can be in there.
Yeah.
It's like they would like that any better.
Yeah.
All the smoke.
Yeah. And it looks even more intense with the way Richardson lights.
No, I mean, one of my favorite things ever viewed is smoke in his lighting.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You know, he hates all these people.
Yeah.
He's just like, it's always a means
That's what's
to an
interesting,
end.
too, is it feels weird as if Stone is trying to intimate that he might be gay or something, too.
Yeah.
But
Which I don't think there's really any
No.
evidence to point to that at all. But that's the key. His eyebrows.
Yeah.
I wonder how many times he's spent in a makeup chair every day. Like they gotta put a hairpiece on too. So. Especially in the homosexual underworld. As we said earlier, this movie was accused of being homophobic by GLAAD, and as I also said, that likely torpedoed Stone's chances to make a Harvey Milk biopic.
Yeah, well. So he lied and told him that, oh, we might get you paroled.
Yeah. It is always an interesting what if, and I don't like engaging in what ifs very often, but if Nixon would have won in 60, how things would have been different. Impossible to know because it's been so different. I mean.
Killed.
It's a similar thing with today, but just what an alternate reality you have to be living in of a lot of these people think, oh, Kennedy's a communist. Like, okay, whatever. Like, you just hear somebody who would say that, you just have to instantly disregard anything else they'd say, like, in terms of their philosophy or ideology. Oh, crocodile piss. Here's another Wayne Knight drip, you know.
Okay. It's trying to be like, look at what a great man he is.
Yeah. Wow, this guy's mustache, by the way.
Hell with him. I think he's
That's one of the less absurd aspects of this movie, which is
I think I've seen him in something else. Maybe, I don't know. This is probably the biggest scene of the movie in a certain way when they are going through all the information.
Yeah.
And they have the whole moment here in a little bit where they show, it's like editing along with that, someone fabricating the Oswald backyard photograph.
haircuts, fresh shave, clean hands, new shoe leather. Well, who the hell are they then? Hi, Susie. Come on, sit down. This could be it. This could be it. Let's start looking for it. What about that railroad man, Lee Powers? Saw those men at the picket fence? Graveyard pit. August this year. Single car accident.
Wow. I think he's dead.
Strange shock when he died. We need to find more witnesses, Lou. Well, it was Rose Sherman. Or she said she was a dope runner for Jack Ruby. And
Also, it did bring this back up, but
yeah,
very briefly.
Why don't we go right to the horse's mouth, Chief? Jack Ruby's been rotting away in a Dallas jail cell for 3 years. Maybe he's ready to crack.
Can't do it, Bill. If we go to him, our investigation will hit the front pages by sunrise. All right, it'll blow up right in our face.
Susie, what'd you find out on Oswald?
Negative on his tax records. Classified. First time I know a DA can't get a tax record. So I put together a list of all the CIA files on Oswald that were part of the Warren report.
So you tell that was a real picture, and then that, yeah.
And can't get one. All classified as secret on the grounds of national security.
Yeah, that's real too.
Mm-hmm.
Records. It's a study of his pubic hairs. Lonely kid, no father, joins the Marines at 17. He learns Russian. He acts overtly Marxist, but he's stationed at a top secret air base in Japan.
As in Libra, a lot of that.
He's discharged from the Marines, supposedly because his mother's sick. Stays home 3 days, and then with a $1,500 ticket from a $250 bank account, he goes to Moscow.
Mr. Oswald, do you understand the severity of the accident you're about to take?
Yes, I do, sir, and I am also very familiar with the arguments that
I wish to renounce my citizenship and become a Soviet citizen. I'm going to...
It's funny the way they edit all that. Just a lot of I understand, and like it was just cutting in and out of his dialogue, like. Mm-hmm.
But he never writes, speaks, or does any propaganda for the Russians. He meets Marina, whose uncle is a colonel in Soviet intelligence, at a trade union dance. She thinks he's Russian.
There's some conspiracy theories associated with that again, her uncle was in the KGB and that could have been a Russian. That's something that's not as widely talked about anymore as it was at the time, that maybe the Russians had something more directly involved with it. Go to that bonehead.
Well, we've talked about this in the past, but not on this pod, about the Manchurian Candidate. You know, being a part of that kind of idea of like that was a Korean thing, and
but the communist plant or from another country. White Russians obviously are referred to those who are more in the imperialist, czarist camp pre the revolution.
Yeah, that guy was a big character in 11/22/63. We had said.
Vichy France was the name of the administration that ruled under Nazi Germany during the German occupation.
Yeah.
Susie. Now, don't get sidetracked. This is the same man that bottom line nailed Oswald to the Warren Commission as a potentially violent man and linked him to the rifle.
Well, in that sense, Castro is an experimenter. He could go anywhere in that country, go the way of the communism, socialism.
You have a rifle? Yeah. Tell me, what are you shooting at? Rabbits or pheasants?
I hunt.
You hunt? Hillbillies.
We don't know he's CIA. Let's certainly very probable. Call him Oswald's handler.
Definitively in the CIA,
Yeah,
like, okay.
That's a bit of a leap, but, you know.
Presumably so he can now exercise his intellect stacking school checks at $1.25 an hour.
Arena fights often agree about many things. Secrecy, the lack of money. She says that Lee is not sexually adequate.
Anything else about him suck. I used to randomly laugh about that at college all the time with some of my friends who hadn't even seen the movie. I would just like say it all the time. What is the matter with his family? She describes him as a psychotic and violent man.
After they kept her locked away for 2 months surrounded by federal people and fearing she'd be deported back to Russia. Right, the poor woman was probably suffering from nervous exhaustion. They taught her how to answer. And when they think she's ready, they buy her new dresses, polish her appearance, and wheel her out on cue.
I would like to thank Warren Commission.
Oswald was no angel, that's clear. But who was he? I'm lost, boss. What are we saying? We're saying that when Oswald went to Russia, he was not a real defector. That he was an intelligence agent on some kind of mission for our government and remained one until the day he died. That's what we're saying. Therefore, because Oswald ain't true.
It's just so hard for me to believe that as bumbling as a character as he was, that our intelligence agencies would go, yeah, we're going to invest in this guy. I just don't buy that.
Nitrate test indicates he hadn't even fired a rifle on November 22nd. And on top of that, they didn't even bother to see if the rifle had been fired that day. He had his palm print on the weapon. Well, it went to the FBI, Bill. FBI didn't find a goddamn thing. He comes back a week later, and one guy in the Dallas Police Department suddenly finds a palm print. For all we know, it could have been taken off Oswald in a
So that's definitively what happened. I talked about this earlier in the pod because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Because he's not a smart person. I mean,
talking about a crime, Bill, pure and simple. Y'all gotta start thinking on a different level, like the CIA does.
That cut.
yeah, you can tell there was more in there somewhere.
White is black, and black is white. This maybe Oswald is exactly what he said he was. Fancy.
Eerie sound effects.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. This is where I was sitting. Shots came from near that wooden fence over there, near the overpass. And I saw a man run
Well, we all know that it was the comedian, right? Eddie Blake. I mean,
yeah,
that's who it was.
Watchmen told us, yeah.
Him and Magneto, you know, both.
It just gets more and more.
We need to make a list, somebody, of all the people in fiction who supposedly have killed Kennedy. You know.
I can't remember, and I say this to somebody who really loves Days of Future Past, the movie. What kind of nonsense it specifically intimates about that? Like he was trying to save Kennedy or something because he was one of us or one of ours, implying A, that he was either a friend of the mutants or B, was a mutant in disguise himself.
Yeah. And also that it's like, Magneto, how are you unable to save him if that's the case?
Yeah, I don't know. Almost like they didn't put in a lot of thought into saying that.
He heard it. Like that really would be a good spot for that. He's got all that tree cover.
Mm-hmm.
This moment, the greatest moment in cinema. Running like a psychopath.
Nightmare on Elm Street. Is that guy Bannister that's behind the wheel?
No, that's Ruby.
Oh, Ruby. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Just older white guy.
Me and you identified Jack Ruby on Saturday.
That's right.
The day before he shot Oswald.
That's right. When I saw him on TV, I was shocked. I turned to my family and I said, "That's the man I saw in the truck."
That would be really hard to spot. That man on TV and say, that's that one guy I saw, and he had glasses on, and I don't know about all that.
I think another thing that's, and I don't even necessarily think that people are intentionally lying about some of this stuff, but I think the case with a lot of witnesses of things on this day or other events like this is that they always want to act like they unknowingly saw the key piece of all this and are perhaps mentally inventing that or acting or presupposing something else onto
It's
that.
like what happened in the Thin Blue Line.
Yeah.
That whole story is that woman came up, basically lied about all that information. Here's this guy I was talking about earlier.
That's all we're willing to say.
No, sir. I saw a man shooting from over there behind that fence. Now, what are you going to do about that? You got to go out there and get him.
We have that taken care of. You only heard 3 shots, and you're not talking about this with anybody. No one. Do you understand me?
No one. Do you understand me? This guy, hero, not, but you know.
That guy, the right.
Yeah.
One of the biggest looking doofuses I've ever seen.
As a former FBI man, it's difficult to accept this.
Governor, tell Mr. Garrison about the carousel club.
I forgot he used to be in the FBI.
Yeah.
Well, I used to go over there a lot to see Jack, and especially my friend Jada who danced there. It was the real swinging spot in town. Everybody came. Businessmen, politicians from Austin, LBJ's friends. Dallas was
See, it's already like saying LBJ is connected. Like,
Jack. Now we're starting. There are always cops there. Jack liked to around. He was the one who used to throw out the drunk himself. It's kind of a violent temperament, actually.
Hey, how are ya?
carrying a dog around.
Again, Jack Ruby as a character in Libra is so
really pathetic.
Yeah, hilarious.
Backed out of the cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
That's his whole life.
Yeah, all that.
He wasn't good looking. He didn't look like he had any money. He looked like he was in a bad mood. Like
3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah.
Some friend he ended up being.
We'll protect you. We'll, yeah.
I understand the pressure you're under.
Mr. Chief Justice, you understand that I cannot tell the truth here.
Here we go.
The scene.
Again, here, as we said, Jim Garrison playing Earl Warren.
Yeah.
Which I said is a subtly very disrespectful thing, actually, but whatever. Old white guy, I guess. They can swap one in out for the other.
That cannot be done.
There would be no safe place for you. And that guy behind him is supposed to be Dulles. He kind of looks like him anyways.
See if I'm eliminated. Eliminated. Oh yeah, you think I'm crazy, huh? His body.
How darkly fatalistic all that is.
So what's your opinion on the Zapruder film in general? About what it has to say?
Well, for me, it's honestly just it's a bit of filmmaking hard to follow. I mean, as far as the way it cuts around, I'm not saying that's to blame Abraham Zapruder or anything. I mean, he's literally just shooting a home movie. I mean, you know, but it's hard for me to even really pick apart what's going on. So, I don't know. What about you? What do you think about it?
Well, I mean, it does clearly look like there is a shot that comes from ahead of him.
Yeah.
But like you said, it's also like, you know, like, I don't know. But it did happen. You know, it's like definitively there was a shooter from up there.
That is one of the more questionable aspects, frankly, of Oswald was the only shooter to me.
Yeah.
Is the rifle was not all that good, and the fact that he was able to shoot off all that many shots so quickly and with that accuracy, that is kind of suspect, obviously. But I don't know what to do with that. I mean, that's just... Yeah.
No, I mean that's the thing about the whole thing. It's just like there's too many questions to just, you know. like I said, my most likely opinion on all this is if there were more shooters, it had to have been the people, the Bannister people, all that, like, not anybody else involved.
Yeah.
You know, there's no big government conspiracy. It's just a bunch of extremists. So that's all it is. Like,
yeah.
I'd say these professional riflemen too, Chief. They're serious people. Hunters. Patient. Takes skill to kill with the rifle, Chief. You gotta figure that's why there's been no execution of a chief executive with one in 200 years. 3, 2, 1. Main Street's over there. Huh? Visual parade route on the way to the trademark. It's too far.
the trademark. That just makes me laugh every time I hear it.
A mart of trade.
Down here, moving at normal 25 miles per hour. The new motorcade would have to slow down to about 10 miles per hour to make that turn down. And that's where we go.
Who do you think changed the parade route?
Secret Service, city officials, Dallas police.
Lyndon Johnson.
Yeah.
Like,
Guess whose brother is? General Charles Cabin.
by the way, do you really think that if Johnson would have been involved, that he would have been willing to be out there in the crossfire of all this?
Yeah.
That's a really stupid assumption to
Yeah.
make. Like,
Best Reform Policy Association, you know who introduced him? Our friend Clay Shaw.
And the Warren Commission call him?
His boss was the one on the Warren Commission who handled all the leads to the intelligence community.
the faith that you would have to have in a bunch of people that would have to hate the progressivism, in quotes,
Yeah.
of Kennedy, of somebody who's already going to do way more for liberalism in legislatively.
Yeah.
For them to have to trust any of that you're going to be directly in rifle range and fire of an assassination, is probably one of the dumbest assumptions ever made by man. I'm just going to say. So, I just now really started thinking about that.
Yeah.
So, this guy's some mobster guy. The mafia.
Well, one could say, and I agree with what you said.
Yeah.
Play devil's advocate for a moment. That they didn't care about any domestic civil rights related things. That well, if we get the war, that'll be worth all that or whatever. Dealing with that, that would be one argument somebody could say, I guess.
I'm talking about this from Johnson's perspective, though.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well,
like, why would he
Yeah.
agree to any of that?
Yeah.
And be out there in the middle of all that.
Well, I guess they would also maybe say, well, he didn't know exactly it was going to be then. It was just going to be at some point, and he happened to be there or whatever. But yeah.
Me.
When somebody tells me a nickname that they have for themselves.
Doing all this in his house, by the way. And there's like candles lit. Why?
Oh, it's like Christmas time, I think. Yeah.
Down now, Mr. Oswald. You can drive out of here. What is he?
No honest working man can afford to buy a car in this goddamn country. Maybe I'll have to go to Russia and buy it.
Literally. Yeah, maybe you should. So we know from his draft cards, like, you could have just checked the records of his body. Oh, those were all sealed. We don't know. Like, Like, what? He's like, oh, I can agree with that. Like, Sylvia Odios. Yeah,
just
like,
a plant.
yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah.
What? That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. That's the most like
the Mexican episode.
Literally, yeah, that's literally like John Gruden in the CIA at like Halloween costume is literally what that is. Like, by the way, just want to put that out there. Like,
I tell you what, man.
Do you think he's gonna? Do you think he's gonna
man.
go into the CIA now since he doesn't have?
Maybe he already was.
Do?
No. I mean, who knows? Maybe.
Why are the Life magazines so big? By the way, like stop. You know, like I don't know why I'm so fired up about that all of a sudden. I always wondered that. You're the police. You figure it out.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God. What?
Like I said, this photograph itself, as we said earlier, could easily represent, oh, see, it's open shut, it was him. Or, oh, no, it's so open shut, it can't be him.
I swear I'm gonna do that if I ever get arrested, like, and then I'll probably be beaten to death or something. But you know, did that tailgate just fall down?
Yeah, looked like it. Yeah.
By the way, like. The American Fruit Company.
Oh, actually, we're going to be going for a while. Never mind.
Yeah.
Your boy, the trademark back.
Yeah. I always love to see him show up, you know. Is it your opinion that every single person in this movie is annoying, by the way?
Yeah.
Like, every single person?
Jack Lemmon was kind of whatever, I guess. I mean, he wasn't that bad, I guess. But that's just Jack Lemmon, maybe.
But it's like, either way, it's like, I don't think we should go after him. Like, he's a good man. And then, like, no, we need to do it. Like, you know, and it's just like, whatever. All of it's stupid. Oliver Stone was there, like. Mm-hmm. He even daggum has it in the doors at the end. Just like, can you get over that? I mean, listen, I get it. Like, I wasn't in the Vietnam War, and he was. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, and I get it.
You weren't in it, or he was, or both.
Nah, take your pick. I get you're the policeman. You work it out. I mean, you know, but that, like, I get it. It was terrible. It was awful. It was unjust. It. Blah, blah, blah. But can you just, like, get over it, man? You know? Just, like, I get it, okay? I get that I don't get it, all right?
Oh, wait, no, like,
this Easter, though.
Mandated crisis of family. I don't know if she's gonna be showing up in the courtroom later. Like, it's strained on the relationship.
We're supposed to be going and doing this. I'll be there. I promise.
I promise.
Literally, like. But did it really have to be on this day, by the way?
Exactly. Couldn't wait till Monday. Okay.
Well, in an investigation we're conducting, your name has come up a number of times.
Wouldn't imagine where.
You've recently talked to a number of men who claim to know you.
And like, that's like if somebody walked up to me and was like, "Did you know that people know who you are?" Like, yeah.
That doorbell.
Yeah.
So.
That's a little bit too early on in that moment. That's not all that effective, actually, to do is like that early. Hey, when you're firing from the hip, like this movie, like that guy with the Garand earlier, you know, the M1 Garand, like champagne, like refresh your memory. All his servants are probably like, this is some weird stuff going on here. A long night. Till they cut to Laurie Metcalf to be like, Oliver Stone is clearly disgusted by this behavior. It's just like, Frankie Jenkins. Me. The picture. Percussion beat. That is absolute nonsense.
My dear.
My dear Mr. Gaston. As you well know, it's weird to hear Tommy Lee Jones doing a southern homosexual accent. It's just like, what? Like, meanwhile. Yeah. I remember when I was seeing this on TV.
Yeah, how's it?
You know, well, not as much as it ought to. Yeah, not as much as you would think.
What did you think of that?
I didn't know what to think of it. I was just like, what is any of this? Meanwhile.
Naturally, are you claiming Mr. Garrison and Mr. Oswald also had dinner with me?
Shaw, have you ever met Lee Harvey Oswald?
You really have me consorting with the sordid cast of caricatures, don't you?
Answer the question.
Of course not. It's such a pity, that assassination. In fact, I admired President Kennedy, a man of truth and honest, wife of impeccable taste.
That's the thing he most admired was their taste and the way they dressed.
Shirley Temple. Why did they even let him come with water guns? Who, Oliver?
Was he improv that?
Yeah, like... man. A creature.
Says that this company was expelled from Italy for those activities. I'm well aware of that asinine article. I'm taking very seriously of suing that rag. It also says that this company is linked to the Schlumberger Tool Company here in Homer, Louisiana, which helped provide arms to David Ferrie and his Cubans. Mr. Garrison, you're reaching. Am I? I'm an international businessman. The trademark which I founded is American.
Reprise, you know. That trademark. Promote. Why would he randomly all the thing? Oh, I promote free trade. That's a red flag right there. It's just like, oh, okay, I know who you are.
And if I were, Mr. Garrison, do you believe I would be here today talking to somebody like you?
That is a statement.
People like you don't have to, I guess. May I go? People like you, they just walk between the raindrops.
Whispers.
Rattling. Wow.
Regardless of what you may think of me, Mr. Garrison, I am a patriot first and foremost. I've spent half my life in the United States military serving and defending this great country, Mr. Shaw. And you're the first person I ever met who considered an act of patriotism to murder his own president. Now, just a minute, sir. You are way out of line. I'm sorry, Mr. Shaw. It's getting late. That's all the questions we have.
His face.
Rooker out of focus.
Yeah. This farewell. Look like Michael Richards leaving or something. I mean, yeah, but I'm not really sure what you
really gave up anything.
Yeah,
but
may I go? I mean,
may I go? I'm sorry, but Clay Shaw, me and him had a good time.
I don't know what to say except I'm sorry. I just don't have rabbits on my mind.
What?
Easter. Lost continent of Atlantis. He's just such a good man, and she just doesn't get it, you know?
Yeah. So no, it was exactly 3 years. Like,
when they are on the trail of the assassins, should be seen. This is a setback, you know.
Yeah, this is the setback part of the movie.
Yeah, will they recover?
That's the thing that's easy to forget about this movie is it's all a courtroom drama, and it's just like,
Well, either we pull out now or we go through some heavy flak together. Bear in mind, each of you, this may affect the rest of
If you don't want to be a part of it, walk out.
pull out now. I assure reassign you to regular duties.
Yeah, think about all the actual stuff that's going on there in the city that they're just not dealing with.
People who are falsely accused of murder or all this stuff, and then we're gonna be the ones who figure out who killed the president. Doofus.
She said the bugs on the cake. Is that what she literally just said?
Bugs on the cake.
Interesting questions.
Yeah, vaguely reminds me of Gore Vidal, but
yeah. Meanwhile, the scene.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. This is comparable to me for the. I mean, I don't know. It's like this and the candy scene,
Yeah. That isn't what he said that was on the subtitles, by the way.
Well, he's talking as he's doing it. He can't hear you say what you're saying. He likes your mind.
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
Me too. His hair.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever all that was. Well, that was definitive, I guess.
Well, yeah.
I wonder how you felt about him, really, though.
Yeah. Right. Just think about like David Ferrie's going to be the guy to crack the cure for cancer.
Yeah.
But maybe that was another reason the agency wanted him dead. You can't have that.
Home Sweet Home Alone moment. Look. The music kicks in. Look at all this is just like nonsense.
Yeah.
I have no clue what any of this is.
It's only in recent years I've figured out when he refers to the beard, he's talking about Castro.
Right.
Like deadly web we weave.
My favorite part is this one.
I mean, best supporting actor.
Yeah, I mean, like,
should have been a repeat.
I apologize that we didn't say anything during all that because you just have to let it happen. Yeah, it's like wine, you know.
Yeah.
You gotta let it breathe. You gotta let it sit. Whatever the hell any of that means. People who drink wine, whatever. I mean, whenever you're thinking about, am I insulting somebody by saying something in your life? Just think Oliver Stone got away with saying that the president of the United States conspired to kill another one. So, you know, I think it's all right.
Yeah.
You know,
it's all downhill from there as far as how big all that is.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not saying he doesn't have the right to do that either. I'm just saying, like, you know.
Yeah, it's America.
Yeah.
That's another thing. I mean, can you imagine many countries in the world allowing a production of this sort to have the statements that it's saying even be made? I mean,
they'll destroy you.
I mean, in many ways, this movie is at once a triumph of free speech and also an argument maybe against some aspects of it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's what a deadly web we weave when we practice
to deceive. I never did understand what he said until now. Finally.
Oh, you're out of here. You ain't staying. Meanwhile, Satan himself and.
Don't watch your language. Like.
Is that me talking to my students?
Numa. Look, Numa. I mean,
they're bugging the joint. The walls are closing in.
They don't have time for this nonsense. Like, you don't really have time for anything, do you?
Yeah, you don't have time for your family.
And who was on the doorstep? Bill O'Reilly. Look that up if you ever want to know about that.
You're bored enough.
Yeah. Meanwhile, God, how much that place would just stink.
Oh yeah. And his eyebrow hairs.
Yeah.
I mean, that alone.
Just wow. The rising crime wave. My gun.
Mm-hmm. Raises the stakes too.
They got those robes in there.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
Same thing, no name, no signature. When you receive this, I will be quite dead, so no answer will be possible. I offered you love, and all I got was the hard pressed to come up with that one. What happened if a man suffering hypertension would have taken a entire bottle of cold?
He died pretty quick. Either a heart storm or ruptured blood vessels in the brain.
Can you ascertain if there's fluoride in the system?
Not the routine autopsy. But if we looked at the spinal fluid, there might be a high level of iodine, but it's difficult to know. What you thinking, David?
What'd he say?
I don't know. It sounded like he said, "Love Gino" or something like. One of the funniest moments in any movie is like.
The fact is, he's gone, Chief, and so is our case.
Unless we go for Shaw now.
With whose testimony? Willie O'Keefe, a male prostitute, Jack Martin, a drunk, Vernon Bundy, a dope teen. Shaw's got respects, Lou. Newspaper editors, American Bar Association.
I agree with Bill.
Shaw's gonna get whacked. Now, how many corpses is it gonna take before you lawyers figure out what's going on?
They're at the seams. They're coming apart.
Where you going, boss? Reporters all talk at once. This guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you are. I think about this scene a lot. I think this is in the director's cut only too, probably. But
yes, you are.
You listen real hard. Yes, you are. All right.
Here we go.
Get ready.
He's, back like decency, law and order, Lincoln.
Like Martin Luther King stood here, like. Mr. X, like.
Mm-hmm.
I just hope it was worth my while, Mr.
I could give you a false name, but I won't. Just call me X.
I've already been warned.
Yeah, he does the Simply Almond commercials.
Oh, yeah.
Because I heard that literally this morning. It's like, Simply Almond. Like,
I assume if you've come this far, what I have to say interests you. But I'm not going to name names and tell you who or what I represent, except to say you're close. You're closer than you think. Okay?
Okay.
Everything I'm going to tell you is classified top secret.
So this is, again, as we said in the intro, like Stone getting to unveil his real big theories about what ultimately this is all about. Which, again, a lot of it hinges on the military-industrial complex, which is a very real thing, but, again...
Psych Warfare. There's a band name.
Romania, Greece, Yugoslavia. They helped evacuate part of the Nazi intelligence apparatus just before the end of the war. They used those guys in the fight against the communists.
Oh, there you go.
Italy, 48. Stole the elections. France, 49. Broke the strikes. All the way through Korea and the Philippines, Arbenz and Guatemala, Mozambique and Iran. We were in Vietnam in 54. Indonesia, 58. Tibet,
54 was, I think, when France had left officially.
Very good. Then we get into the Cuban thing. Not so good. Set up all the bases for the invasion supposed to take place in October 62. Khrushchev sent the missiles to resist the invasion. Kennedy would invade. We were standing out there with our dicks in the wind. lot of pissed off people, Mr. Garrison. Understand?
Remember Sutherland in Time to Kill?
Yeah.
There's like a drunk in that, I think.
Yeah.
About other 90 legal thrillers.
We've already talked about this. One of the problems with this movie is that in all this, I've been forgetting the man himself is just lost in the midst of all of it, and it's just like, okay. Other than some very, very basic, relatively, I think, false ideas about who he was, like
flawed to say the least. Yeah. He's the Laura Palmer of his own story. Yeah.
In the South Pole.
Yeah. Who's Z?
I apologize. It was New Zealand, not Australia. They would do this in New Zealand. Why? You know?
Yeah.
Like
the New Zealand public opinion is really crucial to this whole thing. The Fourth Reich.
He's literally named Reich.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, do not hire that man, you know? I mean, that ain't that big of a deal, but it's like... A lot of people stupidly thought the same thing about Barack Hussein Obama. Like, that means anything, but whatever. How slow all this sounds.
Yeah. When objectively he actually is going at an above average speed. And a lot of people make a big deal about the Umbrella Man. It had rained earlier in Dallas on that day, even though it wasn't at the time. So that's why some people had umbrellas.
See, but a lot of people are stupid, so they feel the need to be like, ooh, this weird thing. It's just like, no. Me. I am the murderer. Like, what? What if that was literally the end of the movie? He's like, I have fooled you, Garrison.
Yeah.
And like, shoots him in the head with like a silenced Luger and just walks away. Like,
he says Hell Hitler and then leaves.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
Colonel Reich. Nazi surprise.
I mean, Colonel Reich.
Yeah.
I mean, you're the policeman. You work it out. I mean, you know. Yeah, the Nazi surprise. Like,
it's their last, like,
their last
gasp.
Yeah.
As he was hitting at earlier, and there's more about this talked with the American space program that we stole a lot of Nazi scientists who were familiar with the V-2 rockets, and that
Werner von Braun.
Yeah, he was one of the biggest ones, and then the Russians did the same for the ones they got. But and that's the kind of a weird irony of Werner von Braun is that as the moon landing would have been happening, you got to think deep down he's still thinking, you know, he's a part of this whole other dead community that's weirdly their last gasp or last influence or something like that.
Well, I never thought things were the same after that. Vietnam started for real. There was an air of make-believe in the Pentagon and CIA. Those of us who'd been in secret ops since the beginning knew the Warren Commission was fiction. But there was something deeper, uglier. I know Alan Dulles very well. I briefed him many a time in his house. But for the life of me, I still can't figure out
In his house.
why to investigate Kennedy's death, the man who fired him.
Oh, always had some high C in the fridge. Like,
Alan Dulles looks like he'd be Colonel Sanders' uncle or something.
yeah.
Resigned my commission. I never realized Kennedy was so dangerous to this country.
He wasn't, but whatever.
That's a real question, isn't it? Why?
His hand here.
It was just scenery for the public. Oswald, Ruby, Cuba,
The mafia.
Keeps you guessing like some kind of politics.
Here it is.
I'm asking the most
Wait.
important question: why? Why was Kennedy killed? Who benefited? Who has the power to cover it?
I don't know why that's so funny. Probably because I've seen this movie too many
Well,
times.
and the way he does his hands is weird. Like,
it's like this, and then this.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And the thing about Kennedy was such a threat to the establishment, I see it less as that than Kennedy was the establishment 2.0. He was just going to be a new version of it. I mean, and that he did, tussle over certain aspects of the way things were done,
think
but that's natural.
He
for any president, and B, for a younger president anyways, I mean.
Yeah, it's saying here that he had basically, as you had said earlier, but that he's basically saying he's putting more power in himself to determine what they do, I guess,
Which in some ways is giving more power to the presidency to act unilaterally on things which Johnson took to another level, which Nixon took to the farthest level, and so in a weird way, all three of those administrations in their own ways were battles of the presidency versus the national security establishment over wrestling over control. Ultimately, in many ways, going in the same direction. It was just a matter of who was determining that direction officially.
Was secretly based in the South Campus of Miami University, which was the largest domestic CIA station. Budgeted annually over hundreds of millions of dollars. 300 agents, 7,000 select Cubans, 50 fake business funds for laundering money. They waged non-stop war against Castro, industrial sabotage, crop burning, the works. And all of this came under the control of General Warren. All he did
No matter what a massive waste all that was, all that fight against Castro, and it was just like he only died a few years ago.
Yeah.
and the motivation. And don't underestimate the budget cuts that Kennedy called for in March of '63. Nearly 52 military installations.
I was just actually talking about the way they raised all the money to do that stuff. It sounds similar. This in a far bigger version of such a thing, but how the Nazis raised money to build their military up in the 20s and 30s, or in the 30s primarily, after they became powers, using all these other companies to basically do that, illegally against the Treaty of Versailles, which nobody was enforcing by that point anyway, because the French and the British were lazy, I guess. I don't know. Which, I mean, America was the laziest of all, so there's I guess we'll come in on this whole World War I thing, and then kind of just, we're not even going to be part of the League of Nations, whatever.
And that's something that is very tough to understand about the isolationism of the 20s and 30s in America, is something like the Nye Committee, which was in the 30s, which was saying, hey, all these war profiteers profited off of the Great War as a means to say we shouldn't be involved. And you know what? The sad truth is, they did. But that's what's tough.
Picture. The first time we've actually seen him in a while.
Yeah. And that a lot of the America First movement of the going into World War II was using all these war profiteers profited, but there was a lot of obviously anti-Semitism and anti-globalist sentiment in such groups.
chiefs still think we ought to go into Cuba.
Money's the same. Big money. $100 billion. Kennedy brothers target voting districts for those defense dollars. They give TFX fighter contracts only to those counties that are going to make a difference in 64 and the people on the loop.
That's what that TFX fighter they were talking about, the Fort Worth speech,
Yeah.
was the same one.
Just don't let McNamara start sticking his damn nose in this thing. Every time he goes over to Saigon, some fucking
LBJ.
he comes back and just scares the shit out of the president. Now won't Max Taylor on him night and day, like a fly on shit.
Looks
From
like him
afar
far
he
away there,
does,
yeah.
Control Kennedy.
In the wind. Defense contractors, big oil bankers, just conversations, nothing more. Then a call is made. Maybe to someone like my superior officer, General Wyatt.
Yeah. We're going. Your help. When? The fall. Probably with sound. We want you to come up with a plan. I can do that.
Everything is cellularized. No one has said he must die. There's been no vote, nothing's on paper. There's no one to blame.
Literally,
Study the past.
past. It's as old as the crucifixion, Kyle. He is Jesus, like, and so is Garrison. Like,
There are no compromising connections except at the most secret point. But what's paramount is that it must succeed. No matter how many die, no matter how much it costs, the perpetrators must be on the winning side and never subject to prosecution for anything by anyone. That is a coup d'etat.
How bored LBJ looked
Yeah.
there.
Kennedy announces the Texas trip in September. At that moment, Second Oz will start popping up all over Dallas where they have the mayor and the cops in their pocket. General Y flies in the assassins, maybe from a special camp we keep outside Athens, Greece. Probes. Maybe locals, Cubans, mafia hired.
Mafia.
Does it really matter who shot from what rooftop?
Well, kinda, but whatever.
Keep thinking about that day, Tuesday, the 26th of November, the day after they buried Kennedy.
Gentlemen, I want you to know I'm not going to let Vietnam go like China did. I'm personally committed. And I'm not going to take one soldier out of there till they know we mean business in Asia.
Lyndon Johnson signs National Security Memo 273, which essentially reverses Kennedy's new withdrawal policy and gives a green light to covert action against North Vietnam, which provoked the Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Just get me elected. I'll give you your damn war.
most pathetic moment in any movie.
No, Gulf of Tonkin, I think, did happen in August of '64, I believe. Which was the election was not that long away. August 2nd. Yeah.
But only the ones I
See,
want.
do your research.
Yeah, it's like, but only these, but only this, only
that.
this stuff.
Yeah. No chance.
Yeah.
That's what you got.
Maybe sent to an institution, maybe worse, you too. I can give you the background. You have to find the foreground, the little things. Keep digging. Remember, you're the only person to bring a trial in the murder of John Kennedy. That's important. It's historic.
I haven't yet. Not really.
Instead, they're trying to destroy your credibility. They already have in many circles in this town.
People are saying.
Your only chance is to come up with a case. Something. Anything. Make arrests. Stir the shitstorm. Find a critical mass that'll start a chain reaction of people coming forward. Then the government will crack. Remember, fundamentally, people are suckers for the truth. And the truth is on your side, Bubba.
Bubba.
Yeah.
I just hope you get a break.
What a what's there to say about his performance and actually this again his he has a, you said earlier, and Stone mentioned this, that his above average pace of delivery allows all this exposition to be done pretty efficiently.
Meanwhile, Robert E. Lee's home.
Yeah, never forget that.
Yeah. Should have been razed to the ground at this point. Historic stuff, like, no.
This movie very subtly pays a lot of lip service again to his civil rights record here and there. It's like all these, and I will say, the black community was affected by his death, and which, you know, what's sad. It speaks to the lack of any other presidents doing anything more meaningful. That he did the most that a president had done by that point since Lincoln, and still that fell far short.
Wait. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, but we just had to hear Clay Belton.
Yeah.
Why do we think that's hilarious? Because it is.
Yeah. Just because.
And why, if they did, is his name not mentioned once in the entire 26 volumes of the Warren Report, even if it is to clear his name? I doubt this Attorney General was qualified for my staff.
Meanwhile, the man himself.
I know of no fact which would refute the commission's conclusion that Lee Oswald was the lone killer.
Most defendants have to wait for trial before they're allowed to produce sacred cows like the Chief Justice of the land as a character witness, who is, of course, not under oath to speak from the laws of perjury. You realize that you're damaging the credibility of the country, possibly destroying it? Let me ask you, is a government worth preserving when it lies to the people? It's become a dangerous country, sir, when you cannot trust anyone anymore, when you cannot tell the truth. Justice be done, though the heavens fall.
It's really the most here endeth the lesson moment.
After several weeks of investigation in New Orleans, a team of reporters has learned that District Attorney Jim Garrison
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
had intimidated, bribed, and even drugged witnesses in their attempt to prove a conspiracy involving New Orleans businessman Clay Shaw in the murder of John F. Kennedy. John Chancellor was a cellmate of Willie O'Keefe's and a lawyer.
I sent him up for burglary. As his old buddy would get up toys. I mean, we sent him up too.
They wanted me to say Shaw's Bertrand. They said they'd get me a partner.
Janet Williams comments on Willie O'Keefe's description of having met Oswald.
That's not the right. Absolutely not. I think Mr. O'Keefe must have seen some of the thought.
I didn't talk to nobody after the assassination.
Wow.
Like I told the FBI, that call was a figment of my imagination. Personally, I think it's quite ill. What happened is mine. He was able to go out and fabricate evidence. And if by some osmosis, he was able to convince the other half that fabrication is the truth.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Liz. There's only about 20, 30 million people watching this tonight. Here's my reputation. It's all right when people watch the laugh.
Yeah.
Sock it to him?
And she's like, okay, I won't worry about it.
The more one looks at Jim Garrison, the more one finds he has distorted reputation, dread, fear, and suspicion. Exploited this nation's sorrow and death.
Yeah, well.
Wait, is that Oliver Stone talking about? Oh.
Let justice be done though the heavens fall. He seeks the truth. So do we.
Somebody's lying.
Somebody told a lie
one time
about the assassination at least once. Somebody
that much
lied.
we know.
Yeah.
It's been April of '68.
What I think is particularly disgusting about this movie, actually, is that Stone really has the balls to say all the assassinations are connected.
Yeah.
Just like, no.
That's
like,
again, you go down the conspiratorial rabbit hole, then it's just, it's all connected. Everything's a plan. Everything's a patsy. You know.
Meanwhile.
Beauty contest man. I hope he's credited that way.
He's like, what?
You and your government.
What if they hadn't moved and he had just slammed the door on their faces?
Yeah.
Like, I promise I'll make more time for Jasper.
Jasper. The American Berserk has gotten to me.
No,
maybe
I
not.
cannot.
Probably not, but you know. Again, one of my biggest problems with this movie, as I've just said not that long ago, is the shorthand this movie's taken with the civil rights movement. It's just like, and that too. It's just like, that's very white liberal guilt kind of talking on his part to not really. You're just going to pay lip service to those connections. And not unlike Kennedy himself, actually, but. I will say, as far as the Kennedy legacy is concerned, Robert Kennedy was seemed more genuine and concerned about those issues. Is the theatrical cut got as much of this domestic stuff in it?
I don't think so.
Because it seems like... Because I'm not even saying it's unnecessary to the movie, but it seems like one of the more, quote, cuttable aspects of the movie because of how other it feels compared to what the rest of the narrative's about. And this feels a little bit shoehorned in there.
I think that what is most troubling about all of the conspiracies that pop up about Kennedy, the Kennedys, King, all these, is that I don't think people have truly reckoned with the fact of what a nation of extremists that we can brew, you know, and that I think they don't like to admit that the citizenry of the United States can do such things, and they would rather think, the government has to do it because they're the ones who are in control, and that scares people, I think, and they don't like to admit that it's that simple.
Yeah, as we said in the intro, how many mass shootings we've had over the last 20 plus years is indicative of that reality. Yeah.
Because somewhere in the early 20th century, with any of the wars that we were in, we had to believe everything was a national interest. Everything was, you know, I mean, that's true nationalism. Is like, oh well, everything is about a country. It's all political. It's all this. It's all big, big, big. Everything's massive, and it's like, ever since 9/11, we're still having the problem of understanding that. Even that, no, there are people who can do things on their own that are not government sanctioned, and it's all more complicated than that. It's about ideology, and that's just something people don't fundamentally understand and still don't. So, you know, but whatever.
Or are they?
Yeah. They were seen together in early September. The civil rights movement was running a voters registration drive. Rumor is Shaw, a local boy, was working on some arms deal to discredit the civil rights.
Meanwhile,
I got whites and colors, all but last time I checked, there was nothing illegal with registering to vote. We still got the Negro junkie, Vernon Bundy, who saw him talking at the seawall in the punch tree. But hell, it's tough, boss. Nobody wants to talk about Shaw. He just...
You keep saying that. You're not digging.
I keep saying what?
You're not digging.
You do my job. You do my job, I'll do your job.
Clinton. William Jefferson.
Oswald went to see the FBI 2 weeks before the assassination.
what?
Seems that Special Agent Hosty made 3 visits to Janet Williams' house, supposedly to keep an eye on Marina. He left a note. Hosty told the Dallas newspaper man that it was a warning to him to stop questioning Marina at home when Oswald was not present. She was not a citizen, so possibly he was threatening to deport her back to Russia. But what the note
Can you see what it said?
Hosty tore it up, flushed down the toilet.
I was just speculating. What if the note was describing the assassination attempt?
Yeah. What? Why would they put that all through
On paper, yeah.
No, hell no. I mean, that's what we learned from Watergate. Like we said recently, earlier in the podcast. It's like recently, who knows what day it is? You know, like it's like nothing was ever said explicitly. Nixon never told anybody to participate in Watergate, but he hired the people who would do it anyway. It's all this like
one of the more telling aspects of Nixon land was the anecdote that upon hearing about the assassination attempt on George Wallace in '72, which he was running for president that year, that Nixon's gut instinct was wondering if out and about the plumbers had something to do with that. And it turned out they didn't. But the fact that he would even think
for
that they
which
did,
one you said, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
For George Wallace,
yes,
they were like that. He was deep down thinking, "Oh, did my people have something to do with that?" And the fact that he would even think that is disgusting, and is like indicative of the type of man he was to put people like that in. You know, it was Lee Howard Hunt. It was Gordon Liddy that recently died, right?
Yeah,
that. He had there were some quotes in Nixon land that Pearlstein had tweeted about after he had died that he had expressed some kind of ambivalent, if not pro-Nazi sympathies of just like, the way they did stuff wasn't all that bad.
That's what I said. You know, we were talking about earlier is like the whole idea that he called Hoover and said, "Was it them?" The right. It's always these assumptions, like about, "Was it them? Is it them? Is it them?" Like, did they do this?
Yeah. Again, this is all I'll say about this. It's one side that's always adamant about guns and firearms, and who know? Oh, what a coincidence it is that that side's always the one that is engaging in such foolishness. Maybe we need to look into that. But
Have we been political enough for you on this podcast?
If you made it this far,
Yeah,
you're already in for the ride.
Yeah. Me. My God! What is this on this piece of paper?
I mean, I think Dean Martin had something to do with it, you know? Dino. I mean the connection.
Yeah.
You've heard about the Rainbow Connection. What about the Dino Connection? What, Kermit Frog, did he do it? That's a whole other thing that this movie pays lip service to, but doesn't go super into because it's concerned with other things. Is obviously the organized crimes issues with the Kennedys.
Cuba. Well, and they wanted to be in Cuba,
and also that as Attorney General, Robert Kennedy had been fairly tough on the mafia, particularly its connections to unions, like with Jimmy Hoffa and Irishman, kind of has some stuff to do with that, obviously. And again, as we said, David Ferrie pops up.
Yeah.
It's interesting about the Irishman. It's concerned with so many other things. It's like, oh, by the way, there's kind of this.
Yeah.
You whatever, maybe. I don't know. It's just, yeah. I think we had a clip of this in the past pod of the scene from Hoffa.
Yeah.
Of Jack Nicholson going off on Robert Kennedy.
Yeah. F you and F your brother.
What did you say?
What did you say?
A murderer?
You call him president a murderer?
Them government troops.
What? Yeah, I do. I do read that Shakespeare.
All it takes.
You was crazy as your mama. Goes to show it's in the genes.
So he's the first one really of his team to just kind of go, all right, we're a little.
Which he is vaguely. It's saying he's vaguely connected to the FBI. Like.
I just love when your stomach.
I mean, it's getting towards lunchtime.
Yeah.
I've seen him copying files, leaving here late at night.
I've seen him copying files here late at night. It's an impression that we do.
A very specific person that we won't name.
Yeah, we'll not discuss it.
We're like Jack Lemmon at this point. We're like, I didn't say that.
Our own mysteries about it.
I never thought it would come to this. Okay.
Here another crisis moment.
Yeah, Willie come
Well,
back.
we got this
Willie
doofus.
Willie O'Keefe. Willie or won't he O'Keefe?
No, I don't think I am, sir. Anyone else?
Here we go.
There's our homeboy. Well, not this guy.
No.
So you said that this scene is not in the theatrical cut. Yeah.
This is all shot like the Ed Sullivan Show in The Doors too.
Yeah.
Like, the way it looks.
But this is kind of an analog for Carson because
Yeah.
he was on Carson and Garrison. This jacket, by the way.
It's like a daggum Jackson Pollock painting.
Mm-hmm.
First, we heard that the Cuban exiles killed the president, then the mob. Now, the latest theory seems to be that the CIA and the FBI and the Pentagon and the White House all combined in some elaborate conspiracy to kill John Kennedy. Let me ask you, is there anyone
What? Like,
conspired to kill the president?
Let's just say this, Jerry. I've stopped beating my wife. Maybe you should ask Leonard Johnson. We know he has some answers.
Wait, what? He stopped beating his wife. What does that even mean?
Now, there have been a number of reports in reputable news media, Time, Newsweek, our own NBC.
reputable.
You've gone way beyond the legal means.
Which yeah, okay. Sure.
You have intimidated, even drugged witnesses, bribed them, urged them to commit perjury. Do you have a response to this?
Your faith in the veracity of the major media is touching. It indicates that there is a innocent.
The fact that guy's leering and creepy as he is
Yeah.
almost makes you want to agree with Garrison because like, this is the guy who's browbeating you. Like,
Mayor Russian had been shot from a Moscow office building by a lonely capitalist sympathizer whom South was then liquidated by a patriotic Muscovite within 48 hours while surrounded by armed police. I think it would be pretty apparent to any free-thinking person that a coup d'etat and a transfer of power had just taken place in the Soviet Union. And we would not be asking questions or attacking Jim Garrison all respect. We would, in a free-thinking society, be asking hard questions about why he was killed and what forces were opposed to him.
Jim, you know, there are some people who might say you're paranoid.
Maybe I better show you some pictures so you can begin to understand what it is I'm talking about. These are arrests. Now, these arrests were photographed minutes after the assassination. Now, they were never shown to the American public.
Jim, I'm sorry, these pictures can't show. No, I'm sorry, they can't.
No, the camera can take them.
Jim, I'm sorry. They can't. We have libel laws, you know?
Those men you just saw were arrested in Dallas minutes after the assassination. They were never seen again. No record of arrest, no mugshot, no fingerprints.
Hold that thought. We're going to be back right after these commercials.
Who were they?
What? Like, lame ass.
I'm sorry about the other day, Chief. I didn't mean to walk out.
well, you did.
But you came all the way to tell me the honest. No, boss, look. I just got word there's going to be an attempt to kill you somewhere between here and New Orleans. My guy was probably all right. I shot him. This is serious, Chief. You're going to need a bodyguard tonight. So when you're in the army, you have a chance to find out what I want. You happen to remember my order and everyone on the staff wants to participate in passing on these endless rumors about how someone's going to be killed? Yes, I do, boss, but this is... No, there's no but. There's no but in a military situation, Broussard. I don't appreciate your dumping this paranoid garbage on me. And I don't appreciate your inability to follow a simple order, especially when it means I'm personally going to end up paying for your flight back to New Orleans. Let's get you a ticket.
He's still looking out for him. No,
This is probably it. I don't know for sure, but I bet this is a director's cut thing. I don't really know. He took a little whiff. Did you see him?
Mm-hmm.
The paranoia of all this.
Samuel. That was he setting me up. So they were trying to set him up as like he was being propositioned, or he was propositioning somebody in a bathroom.
Yeah.
Home is where the home sweet home alone is, you know.
The score.
Old J-Dub.
This is getting to the point in the movie, I'll admit, where I'm like, all right,
yes,
we're gonna get done anytime soon, or what? She's playing ball now. Newman. Numa.
And there's a lot of also revisionist history that's happened a little bit with Robert Kennedy. That Eugene McCarthy was the more vehemently anti-war candidate even than him.
Yeah.
But he didn't have a Kennedy name and everything, so he's not been as remembered.
And?
Well, you have your moment.
Yeah.
She don't think so, though.
It's that real lazy sandwich making there.
Mm-hmm.
It's so ridiculous. Chaotic reactions from crowd on TV.
So now Bobby's dead.
His hair. It's like, what?
The frazzled one.
But yeah, this gets to the part in the movie where it's like I am genuinely hungry for lunch because we're recording this in the early part of the day, and it's like, all right, are we going to be done anytime soon, Jim, so we can go eat? Like, and the trial hasn't even started yet.
And then Ted the next year would have Chappaquiddick. That when all the Chappaquiddick stuff was going on was when the moon landing was in the process, and Nixon was a little more concerned about trying to play up that than he was, moon landing. So. Spittle there.
Yeah.
Saliva.
This whole scene is a little bit I'm looking for the word a little bit shameful.
Yeah.
That it's like Robert Kennedy died, let's have a tender moment. It's just like what? Like it's the big moment.
Here we go.
I don't know. I've always felt that way about that scene. It's just like, I don't know about all that.
Yeah. We're going to find out once and for all.
I know we already know
who's
this.
lying.
What a stupid trial. Like,
yeah.
It's literally like, oh, he did it. What's your evidence? Well, we don't really have that, but what we do have is, you know.
Again, I'm not saying I even necessarily believe Garrison's case, but there's all that just circumstantial evidence. Like, look at all these people who have just died, like, in the span of, like,
and
no
people
time.
that they have definitively been involved with, yes, but
you can't prove that. I mean,
by the way, with the Kennedy curse, other than John and Robert, who were two of the big ones, everybody talks about the Kennedy curse. It's like, all the other stuff, it's probably just like,
garden variety rich family of disappointments.
Like, they probably all have made bad choices. That's probably what it is.
The curse is that they're privileged and
they think they can do whatever they want.
A heroin addict injected himself at the wall, barely conscious of his surroundings.
So, why would he have been standing right up there at him?
I remember because there were only white strangers around that morning. The big black Cadillac up here made me think there might be FBI.
Said he was a representative of one international trademark, New Oil. More than 5 years ago for 2 minutes? It's fair to say you could be mistaken. It's just a figment of my imagination. The cat's stealing you. The oyster's shucking you, I told you.
He get his the whole last moment for him is.
Exception taken. That case is on appeal. Mr. Goldberg. Vacation trip from your accounting business in New York. You had drinks and under the influence discussed killing Kennedy. Is that not so? Yes, I did. Is it not also true that you fingerprinted your daughter when she went to Louisiana State University? Yes, sir, I did. And is it not also true that you fingerprinted her when she returned at the end of the semester? Yes, I did. Why? Well, I wanted to make sure that she was the same girl I sent away. And why are you expressing yourself? I'm sorry, he was totally sane when he said something.
Do what?
What was that? Aloysius hobby horse?
The pictures I've been shown. Little weird, like. Well, do they not have that on the records anyway?
They said, it's inadmissible because a lawyer wasn't present, that crap. He's like, well, I'm going to lose. Let's put on a show. Jim Boy, is that what he said?
All right, Jim, you hear the stomachs growling.
Oh, wait.
Oh, my God.
The big moment.
And he will look. And he will stop.
And he will see.
Everybody's like, what the hell was
It's
that?
like me mid-lecture when an administrator walks in.
Yeah, and you're like, my son, like... It's going to be me when I look over and see my Paul Atreides action figure on my desk.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, mid-lecture, and then see that and stop and be like, my son, and then like move on, you know? I've kind of been joking with my kids and saying, oh, Timothy Chalamet's my son. And they just like don't get that I'm joking either. Right. Well, they know it's not true, but they like they just don't get it. I don't know.
Yeah. Obviously, there's proof from this. Has probably been the very first time people of this time would have seen this at this trial, because it was not going to be really publicly shown on TV until later on.
Playing the picture tells a story, don't it? Anyway. So he has his own child in there seeing that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That guy.
He's
Kennedy.
Such a doofus.
Yeah. No offense to you, sir.
I guess, yeah.
But, yeah.
No, whatever. I mean, Wayne Knight is Governor Conley. Do you have a take on the whole magic bullet theory or whatever, as far as the physics of any of that?
Well, I mean, I think it's easy for things to ricochet.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Again, I think it goes back a little bit to what we were talking about earlier with in the intro. Like, if something it has this level of intensity of scrutiny, just things are not going to.
Oh, and it was Ruby.
Make logical sense.
Yeah.
And that's just an outright jump leap of logic. Like, who's to say that was Jack Ruby if that even happened? I mean,
identical bullet fired through the wrist of a human cadaver. Just one of the bones smashed by the magic bullet. 7 wounds, gentlemen. Tough skin. Dense bone.
The judge is literally just smoking, not caring. Like,
Foundation of the warm commission's claim of a lone assassin. And once you conclude the magic bullet could not create all 7 of those wounds, you have to conclude that there was a 4th shot and a second life. If there was a second
That Sam Shepard behind the that one shot.
we believe involves the accused Clay Shaw. 51 witnesses, gentlemen of the jury, thought they heard shots coming from the grassy knoll, which is to the right front of the president. Key witnesses that day? Charles Brent.
how do you feel about the fact that they went and actually shot some of this movie there?
Yeah, it is weird. I mean,
things that they're assuming happen too.
Yeah.
Overlooking the whole plaza. William Newman, father of 2 children, who hit the deck on the north side of Allen. Abraham's appeal.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it'd be like going to Golgotha and shooting the crucifixion. You
Yeah.
know? I don't know. It's weird. Not to say Kenny was Christ, but
Each of these key witnesses has no doubt whatsoever one or more shots came from behind the picket fence. 26 trained medical personnel at Parkland Hospital saw with their own eyes the back of the president's head blasted out. Dr. Peters.
There was a large 7-centimeter opening in the right occipital parietal area. A considerable portion of the brain was missing there. Almost a fifth, or possibly a quarter, of the back of the head had been blasted out, along with the underlying brain tissue. There was also a large fragment of skull attached to a flap of the scalp. The exit hole at the rear of his head measured about 120 millimeters, or 5 inches across.
Now, one of the civilian doctors who examined the president at Parkland Hospital regarded his throat wound as anything but a wound of interest. But then the body was illegally moved to Washington for the autopsy. Because when a coup d'etat occurred, there's a big difference between an autopsy that is performed by civilian doctors and one that is performed by military doctors under order. Departure of Air Force One from Love Field that Friday afternoon was not so much a takeoff as it was a getaway.
As it was a getaway. I love that line reading.
yeah.
On the plane, of course, Lee Harvey Oswald's guilt was announced by the White House Situation Room to all passengers before any kind of investigation had started. The angry lone nut solution beginning to take its shape.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Mr. Garrison, would you please bottle the end?
The 3 Bethesda Naval Hospital doctors picked by the military left something to be desired, in so much as none of them had.
Some of this is real autopsy photos. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Through their autopsy, we've been able to justify 8 wounds and just 2 bullets. 3 to Kennedy, 5 to Thompson. One of them being the magic bullet.
FBI? Here.
Colonel Fink, are you saying someone told you not to dissect the man?
I was told that the family wanted examination of the head.
Oh, Christ. Let's weigh it. 653 grams.
As a pathologist, it was your obligation to explore all possible causes of death, was it not? I had.
That guy.
Mm-hmm.
I would ask you to direct the witness to answer my question. Why did Colonel Fink not dissect exactly the bullet wound?
Well, I heard Dr. Hume stating that.
That's enough. Here's Julie Newton. Okay, let's check the back there. There's a considerable amount of spinal fluid. I can feel it at the end of the wound with my finger. That won't be necessary.
The military drum beat.
Mm-hmm.
He said,
Who's in charge here?
That this.
I don't remember his name. You must understand, it was quite crowded. And when you are called in circumstances like that to look at the wounded president who is dead, you don't look around a lot to ask people for their names and who they are.
But you were a qualified pathologist. Was this Army general a qualified pathologist?
No.
Or but you took his orders?
Yes.
So he was directing the autopsy?
No.
No?
No, because there were others. There were others. There were admirals.
Well, there were admirals.
Oh, yes. When you are a lieutenant.
There's people, and I don't. To be fair, this guy, he wouldn't know these people's names, but that just makes it easy to go. Well, boogeyman. Spooks
I mean,
by the door.
Why wouldn't there be a million people in there? I mean, I'm going to say something random against the Zapruder film, which I'm not saying has been altered, but I mean, we see the pictures of his face, and then you see the pictures there, and it looks like he got shot in the face, and it just don't look like it really lines up.
Yeah,
like you said, that kind of contradicts it in a lot of ways. If it's like, well, we can't really tell what's going on because it doesn't look like any of it makes sense. But whatever.
Again, I'm not blaming Abraham Zapruder for this because he was literally just shooting the whole movie. But it's hard to tell. I don't know if it was 8 or 16 millimeter film, but if you're shooting that like outside like that, it's just choppy. The frame rates, it's hard to really literally see what is going on. And people slow it down frame by frame to try. Oh, even he's here. His dear friend.
So what really happened that day? Let's just for a moment speculate, shall we?
But again, Zapruder had no clue what he was going to be taping. He was just taping, oh, the president's going by. Let's do that, you know. But just for me personally, it's hard for me to really see what is going on. So I just, the A-team.
Oh, he's like saying, this is what happened. It's like there is no evidence for this to have occurred.
Yeah.
Like, because there definitely was somebody on the radio, right? We know there was a radio there. Like, what?
The Tramps.
They've got too many guns there for how many were fired. Because at most we've heard 4 to 6, and that's way too many guns. But
He's visibly holding a Stetson, which is impossible
Probably totally one of the most iconic film quotes of the '90s. Back and to the left. Seinfeld.
And I don't want to continue to just be like, but this. I'm not being paid by the Earl Warren's like family estate or anything. But I mean, it looks like the bullet could have easily hit the side of his head at that. And I don't know. It just looks like there's a lot of ballistics that could have happened there from behind that still would make enough sense. But whatever. I don't know.
And this is all saying that Oswald was not even there, at all.
They're going to talk about that here in a minute, showing him running down the steps and. No. I accepted that bull crap.
Auto mechanic.
We're at the 3-hour mark, everybody.
Yep. You made it.
And where was Lee Harvey Oswald? Around 12:15, on her way out of the building to see the motorcade, Secretary Carolyn Arnold sees Oswald on the second floor snacking, where he said he went for a coat.
That's where I would have been.
Yeah.
Because he was a loser.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. They all didn't have anything to do, so they were just like, oh, look over there.
Yeah. It can't be at all that people kind of got their times messed up or nothing.
No.
I mean, it's all the gospel.
Because he looked at him for 2 seconds and ran away. I mean, that's the thing, is like when all this stuff happens, nobody's paying attention to details. Like,
yeah.
Are we just coming more and more out on, like, it just was Oswald at this point? Like, I mean,
I don't know, yeah. That's what I said. There's like a inherent contradiction with Oswald one way or the other. It's that, oh, you want to believe the easy explanation, don't you? The one that they want you to believe. Or, like, that we have to create such meta fictions around it because we cannot believe that one person was capable of it. You know, either way, it's like strange plausibility in a weird way. I don't know. He's like, I know I didn't.
Yeah. This is, I'll admit, this is the weirdest part of the whole thing to me, is him shooting Tippett, is like, and then being found so quickly by the police in the theater after the fact. That seems kind of strange, but, you know. Showing other people there.
Mm-hmm.
This shot of it, somebody else. Here in a second.
Yeah.
It was definitively, or never mind. He wasn't driving, so he was walking. I was about to say. Lurking.
Yeah. That describes him.
A purple Lamborghini. Was Rick Ross there that day? Was he even alive?
I mean, was he at the dinner? I mean,
just give me that much. Nope, Rick Ross was not alive.
Okay, well,
I knew he wasn't, but I was
that we know of.
He was born 1976. This is it. Like,
he said, "This is it." Is this it?
Because he's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, even though he literally punched the cop.
You are, but whatever. Kafka's.
Yeah, because all them people are going to know what that is. The media.
The
you're
mafia media.
You're the police, you work it out.
You're the mafia media.
Uh-huh. Yep, that's what happened.
Like a sack of potatoes.
Or it's like he was just being moved.
R.I.P. to Lee Oswald.
Not me. His mother. Nobody. Well, actually, his wife and his mother and a couple people were there, but whatever. We deal in absolutes here. we don't, you know. The thought-numbing funeral.
Lee Harvey Oswald, a crazed, lonely man who wanted attention and got it by killing a president, was only the first in a long line of patsies. In later years, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, men whose commitment to change and peace would make them dangerous to men who have committed the war would follow. Also killed by such lonely, crazed men.
I didn't really mention
That
that
would
earlier in the
be-
opening credits that Malcolm X made as the only entry he got into the movie was
Mhm.
just kind of in the the 60s were a crazy time. Like
I would object to all that. He just implied, but
yeah. Which part about it?
linking these other assassinations
right.
to that.
As we said earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forces on us the appalling questions of what is our Constitution made? What is our citizenship and more our lives worth? What is the
I love if everybody hears this and goes, no. You know, like,
Was this your farewell speech?
yeah.
political murders disguised as heart attacks, suicides, cancers, drug overdoses? How many airplane and car crashes will occur before they are exposed for what they are? Treason does never prosper. What's the reason?
You want to quote anybody else today? Like,
None dare call it treason.
Yeah, me.
Why? The American public is yet to see the real x-rays and photographs of the autopsy. Why? There are hundreds of documents that could help prove this conspiracy. Why are they being withheld or burned by the government?
only reason, by the way, I was mentioning Malcolm X earlier was
Yeah.
because I was thinking about that was another political assassination
Yeah.
in the 60s that seems more open and shut that the Nation of Islam was behind that.
Yeah.
Although it is also believed the FBI had prior knowledge of it and allowed it to occur. At the same
Well, that's
time,
just
but-
the FBI.
Yeah. Because they're like, oh yeah, well, he's better off not being around from their angle. You know?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of national security, gentlemen of the jury, is when it smells like it, feels like it, and looks like it. Call it what it is.
Well,
It's
Keith said
coming
it's
back.
yeah.
I know. Why didn't he say it on the stand?
Its most direct and tragic result was the reversion of President Kennedy's commitment to withdraw from Vietnam. The war is the biggest business in America, worth $80 billion a year.
A year.
President Kennedy was murdered by a conspiracy that was planned in advance at the highest levels of our government, and it was carried out by fanatical and disciplined Cold Warriors in the Pentagon and CIA's covert operation after
Because Kennedy was not that.
Get that smoke in.
His job, his assignment, is to speak as often as possible of this nation's desire for peace, while he acts as a business agent in the Congress for the military and their hardware manufacturing. Some people say
Well, here's the problem. What if he wanted to be that as
Yeah.
opposed to being made to be that? But that's the other question, I guess.
Well, there is a simple way to determine if I am paranoid. Let's ask the two men who profited the most from the assassination, your former President Lyndon Baines Johnson and your new President Richard Nixon.
So this be in '69 by this point.
Mm-hmm.
Documents pertaining to Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby,
To earlier.
or the secret CIA memo on Oswald's activities in Russia that was destroyed while being photocopied. All these documents are yours.
What's he saying?
Wait a minute.
I think something's going on here. I'm just now coming to me.
The government considers you children who might be too disturbed or distressed to face this reality, or because you might possibly lynch those involved. You cannot see these documents for another 75 years. I'm in my early 40s, so I'll have shuffled off this mortal coil by then, but I'm already telling my 8-year-old son to keep himself physically fit, so that one glorious September morning in the year 2038, he can walk into the National Archives and find out what the CIA and the FBI knew. They may even push it back then. Hell,
Yeah.
it may become a generational affair with questions passed down father to son, mother to daughter. But someday, somewhere, someone may find out the damn truth. We better. We better. We might just
One problem I always have with people like, oh, release the files.
Yeah.
It's like as if everything was written down. I mean,
Yeah.
it was even saying earlier that, well, X was implying that nothing was officially put to paper, and it was so. What would releasing these files have any effect? And and never forget, Guy Bannister himself once claimed to always lock his files.
Yes.
So,
and he liked to question what was on pieces of paper and whether books were going to be written.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, the written word was not something he was a fan of.
Yeah.
It's clear.
What do you mean you gonna write a book?
And he's a pretty stupid individual, it seems. So.
All right, we can wrap this up.
Yeah, we done?
I think we've made our point.
I want to go get a chicken sandwich.
Levi wants to eat a chicken sandwich.
Levi Huffman, I am former president, and at this point in history, future president of the United States, Jimmy Carter. Mr. Huffman would like to eat a chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich.
Which, as we all know, Chick-fil-A created.
With peanut oil.
With peanut oil that I, dadgum, picked.
I personally picked every ounce of peanut oil the corporation of Chick-fil-A uses on a daily basis. All right, let's wrap it up. I know, like, real legal cases genuinely have, like, 4-hour closing arguments for one side, I know. But
The truth is the most important value we have, because if the truth is not endured, if the government murders truth, if we cannot respect the hearts of these people, then this is not the country in which I was born in, and it's certainly not the country that I want to die in. Denison Road.
Any more quotes, like...
Oh, yeah, him again. I forgot.
Probably one of the most terrible moments in the history of our country. You, the people, the jury system sitting in judgment on Clay Shaw,
Oh, by the way, him.
represent the hope of humanity against government power. In discharging your duty and bringing the first conviction in this house of cards against Clay Shaw, that's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
As Orson Welles once said, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what's for lunch.
Yeah.
As you're asking this question now.
Who had said that, you said?
Orson Welles.
Right.
That ends up being a quote of the day at least once a semester for me. In my classroom, I have a little quote of the day I wrote up. It's up to you. If you say no to me, you are complicit in his murder. May I go? that's what that's where we're at right here. Yeah, we get it. You're banging the gavel.
So we just skipped ways here. Did Lyndon Johnson fly down personally and change it all? Like,
well, Nixon, I guess, would have been in charge now, but yeah.
Well, the defendant. That's what I'm saying, though. Johnson came down.
It's all Johnson, yeah.
Or came over, I should say, from Texas.
Well, it's almost like it was what everybody was expecting, I guess.
Well, I think it
After the movie, 30 years. His stance he had. I'm gonna go write a book.
Yeah. Really. That's a real Frank Capra like final shot. 1979, Richard Helms, director of covert operations in 1963, admitted under oath that Clay Shaw had worked for the CIA. Clay Shaw died in 1974 of lung cancer. No autopsy was allowed. In 1978, Jim Garrison was elected judge of the Louisiana State Court of Appeal in New Orleans. He was reelected in 1988. To this day, he has brought the only public prosecution in the Kennedy killing. Southeast Asia. 2 million Asian lives lost, 58,000 American lives lost, $220 billion spent, 10 million Americans airlifted there by commercial aircraft, more than 5,000 helicopters lost, 6.5 million tons of bombs dropped. A congressional investigation from 1976 to 1979 found a probable conspiracy in the assassination of John F. Kennedy and recommended the Justice Department investigate further. As of 1991, the Justice Department has done nothing. The files of the House Select Committee on Assassinations are locked away until the year 2029. What is past is prologue, dedicated to the young in whose spirit the search for truth marches on.
Very good.
By the way, we're close to 2029 now.
Yeah. So if you're searching for truth...
As a result of this film, Congress in 1992 passed legislation to appoint a panel to review all files and determine which ones would be made available to the American public.
Well, we don't want this, you know. JFK. So there you go.
You know what's funny is that doesn't feel like a 3-hour long movie because it moves in a certain way, but I've always and still do prefer the first half to the second. I feel like through the first hour and a half,
as I said,
really
I feel like that in its own way is its own meta commentary on the nature of conspiracy theory, where it's like the what ifs and the who's and the hows and the ha-has are always more fun than when you really got to get down and dissect the logic of it and it starts to fall apart. And you do have a big sermon at the end of, well, this is kind of what it means.
Yeah.
But, well, you're not really making it explicit, though, and so it fails, and so you walk away, and that's it, you know. But again, that's what's tough about this movie, because I think it's so supremely well made.
They have an LBJ, and then they have an LBJ voice. So
I got to tell those two different things. But this movie's so well made, but in terms of its ideological or political statements are suspect, to say the least.
Yeah.
But how do you reconcile that in terms of the filmmaking versus the statements or the messages?
Well,
for you,
the more I think about
you'll hit Paul
the message, the more I don't get angry, but the more frustrated I get, because I'm going to be honest, coming out of this movie, having seen it again and sitting here and talking about it, the more I'm slightly convinced it was just Oswald alone. And if anything, it was that all those people had the conversations with him about doing it, and that he might have been the only one who did, and they were scared he might talk and tell about him, and that they knew information. Or if anything, okay, there was a second shooter, but it only involved those people. There's no big conspiracy. It was just this amount of people did this, and it's not really, I don't want to say it's not really that big of a deal, but compared to all this crap that they flaunt here.
But again, you know, like the statements that Stone makes about the military-industrial complex,
well,
I
that's
think
all
are well
true,
taken, you know. But it's almost like he's grafting on a good point onto a flawed argument, you know, which is something that Canby's review ended with. Can't remember exactly what it said. I'm going to pull it up here at the end before we're done talking about this, because I thought it was like a very interesting what he said. Any other like kind of final thoughts?
Well, just that going back to what the movie, I mean, it's I think a very irresponsible movie and some of the things it's saying. And I feel like it's a personal movie that he's kind of, you know, putting a lot of kind of personal feelings and ideas onto, which I get, you know, of being frustrated by the Vietnam War, which he was in. I don't know if you knew that, but I mean, he has the right to make it. I think it has, and it for me has made it a big impression on me to be interested in not only this, but other aspects of what the government does do that is wrong. And I think it's a very important cinematic document that I wish happened at all anymore, things like this. And I greatly admire it, even in its flaws, and as stylistically, it's crack cocaine to me. So anyway,
and all the performances too.
Oh yeah,
people who show up. When this is the very end of Canby's review for the New York Times of this movie. When Walter Matthau turns up for a brief, not especially rewarding turn as Senator Russell B. Long, JFK looks less as if it had been cast as the accepted way than subscribing to like a worthy cause. The cause may well be worthy. The film fails it, and I feel like again these very larger conversation points that he's making about the military-industrial complex, while in of themselves true, and certainly true about why, in many ways, we went to Vietnam on deeper levels. Some of the implications that it had, that is connected to President Kennedy's death in an explicit way, are flawed, to say the least. But again, it's a movie we still like in a lot of ways for its style and its form.
I mean, it's in my top 30 favorite movies. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it is. So, even though I do really think the last half of it gets a little bit like, okay, like you said, that's the nature of conspiracies in a nutshell. Though it goes on, and then it's just whatever.
Yep. Well, there you go. There's JFK.
Hope you enjoyed this really long podcast, and hopefully it lived up. I think it lived up to it for us to do this movie.
Think we talked about a lot of things we want to talk about with this. So, there you go.
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Why are you really here?
Because I needed to talk.
You say that you pray every night to die, that your children have no use for you. You wish only to be with your husband. And yet, I'm not burying you today. There comes a time in man's search for meaning when one realizes that there are no answers. And when you come to that horrible, unavoidable realization, you accept it or you kill yourself. Or you simply stop searching. I have lived a blessed life. And yet, every night, when I climb into bed, turn off the lights, and stare into the dark, I wonder, is this all there is?
You wonder?
Every soul on this planet does. But then when morning comes, we all wake up and make a pot of coffee.
Why do we bother?
Because we do. You did this morning. You will again tomorrow. But God, in His infinite wisdom, has made sure it is just enough for us.
And up next for next week is Jackie from 2016, which we'd already made some allusions in some past weeks. I think we talked about Spencer a little bit last week. On the other pod of Marnie, that we'd be doing Jackie. We thought, it would be a good film to follow up this on, because as good as JFK is, it does lack, as we said, what about JFK and all this? What about some of the people directly affected? And Jackie goes in the complete opposite direction and looks full-fledged at people who were directly affected by it, most specifically Jacqueline Kennedy.
And is fully, dedicatedly uninterested in conspiracy.
Yeah.
That is not at all what the movie is about. And I think that's why we picked it, other than being a totally great movie that is superior to this movie.
Yeah.
Just in quality.
And, that movie has a very memorable cinematic style about itself, but is far less flashy, far more subtle. I mean, it's an independent drama, so it has its own trappings of what it's expected to be, but it's a very big departure from what Stone's attempting
And the
to do.
reason we picked it is not only that of it being a little... it's far shorter, very brief, very to the point, but also it is very much about a certain humanity that this movie doesn't lack, because I feel like the movie is definitively saying something like, okay, this man is giving over everything to find the truth, and we as Americans need to do that, and blah, blah, blah. And there is a humanism to the movie that, like we've said, but it's in more of that, and I'm not saying anything against Frank Capra, but it's in more of that Capra-esque, legalistic kind of idea of the truth, and like we must be crusaders towards it. It's not in this very basic sense of grief and emotionality in a more I said basic, I mean a more actually complex questioning way than this actually is, and more immediate.
Right.
So yeah.
And I mean, I think, when you think about the Kennedy assassination, you think about that day. You think about Jackie Kennedy's place in that day, that very memorably she was wearing that, pink outfit that was later then soaked in the blood and brain matter of her husband. And you just think of her as just kind of totally a bystander. You think of her right beside of Johnson as he was taking the oath on Air Force One. And that film's attempt to kind of burrow into her brain and in the immediate aftermath of that, and her trying to figure out, who am I, both as a mother, as a wife, but as just a person in the midst of all this, at the center of all this.
Yeah.
And the sense of kind of seclusion that she wants to have. And I think that's one of the most haunting aspects to me of the movie. In many ways, it feels like a ghost story, but without a ghost in it.
Yeah.
Is that she herself is trying to withdraw so much from society, in large part because of the horrors that such a day wrought and brought upon her life. Again, also Natalie Portman's performance in the film is extraordinary, worthy of an Academy Award, if anything's, quote, worthy of that distinction. And so, she brings a lot to the movie and a lot to that character. And again, Pablo Larraín, who we recently discussed with Spencer, who, again, that was a sort of a companion piece or spiritual sequel in some ways, Spencer was.
Right.
What about Jackie for you, just as overall as a film, just still is special these years later in terms of not just its context connection to the JFK assassination like this, but just as its own film or its own work for you?
Well, I've whenever I do get to teach social studies again at some point, that's going to be one of the few movies I definitively show if I'm teaching, American 2. It will have to be. Because what the movie's not only, it's kind of like what I think we've discussed in the past about Titanic on here, and the kind of difference between a movie that I'm going to go over here for a second and then come back. The difference between a movie like Forrest Gump and Titanic, which you so geniusly wrote about, and I recommend everybody go read Kyle's comparisons of those movies, that Forrest Gump is far more about life just happens to you. Yeah. And you just go through life and I'm just going to be honest, like a drooling dog, and things just, I go meet all these people and I have no clue what's going on. That's the whole character of Forrest Gump. As opposite to Titanic, which is about people in history who made definitive decisions about their lives, did that affect the sinking of the Titanic directly? No, but what it did affect was what happened to a certain artifact of history that people were obsessed with, and that they made choices that affected that. And just in general, they made choices that affected their lives and in one sense, their deaths. And so in that sense, what I think Jackie is very much about, other than being explicitly about the JFK assassination, is about the nature of people within history and how they interact with it. Jackie Kennedy in the movie is very, very, it takes the whole thing about her doing the tour of the White House on television, how she was very much obsessed with
updating and modernizing it,
and modernizing the White House, but also keeping a lot of the important things and artifacts of the White House, like the Lincoln Room, a lot of the furniture, things like that in the White House, and showing the people of the United States what the White House was, what it looked like, what the history of it was, but also being cognizant of where will the Kennedys stand in history, where will I stand in history, and Lorraine, and by extension Darren Aronofsky, who had helped to conceive of the project, seemed to be very much interested in seeing her as, a person in history that has been neglected, and was at the very center of one of the darkest moments of American history that we haven't really reckoned with. So in that sense, I think it is a far more of an actually randomly more important movie than JFK, in the sense that it is asking those questions and looking at that. And there aren't really exactly, I should say, asking questions. There aren't really questions to ask, but more of, hey, you haven't even been thinking about this thing over here, and we need to do this. Whereas this movie engages in a lot of speculation and hearsay that isn't definitive. Now, of course, that movie, like Spencer, but Spencer even more so, did speculate in a lot of speculative emotionality.
Yeah.
But I feel like was more right, and it doesn't claim to be the truth, whereas this movie does.
Yeah.
But is far more truthful, but it seems.
Yeah.
But whatever. So I guess that's why we're doing the movie, is that it's a good kind of
alternative or corrective in some ways.
To that.
Yeah.
I don't want to say antidote because that acts like this movie's poison, and it's not. But you know,
there has been a recent trend of, instead of doing these big cradle to the grave biopics of certain historical figures like Abraham Lincoln or like Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, to say, well, let's take a snippet, a snapshot of their lives. And I think that's been mostly successful in recent years in terms of a movie like Lincoln or a movie like Jackie, to take but a snippet or a snapshot. Also, it's interesting, and some of this connects to some of the things we've talked about with this. You see in real time the mythology of Camelot being written in that movie in the immediate aftermath of his death.
Yeah.
And she's already, again, as you said, looking at where are we going to fit in the larger legacy of the White House and the presidency and American history, that she was very much an engine in a certain image or mythology of her husband taking shape in the immediate aftermath of his death. And so while it is a very different sort of movie than this, it does still actually have some connective tissue with regards to that. But in that movie, you see it happening in real time, as opposed to this movie, it has kind of already consumed such mythologies and is going to run with them, which is a difference. But again, long episode. If you made it through the end of this, feel free, to email us at huffmanbrothersproductions@gmail.com to receive a commemorative plaque. Who knows?
Or to just say, hey, I think y'all are wrong, and I think that it was Arthur Miller who did it all.
Well,
as a revenge against the murder of Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, wow, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one.
Do we want to talk about that real briefly?
Yeah, we could.
The main thing I have to say about that is a misconception.
Mm-hmm.
Another misconception about people. I mean, they said it in one of the most beautiful moments in Mad Men was when that episode where it talked about her death, Marilyn Monroe's death.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, she was so young and so happy. And they're in the elevator with the African-American elevator operator who's kind of in the show early on in the first few seasons. And he just kind of says, I don't remember his exact quote, but he says something like, people live in plain sight every day or whatever, and just kind of like, y'all don't even know what, living with pain and sadness is. And I think that that's another
obsession
thing.
with a celebrity as opposed to...
Right, and that I think that at that time it was hard to believe that a celebrity who had everything, in quotes, would kill themselves. They had to, once again, in the long term, go, no, actually, the Kennedys killed her, and it's like... That's yet another misconception about America and life in general, is that we understand that more now than we did at the time. And that's just yet another thing. But anyway, we don't have time to... Well, there's not a whole lot there to go into.
Right.
But,
no, very, very well said. Very true.
Anyway.
So we hope you enjoyed this episode. Again, next week, we're going to be going through Jackie.
Yep.
So take care. God bless.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too. If we shall send to the moon 240,000 miles away from the control station in Houston, a giant rocket more than 300 feet tall, the length of this football field, made of new metal alloys, some of which have not yet been invented, capable of standing heat and stresses several times more than have ever been experienced, fitted together with a precision better than the finest watch, carrying all the equipment needed for propulsion, guidance, control, communications, food, and survival on an untried mission to an unknown celestial body, and then return it safely to Earth, re-entering the atmosphere at speeds of over 25,000 miles per hour, causing heat about half that on the temperature of the sun, almost as hot as it is here today, and do all this, and do all this, and do it right, and do it first before this decade is out, then we must be bold.